back to Vilma's Diner. My name is Andre. What can I get you? Good morning. It's the second day out here in Hemlock Isle. I trust you're well and you brought an umbrella because it is storming out today. At least that's what the weather reports have been so far. I guess we'll find out together. It's day 2. How's everyone been doing? Hey, Adam, how's it going? How you been? It's July 8th, I think, 2026. We did a secret stream, mind you, Monday evening. We had some free time. Honestly, hold on one second. Oh, I need to open this. We did a secret stream, so while you might have been expecting us to be nighttime and going off to get lost in the woods, we already got lost in the woods. Hopefully you've caught up with that. Maybe we're a bit ahead of schedule, but Birdie Musgrave did get kind of lost, and we did find him, and everything was good, and it wasn't even scary. There was nothing bad out there. This is day 2, mind you, in which, hold on. No, the pedal doesn't work. Give me one second. I just restarted my computer, so I have to do with everything. Speaking of restarting my computer, my stomach has been really bad. We're meant to start the stream early and we started late instead. My stomach is a bit pernicious and it's not been great. So we'll hopefully get through the stream together. This should be right. Is the pedal not right? Ah, the pedal. The pedal. 1 second. It's this. Okay. Day 2, in which we prepare for the feast under a blanket of rain, and we get to the second panel here of our triptych. The sky looks unhappy, the town looks nice, the tree looks weird, and the people have their ribbons, so everyone's doing well for themselves. I mean, that's always good to see. Day 2 is a good one. We are going to figure out where we have to go. Now, of course, we have to start with the epilogue. Maybe there's a lot to do in one evening in terms of our evening, but we'll get through an epilogue. We only have 4 turns, and then we'll go off one of our daily expeditions. Do you want to see? And you can probably see from the title, we know which way we're going to go for this expedition. We're currently on track with the classic, the follow Dr. Rosa expedition track, which I have no doubt at some point we'll finish, or we'll come back, excuse me, more accurately, to Hemlock Vale on this channel in the future. But for now, we're going to keep it simple. We're just going to do the Dr. Rosa Marquez track and see how it is. Practicing, hey Benoit, practicing my Tommy Muldoon deck for my next campaign. Ooh, what's there to practice? How's the deck looking? Let me know how you find Tommy Muldoon. It's weird that we got if you ask me about Tommy, right? So we got Michael McGlenn just in the Drowned City, and Michael McGlenn was like the gun character, right? Like he was all about firearms. He made firearms a lot better. He also wanted to play a lot of different firearms, and he just came out, in 2025 at the end of the Drowned City, the Drowned Circle, the Drowned City. I'm pretty sure is what it's called. And then, just a bit later, after they kind of soft rebooted the game, we got Tommy, who's meant to be the other firearm investigator. And let me tell you, boy, do I think one of them is more interesting than the other one. And I don't have that much great to say about Tommy Muldoon, unfortunately. I want to say, I hope you have a good time. I mean, there's some cool Guardian cards, and it also depends on your player count, how flexy you have to be or can choose to be with Tommy, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I find it really weird to be like, oh, they did something interesting with firearms, and then they went back to be doing firearms again, and they did something less interesting with it. I think Michael McGlenn was just really fun. In fact, I played 2 Michael McGlenn campaigns. My partner played a Michael McGlenn campaign. We had that much fun just shooting stuff. As much as the rogue card pool, in a bigger format, is also pretty rich. Hopefully that wasn't too much of a bummer. I realized as soon as I said that, I'm like, oh, wait a second, that's not encouraging. Speaking about our decks, I guess, let's talk about the decks, because we had to make some changes. So, of course, we have Joe and Joe and Miguel, who are out there in the Hemlock Isle. So we had 7 experience at the end of the last scenario. Miguel technically has 8 experience because we had 1 left over, and I think we've spent all of it. So I'm going to start here with Joe, and we have our first interesting choice, which I'm glad that we had the time. We had some extra time in the forest at the end of last night to be able to deal with a Ravenous Myconid. So the Ravenous Myconid is this weird, interesting card. It's only limit 1 per deck, and it doesn't really do anything. You have to spend actions kind of feeding it, and feed me, see more, we did. So this thing had enough counters on it, which means we can now identify it. And so there are 3 different Ravenous Myconids that you can upgrade into one of them, and that is now basically what the beast does for you. And I honestly had a hard time deciding which way we should go. I think there's actually part of Hemlock that's going to kind of maybe encourage us to go the way that we did, but we are choosing to play the Ravenous Myconid, the Carnivorous strain. So this is researched, which means you have to have identified the thing. It's limit 1 per deck, so this is the only Myconid in our deck now. And it has fast action, search your bonded for uncanny growth and add it to your hand. So this used to be an action, now it's a fast action, and that's so much more important because uncanny growth is basically just a 1-cost event that allows you to investigate. And what you succeed by is how many growth counters you put on the Ravenous Myconid. It was really expensive. They had to play the Ravenous Myconid, then you have to grab the Uncanny Growth as an action, and then you have to play it again for an action and a resource. Like, all that was really, really expensive. And making that fast means, right, all you're doing is paying a resource premium, and you have to spend an event to investigate. So if you have any other like cool things to investigate, you don't get to use them all the time. But that's not too bad. It also just is like a fast way to add a card to your hand, which I'm not saying is like the best thing because this doesn't have any icons on it, I'm pretty sure. Oh, hold on. What is this thing called? Uncanny Growth? I don't think it has any icons on it, but like if you ever have to discard cards from your hand, you can technically discard this one, I'm pretty sure, and then it'll just come back fast once per round, which is fine. Now, the reason we play this Ravenous Myconid, it's text. It says fast. Choose a non-elite enemy at your location, and it doesn't have to be engaged with you, with equal or fewer remaining health than the amount of growth counters on Ravenous Myconid. Defeat that enemy. Remove all growth counters from Ravenous Myconid. So you have a fast ability to basically spend your counters as damage. You technically do 1-for-1, which is not bad, but it has to be at least enough damage to defeat the thing. Again, it says enemy location with equal or fewer remaining counters, defeat that enemy, remove all growth counters. So you do want to use this as it builds up. So if there's like 18 counters on it and you defeat a 1 health enemy, you're going to lose 18 counters. So you do have to watch out for that. But this is a card I've never played before. And out of the 3, this is the one that gives us the most damage. I don't actually know if we need more damage, but there are going to be encounter cards that cannot be touched through conventional means. There's certain enemies that you have to knock out with weird means. And this is one of the weird means that those enemies are weak to. So we're going to try this out for sure. I do want to say one final thing about this card that we added is we don't need to do this, but we're technically playing the modern like taboo list. So if you're not familiar, Arkham Horror classically has had a list of cards that they either change the text, they make them cost more experience, they make them cost less experience, and it's their way to kind of balance the game out. And currently on the last taboo list, it's only relevant if you play the full card pool. So like for chapter 2, it doesn't matter as much as this was a chapter 1 card. This is a card from Hemlock Vale. So we are technically playing the this version, which as you see there says chained, which chain is a way to modify a card. And this actually now just costs us 5 experience instead of 4. So the designer said this should cost 5 experience. 4 experience was too little for what you get for it. So now all the Myconids are not equal in terms of like what they cost you. There's a big chance that that chained experience only matters in the full card pool. And for us, like paying an extra experience for this might not be like super necessary in terms of balance. But for the full card pool, this card seemed to be slightly too good for 4 experience. Regardless, we're going to pay 5 experience for it, and that's not going to be too big of a deal. So we spent our first 5 experience on this. Now, putting this in our deck was really easy because we just took out the other Ravenous Myconid, so super, super simple. That's 5 of our 7 experience. Next up, our experience upgrade is just deduction, which like not too interesting. And I'll be honest, as an Arkham player who's been playing for a long time, being limited to just Hemlock Vale and Chapter 2 cards, there aren't that many exciting options. But deduction 2 is like just good enough. If you find any location with 4 clues, this is great. This just gives you 2 book icons, which mind you, succeeding by now a bigger number matters more if we have the Ravenous Myconid on the table. And instead of just deduction giving you an additional clue, this can give you 2 additional clues if you succeed by 2 or more. That's also fun because we have a way to succeed by slightly more with our study card. So deduction is not a bad card to give us a bit more clue compression because our decks are not very good at getting clue compression. So like making our deduction to deduction 2 is slightly better. Now, that means we took 1 deduction out to play deduction 2. We still have 1 deduction in the deck, so you have to like really pay attention when you draw the card. I think we talked about this earlier. I really wish that the cards with the same art, when they're upgraded, the art was slightly different, like more words, some graphics, some glow, just something to distinguish them. But you just have to pay attention to the pips and the boost icons, and of course, the text is slightly different. But otherwise, visually, it kind of looks like the same card. And that's it. That's, again, 4 + 1 + 2, that's 7. So that's all our changes. Again, we still have Charisma, and we still have this Uncanny Growth set aside, and Steady-Handed. I learned as of last week, or as of Monday, excuse me, I was playing it technically slightly wrong, and it's a fair bit more interesting when you have to play it correctly. So we'll get to that in a second. I mean, I guess we should just mention this. I think I probably talked about this wrong before too. So just so we're on the same page, I was not understanding how this card worked. So it's limit 1 per investigator. We spend 1 XP on this in our first time that we could upgrade our deck. And it says when you would either succeed a skill test, exhaust, steady-handed, you either succeed by 1 more or 1 fewer. If you succeeded by exactly 2, heal 1 horror. I didn't think that those were different statements or they were necessarily related statements. So I thought if you were succeeding by 2, you could just say, I'm good. And then just exhaust steady-handed, don't change, and then like succeed by exactly 2, right? Because yeah, it doesn't work like that. They're 2 related causes. So functionally, if you succeed by 1 or succeed by 3, you can choose to upgrade or downgrade it to 2. And then after you exhaust this to upgrade or downgrade, if the result is you succeeding by 2, then you can heal 1 horror. So you can't just succeed by 2 and exhaust this. You have to now try to succeed by 1 or 3. Now that's interesting because if you succeed by 2, you can always just use this to like Dorothy Simmons fire, or if you're doing multiple investigation tests, hope one of them naturally fires Dorothy Simmons. But it's a cool little interaction point that we have a way on 1, 2, and now 3 to fire Dorothy Simmons if we don't need the horror healing, which is a cool interaction between an older card and a newer card, which is neat. I like that. I'm into that. Now, Miguel, on the other hand, I find like he has a lot more interesting ways to spend his experience. The problem with Miguel is a lot of his traps don't have upgraded variants from them. So if you want to continue to play like, lie in wait and all that, that is going to be in your deck forever because this is uniquely what he does. And these cards are worth playing for sure, except there's no way to upgrade them. So you have a lot of cards in your deck that just seem to be locked into like what they are. And so you have to upgrade everything around that, which is kind of weird. The cards that we upgraded, we added 1 copy of Makeshift Bomb, which let me tell you, it's going to be probably a bit better later in the campaign, but this is the closest we have to Dynamite Blast. I'm really surprised that Dynamite Blast did not show up in Chapter 2 because Dynamite Blast is one of the like most impactful, swingy, powerful cards in Chapter 1 that everyone was so happy to play. It was just like a 5-cost event that just says do 3 damage to every investigator and creature, every enemy at your location, and I believe it can target the following location, like 1 location in front of you. You can toss it. I'm pretty sure it's been a while, and that card's just really, really good. And specifically in Chapter 1 core set, there's a bunch of scenarios where a bunch of enemies grouped up together. This is kind of that. It's a bit cheaper. It's obviously 3 experience, so it's a bit more expensive in some ways. You have to attach it to your location or a neighboring location, I guess, if you have your knapsack. And after an enemy or an investigator enters the attached location, you can choose to discard this to deal 3 damage to everything at that location. And you can trigger this from anywhere, which is good reminder text. So like, yeah, this is fine. I mean, if a lot of enemies group up, which we have a scenario coming up where a lot of enemies can show up in one space, the problem is that space is usually on top of an investigator. So there's interesting ways to make this work, whether you like just toss this in with a backpack, but then you still have to have something enter or leave. So it's a bit tricky, or not enter or leave, sorry, enter or enter. So we'll see if this works out. There is another trap that you can play that just pings for 1 damage. It's like, is it the rope trap? Yeah. I mean, maybe this is worth playing. It seems very similar to Lie in Wait, but it could fire once. It could fire infinite times. It's hard to tell because you have to pull tokens and see how bad it is for you. If you pull Skull or Autofail, this discards itself. There's another issue I am worried about. It's like all these traps say limit 1 trap attached per location, which means the more traps you jam into your deck, the more that they actually do like just jam up locations. And that can be a downside sometimes. Not like really seriously, but sometimes. So to play Makeshift Bomb, we took out a copy of Same Old Thing, honestly. I wasn't sure what to take out because a lot of the events are good and we want to be playing them. I was originally thinking to taking out that 1 Stalking Prey card, but I think Stalking Prey is a bit better than we've given it the time to do, the time to show off. Is it called Stalking Prey? What is it called? Excuse me. It's the one that allows you to search the top 9 for an enemy. Oh, it's just Stalk Prey. Excuse me. Stalk Prey is a bit better than I think. It's really nice because you kind of have an issue with Miguel that if you don't have enemies, you don't really do anything because all your cards interact with enemies showing up and moving. So like Stalk Prey is kind of really important, it feels. So this allows you to look at the top 9, grab an enemy, draw a card, discover a clue, and that usually fires a trap guaranteed as well. So you get a lot of value for this. It's also a non-fast event, which I really do value because at the end of the day, like we can play 1 free event a turn and a lot of our events are fast. So you feel like you waste that text. So we're going to keep Stalk Prey in and instead we're going to get rid of Same Old Thing, which is just an okay econ card. I have usually played 1 per game. I don't think I've ever played 2 per game. And at the time that we like the second one shows up, we already have enough money and the game's nearly over. So I'm not super sold on this card. You can recur it technically, but it's definitely no Schaffners. So that's coming out. And then the other thing we're upgrading, and this upgrade is so absurdly good. So Guerrilla Tactics is still like a pretty good card in this deck. It's a 1-cost event. It's not fast, so you can play it actionly. And you can fight or evade with +1 skill, and you can target something at a connecting location, and you can ignore aloof if it is at a connecting location. Aloof seems to be a keyword that shows up a lot more during the day than night, but that's still like really good text that we can just do a cheeky evade from the next action over. Clicklessly, like saves you so much actions. Like say that Joe Diamond has an enemy on him, and we have to not, this saves us move, engage, evade. It does 3 actions for no actions, which is really, really good. Now they did make a better version of Guerrilla Tactics, which is kind of what I wish they did for the traps, but this Guerrilla Tactics is a lot better. It has a bunch better icons, which I mean, that's fine. It allows you to fight or evade with +2 skill value, and then all the same text. You may target an enemy at a connecting location and as if you're engaged with that enemy, so it does ignore aloof. And if you succeed though, you deal 1 damage to the enemy in addition to standard damage, which means you can evade and ping for 1 damage, or you can just fight for +2. Now, when you fight, you have to use your fist, so it is slightly worse for us because our fist is not that good, as much as we can use Daniel to do the fight again. But that's just like a really flexible thing to be able to do to just make this card a fair bit better. The only thing you have to watch out about this card, and there is a way to upgrade this and fix it, but I'm not 100% sure it's worth it considering there's not that many cards we want to play that interact well with it. But now this card is slightly more limited because not a card that we've been showing off really well so far on this campaign, but Hunter's Instinct is a really good card. This is a card that's way better in this deck. I didn't like this card too much when it came out, but if you're an event-based survivor, this is great. This says, again, you play one of them in your play area. It has 3 supplies, and after you engage an enemy, you can spend a supply to grab a level 0 event in your discard pile to your hand. We can no longer grab Guerrilla Tactics, and it is a card that you would want to grab with this every once in a while. Now, if you do spend up your influence to upgrade a Hunter's Instinct to Hunter Instincts 2, you can now grab level 0 to 2 events. Technically, this text on this is slightly different, but they're going to errata it to be identical. And I don't know if this is worth it because we don't actually have that many events we want to grab with this, but technically now Guerrilla Tactics is not something we can recur. So whatever, that should be fine. Or of course, we're moving 2 Guerrilla Tactics for 2 Guerrilla Tactics, and that is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we once again floated 1 experience. I'm realizing now. I mean, that's fine. So we have 1 experience left over for Miguel. I have liked it so far. Played Brethren of Ash Part 1. I like shooting monsters and still having cards to evade and collect clues to advance the plot. I'm hoping to get the shotgun before the end. I mean, the shotgun is a really good reason. I think that is one of the like weird rare upsides of Tommy over like Michael potentially, is that Tommy's ability is way better when you play guns with fewer ammo on them, right? Because when Tommy plays something that has only 3 ammo and then he makes it do 5 ammo, you basically played 2 guns for 1 extra resource, right? When something goes from 6 ammo to 8 ammo, it's like, that's fine. But when it goes to 3 to 5 or like 2 to 4, that's a huge difference. So Tommy is like in some ways better suited at playing guns with less ammo and emptying them quickly, which is kind of cool. The big problem with upgrade to Hunter's Instinct is it doesn't discard itself when it's empty. They're going to errata that. How's it going, by the way, Spanner? I think they've confirmed that the text on the 2 Hunter's Instincts should be parallel, where it should discard itself, and they will issue an FAQ in the near future. Because this one does discard itself with this empty, which is important because then, well, like you can recur it with like do or die or stuff like this. This one doesn't, and it's just apparently an oversight. Technically, there are some benefits to have an asset that's empty that doesn't discard itself because you can like feed it to certain treacheries, but yeah, they're going to fix it. Yeah. From my understanding, they're going to fix it, so no big stress. Mind you, this deck, Joe still has charisma. We're not going to show it on the table because of table size stuff, but that's mostly it. Hope you've been well, Spanner. All right, we have some shuffling to do, but we have a lot of stuff to do ahead of us today. So let's just dive into the campaign and see where we left off. Why is this like this? Oh, yeah, right. Okay. Dawn of the second day. The lighting here is meant to be looking like thunder and lightning, and I don't think it just shows up well enough against this camera because currently the camera is like color balancing the blue out of me automatically, but you see some lightning flashes. We tried. It'll be fine. Prelude, Dawn of the second day. You wake up feeling utterly drained. A light rain falls as you walk outside, but even the rain doesn't seem to dampen the Vale's spirits. A ring of children in animal masks sing a lilting melody as they continue decorating. The fatigue from the long night catches up to you. Draw tokens from the Chaos bag at random until you have 2 non-symbol tokens. Replace these tokens with a Chaos token of value 1 lower for the remainder of the campaign. There's a lot of variance with the step, and I actually really like the step. I think it's a nice organic way to sort of increase the difficulty of the campaign at a point where the difficulty of the campaign should be increasing. So basically, we're going to be pulling 2 tokens. If it's a -2, it becomes a -3. The one worst thing you can do here is pull a -4, because if the -4 becomes a -5, now your bag uniquely has a -5 to be the worst icon, and we can somewhat consistently play around always a -4, but always playing around a -5 is obviously like a fair bit worse. So there's some, stress here that we want to pull. Technically, the best thing we can pull here is like a 0 and a 1, because like we never play around that. Technically the +1's nice, but like I'd love to pull a 0 and a -1 and just make the bag like -1 and -2. We usually are +1, +2 on tests. Now I do have to make like a very awkward mistake that I have to admit, and I only realized this recently. We have so far been playing with a wrong Chaos bag. When I set up this Chaos bag, I thought this was a standard Chaos bag. And I was talking about there's meant to be 17 tokens in it, but when we've been playing the first 2 scenarios so far, we only had 16 tokens. And that's because this Chaos bag has 2 -3s in it, or it's meant to have 2 -3s. We've been only playing with 1 -3. Normally the numbers on setup are for most Chaos bags are really, really similar. You have the same like stretch of numbers, and generally they change like what the face symbols, the symbol tokens are in it. This one is like basically the same as Brethren of Ash campaign, except it does have 2 -3s in it, and I missed that when I built the bag, because normally it's again 2 zeros, 1 +1, 3 -1s, 2 -2s, 1 -3, 1 -4, then a bunch of symbols. This one uniquely has 2 -3s, and I just missed that. So the first 2 scenarios we played had technically, you could say, a kinder bag, but we've always generally played around -3. Some of like the tests where we're doing where we're like -1 and just hoping that we don't draw well, those got easier. But technically also now we made the autofill less common by adding another -3. So it's probably on like kind of equal overall, but my apologies. I'm glad we learned that sooner than later. So there was used to be 16 tokens. Now there's truly 17. And now we're going to pull some tokens and make the numbers worse. I never realized the upgrade ones didn't discard. I've definitely been playing as if it still discards as it was empty. Yeah, I think that's what the designers did too. They assumed it played like the old one, even though the text wasn't there. Also, hey, Tony, how's it going? All right, so 2 tokens. We want to downgrade small numbers. We drew a -2. That's acceptable. So now the bag looks like it'll have 3 -3s. We draw another token. It's a skull. Can't downgrade a skull. It's a 0. Okay, so now our bag has 1 fewer 0 and 1 fewer -2. So it's a -1 and -3. And that's okay. The worst case is you draw again the -4 because it comes to -5 and that's hard to play around. But now like the average bag result is somewhere between -2 and -3 and we can play around that usually. Let me grab some tokens. Where did I put it here? Okay, so we need a -1 and another -3. So the bag has 3 -3s. I'm not sure how many you have in a set. Okay. I should make sure I update that in the app. So first token was a 0. Oops. So sorry. Yeah, I guess you can see on the camera. So first token was a 0. Second token was a -2. All right. Continue reading. The Hemlock Curse. Uh-oh. Check your campaign log. Each investigator who finished their meal must read the Hemlock Curse. Each investigator otherwise must read Gnawing Hunger. So one of us finished the meal. Tommy finished his meal. Oh, sorry, Joe Diamond, excuse me, finished his meal, while Miguel didn't. So Joe Diamond will be reading the Hemlock Curse. Your entire body seems to thrum in time to your heartbeat, then gives way to discomfort, then delicious euphoria, as if you were made out of air. The feeling passes. You touch the back of your hand. You can't quite describe it, but you don't feel right. You feel different. Search the Day of Rain encounter set for Hemlock Curse weakness and add it to your deck. It does not count towards your deck size. The set is indicated by the following icon. Okay, so we get a weakness because we ate. I mean, maybe it's an upside, but we did finish our meal. And again, we don't know what Gnawing Hunger says, but let me just try and grab that card. We're not going to read the card. We know it's a weakness, of course, but we're just going to go put that in our deck without trying to read it. Yeah, I need to get a sleep for this, but that's it. Looks bad. We'll find out when it shows up. It shouldn't be too big of an issue. Now, otherwise, Miguel has to read Gnawing Hunger. Your stomach rumbles as the smell of fresh eggs and biscuits wafts out of the boarding house. Your hunger has caught up to you. Suffer 1 physical trauma. Proceed to Prelude 1 setup. Okay, so we take 1 physical trauma. Honestly, not the end of the world there. That means we will start with 1 damage in every scenario. You can heal it like normal, but Miguel actually had 16 soak, is now down to 15 soak, which is still above normal, so that'll be okay. Mind you, Survivor is really good in Chapter 2. You can add a lot of cards that heal you and heal horror and heal damage and heal your allies and friends. We haven't added any yet. We might be adding those eventually because generally more damage will ramp up as the scenario ramps up or this campaign ramps up, but I'm not too stressed about starting with 1 damage. So honestly, if neither of them eaten, that might have been better because there would be no curses, and the curse I kind of like a bit worse. I like to play that delicious euphoria. Ooh, it's so good. And have you touched your hands recently? Ren, how's it going? The first scenario was made harder by the smaller bag with all those instant fails. Yeah, that's what I don't feel terrible about it because like having a smaller bag is actually sometimes just worse for you because it is just a bit more volatile. Just let me make chat a bit bigger. Okay, that's easier. Okay. Prelude 2. So we're just going to go into the Prelude. You know how it works. So basically, this is a small scenario. We're only going to have 4 turns. We're in Hemlock. All your favorite friends should be here. And we have 4 turns to go around and talk to people and do all that good stuff. Really importantly, at the end of this interlude scenario, before we decide where we go off to, we basically get to do a big mulligan through this whole scenario. So at the end of this interlude, we can go into the next scenario with up to 5 resources, whatever we have, up to 5 cards we have in hand, whatever we have, as many clues as we can keep, which is only 1 on the table. We can keep that for the next scenario. And we can keep 1 asset on the table with as many charges or ammo, whatever it is, going into the next round. So that's it. Notably, we start with charisma. That doesn't count. Your permanents do not count towards that. But we basically get 4 turns to both set up, find your optimal hand, while also going through the town and talking to people. We definitely want to talk to as many people as we can, because it seems like everybody that we can talk to, we generally get 1 experience from that, which is like pretty dang good. Our big relation relationship is right now with Judith. Everybody's at one relationship level besides Simeon. So if we ever see Simeon, we're just going to ignore him because he's kind of a lost cause. But obviously talking to Judith and she will start on the table. It's going to be really good for us. So that's kind of our goal, is like set up. And the setup is actually really nice because both of our characters have like a really weird, unique one of card that we definitely want to start with. Now for Joe, it's technically finding the Ravenous Myconid is like so important. And when it comes to Miguel, we just want to find his knapsack, of course, the hunting bow, and you kind of know how the rest of the deck goes. But those two cards, or at least the knapsack, is a one of, and it's so important for his playstyle. All right, put the day 2 time marker into play. Are you still hungry? Put each location in the Vale encounter set into play. Each investigator begins at the boarding house. Where's our minis? Oh, here we are. Remove each resident with the name crossed off from the game. We have nobody crossed off, so that's obviously good. Put Judith Park at the crossroads. Set each remaining card from the residents aside out of play. Place Doom on the agenda equal to the number of investigators you are now ready to begin. And of course, we have the Codex here. We've already put Doom on that, and we're just going to shuffle into our mulligans. The first scenario was Joe falling down a flight of stairs while Miguel hid in a bush, lighting various wildlife on fire. It was glorious. I feel like Joe has become a character during this run where he's like, I think he's going to be more competent as things go on, but yeah, he had some bad luck, that's for sure. And Miguel is like, oh my God, is Miguel both fun and confident and like flexible? I do worry if there's not a lot of enemies, he won't be doing too much. And I mean, he sets up as well as anybody else in this first scenario. Okay, my stomach is feeling a lot better, so that's good. We have some ginger tea here. Normally we're having coffee at this hour, which coffee does settle a stomach, I'm pretty sure. Let's just give this a shuffle. And we should be off. Yes, again, technically you're meant to do your mulligan before all this stuff, but none of this really matters. This is just kind of to fill, dead air. But in terms of our setup, this is the act and the agenda. Hold on, I can make these bigger. So we'll start here with the agenda. Now, normally these are, they just tell you have 6 turns. Welcome to Dark Clouds. Dreary clouds threaten rain as thunder rumbles overhead. Locals bustle about making preparations. So when you draw a weakness, cancel its revelation and discard it. So again, you can't get hurt. And I think actually you can't get hurt because that's what the act says here. So the act says, dawn of the second day, the village continues preparations with cheery resolve despite the dour weather. Investigators cannot take damage, horror be defeated. I think our trauma goes through before that. And an objective, just talk to the locals and learn more about Hemlock Isle. So we have 4 turns here, so not a lot of time, but we can do some good stuff. That's mostly it. So that's this deck. I don't think it matters the order that we mulligan here. Technically, sometimes it matters. Like, oh, if we don't find a weapon on one character, we want to like aggressively mulligan for a weapon for the other. But it's it's the Prelude. It shouldn't be that bad, I don't think. I was down on Miguel and raw stats and Carpo when he first came out, but holy heck, he's so fantastically fun and good. And not only is he fantastically fun and good, he's like, well, I'm going to repeat fun. He's flexible. Like he has these weird play lines that nobody else can do. Where like, I also, when I opened him, I'm like, wow, this sucks. Like I played half a game with him and Marie on the channel before the power went out. I'm like, wow, he's not doing anything. And then you realize the power of his cards where it's like, okay, this card doesn't do a lot now, but you can fire it 4 times before the game is over. It also rewards you heavily on knowing the scenario, which like for, blind playthroughs might not be the best. But yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot to unpack, and I'm really excited for the future of just like events that he can play, because there's just not that many events in chapter 2 at this point. And I'm assuming with a full card pool, Miguel is like even stronger, which is a fun idea. Okay, that's it. It's 9 o'clock, 9:20 even. Let's get through our Prelude today. It's always a bit dark over here, but I don't know what I can do to fix that. That's not going to fix it, but that felt better. All right, let's mulligan with Miguel first. So again, 5 cards. We can't start with weaknesses. First card is a Sparrow Mask. Honestly, I might keep this. This card's like pretty good. It is just our little card that we put on the table. It's not going to be the card that we start on the table for the next scenario, but it just means we get free willpower and evasion stats. And mind you, the willpower stat we're not that great at. Bringing it from 3 to 5 is like pretty mighty. That means we'll actually pass a lot of tests. So not a bad card. We probably do hold on to this. We have a Stock of Prey. We're not going to keep this 100% of the time because there's no encounter deck, so it's like nearly unplayable. Guerrilla Tactics, also not a card that we want in our opening hand. Mind you, this is the upgraded one, so it is a bit better, but we want to basically open with our important assets. Same with Decoy Trap. I think this is the one trap we might be able to remove from our deck. We have 2 of them. Maybe we'll keep one, but it is a really good trap in the next scenario, if you know what that is. And then we have a Glassing, which again, I mean, we want to have events in our hand going into the next like true scenario, but like we'll find them. We have so many events. So we're going to mulligan away 4. Keeping the Sparrow Mask actually might be a bit rich because we didn't find anything else good. So taking 5 new card draw might actually be a bit better than 4 in keeping this, but we have some time to set up. And a lot of the times these cards will allow you to like search your deck and do stuff like that. So we'll hope for the best. All right, the best is right there. This is our knapsack. So the only two things that we really want to draw on our mulligan now is we want to find Daniel Jameson, which we have 2 copies. He's our ally, and we want to find the longbow, which is like how we do it, all the things that we want to do. So there's still 3 important cards here. Makeshift bomb. I mean, I don't think we want to keep this in our opening hand because it generally isn't relevant until the mid game. We have another glassing. And we have a do or die, so it's an okay start. Like having the knapsack, we can't be upset about that, but we don't actually have any of the cards that otherwise that we want. So that's gonna be Miguel. We'll shuffle these cards back. Miguel's the ultimate rancher. He tamed the creature in the deep for what, 7 turns while swimming in the swamp? I was so paranoid that I messed up the text or like the rules text on swamp and Thing of the Deep because it felt way too easy. But ultimately it is that easy. Like the thing only has 2 evade. You can just kind of sit on it, right? That's all you have to do. But yeah, I was like pretty sure there was text I missed that says like if you end your turn in a flooded location, like take a damage. Like I'm surprised there isn't text like that like makes it bad to sit in water. But the only thing that the water is bad to sit in is like the encounter deck, some enemies, and like the tokens. But you could just sit in the bog and like not move, and it was like really, really effective. You know what? This lighting is actually bothering me. I'm just gonna make it blue and just make it rain lighting and not have the lightning. So give me 1 second to fix that. Where is this app? I have 1 app that you need for this like silly thing that's only all it does is lightning. And I think I pay like $3 for it, and I feel pretty bad about it whenever I think about that. Okay, so we'll just turn the lights on and we'll make them blue. Okay. All right, that's a bit more pleasant, maybe. Maybe that's all in my head. Okay. Cool. Sorry. Joe time. Excuse me. Custom grip. Nope. We definitely want to grab any of our allies. The Ravenous Myconid's the most important card if we can hold on to it. We definitely want a Magnifying Glass. We want a gun. We have a lot of like staple assets. Vicious Blow. Another card I was considering upgrading, but when we upgraded the Myconid, maybe that's going to be a bit more of our damage, but there's an upgraded Vicious Blow. Deduction and Hemlock Curse. Can't read that, but you don't count that as a card. Emergency Cash. So far, this is a 5-card mulligan. It's a tinker, man. Wow, we drew 2 of our fast cards to attach to other cards largely, which are totally useless. So we're going to do a 5-card mulligan. I just hope that we draw something way better than that. Endurance. It's not bad. We end up with more money than common sense at some point, but like this is only good for fighting and evading, and usually our evading is covered by Miguel, so it's mostly fighting. Perception is a cantrip. We can use it this scenario to get the 1 clue. Nice. A Magnifying Glass. Okay, that's a good start. That's what we want. Probably we won't play it because this shouldn't be the 1 asset on the table. Okay, that's not great. And finally, a Vicious Blow. A really bad opening. Like we want to start on the turn the game with like Dorothy or Logan or like an expensive card. Because like starting with a Magnifying Glass saves you 1 resource, saves you no actions, which is like pretty ugly. So yeah, this sucks. We could just play the Magnifying Glass because we don't care about having 2 in our hand. But yeah, that's a yikes start. That's like really not good. My friend is playing him through Carcosa alongside Dex and Trish, and a short Latino man hiding under a couch with a bow, waiting for an unsuspecting dinner guest to wander. Chef's kiss. Yeah, lie in wait. He's in the food cart. Yeah, he's from Argentina. I believe his flavor text says him and his husband came from Argentina. He has a nice flavor text on the back. Cool. I'm pretty sure it's Argentina. Argentina feels right. With that, we can start. So we're starting here at the boarding house. Again, we just have 4 turns, so we're just going to try and talk to as many people as we can. It's the day. This is the boarding house. I love how they use the codex in this campaign. It's so good because now if we ask about the Vale, of course, we're going to be reading something different. You can also spend an action to heal the damage or horror at limit once per game. That seemed really silly in the first day because there was no damage or horror. But now that Miguel has trauma, we can spend an action to heal 1, which is like not amazing. That's the sort of thing that I think if we have an extra action or 2 left on our final moment, we can use that instead. They say Miss Olmstead, excuse me, runs a very tight ship. So like, I don't want to spend one of our, only 12 actions healing a damage because we want to talk to everyone because most people are experienced at the end of the day. So yeah, that's fine. Let's just let Joe go first. Judith is up there. We definitely want to talk to Judith. To talk to her, you have to spend X resources, which is the current day number. So now it's parlay for 2 resources. None of these characters have any economy in their hands, so we'll do what we can. We have 4 emergency caches across the 2 of them. And then we'll just talk to Judith, which is fine. Actually, no, maybe we should just do this first because this has a parlay on it. Yeah, I think we're here. So we might as well do this. Notably, the Crossroads still has its text where you can fast travel once per round with it if there's 2 or fewer investigators. So we want to fire that every turn to split up. So probably Joe always goes here to the old mill to get the clue, and Miguel will probably do this side of the board. That's usually what we've been doing, and it's been working out pretty well. So Joe will go first, and we'll just go to Hemlock Vale Codex 9. Where are we at? Here. Codex 9. Boarding house. Miss Olmsted is more than happy to answer your questions as she sets plates heaped with succulent fruit and sizzling meats. Don't forget to come out to the dance this evening. Everyone will be there. She smiles. Your mouth waters at the scent of the food, but you also catch the acrid undercurrent. Choose one of the options below to resolve. Investigators at boarding house may spend any number of actions as a group to choose that many additional options. An investigator may trigger this codex again. So there's no reason to necessarily do that because you can just spend an action to do it again. So we could basically pre-spend our actions. It's a weird text. I'm not sure if I'm missing something in there. So there's three options. The first one says Leah was supposed to prepare the feast in the crossroads. If she's there, I know she'd appreciate her help. Mind you, Leah Atwood is the cook. She cares about fight stat. An investigator at the boarding house may immediately move to the crossroads. So that's not bad text because we already want to move there anyways, and we've spent an action, so it's just like moving. Second action, Simeon's probably hiding in the field. We're not going to read that because we don't care about Simeon. The kid does not matter. Finally, Gideon is probably at the old commons like always. Search the residence for Gideon and put him to play the commons asset side face up. So I think we're going to do 1 and 3. So Joe is going to do 1 and then Miguel is going to do 3. So again, we can say investigators at the boarding house may spend any number of actions as a group. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to basically get a free move to the crossroads and we're going to spawn Gideon at the commons. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So Joe goes here, which means he can use the fast move if he wants to. Gideon will go to the commons. Great. Let me just slide this slightly over. I realize it might be a bit better, a bit to the left, just so Gideon doesn't get cut off by Miguel's clam shot. Okay, cool. Perfect. So that's only one action for Joe, and we're now at the crossroads. So the crossroads, you can ask the locals about the Vale, and if there's 1 or 2 investigators, you can get a fast move. The elaborate effigy is the tallest structure in the Vale. Judith is here. We have the biggest relationship level with Judith, so I think we want to just go talk to her because she's always been great to us. So as our second action, we're going to spend 2 resources, Joe, to parlay her because that's the current day number. We'll go parlay 7. To be fair, I feel like Judith and Miguel would be best friends, communicate through the language of the hunt. Yeah, too. Well, for what it's worth, Joe Diamond also doesn't mind swinging at people. He does have the better fight stat. But like Judith has been so good with the bow. Like the bow is the one thing that you only want to fight once a turn with. Judith with Miguel has been fantastic. Let's see what she has to say. I'm excited for this relationship to bloom. All right, a lot of text. Judith leans against the side of the Atwood house, polishing her rifle as observers pass by. Wow, as she observes passers-by. This sweet little lambs don't even know what I had to go through to keep them safe. And hopefully they never will, Jomo. You realize that she's addressing her rifle and not you. She stops suddenly, as if aware of your presence, and locks eyes with you. Checked her notes. If Judith saved your ass, you have to proceed to Judith too. She did save her ass. So we can't do the otherwise. You can bet the bear is alive and has your scent, Judith says grimly. Some of the animals here are incredibly smart. Too smart. I can guarantee that thing's out for blood tonight. Don't go near the woods again. You must decide. Either I can handle myself, proceed to Judith 3, or thanks for saving us, Judith 4. There's no way Joe Diamond is not saying I can handle myself. That 100% has to be what we say, and that's probably the bad answer. But like, actually, Judith might be okay with that. I'm going to go for I can handle myself, which is the most Joe Diamond ass line. Judith looks over, sizing you up. I figured the survey had to bring someone like you along, someone who can stay cool under pressure. She puts her hand on her hips. I might be impressed. Increase Judith's relationship level. Each investigator earns a bonus experience. I can't believe that's a better. If you do the other one, you decrease her relationship level. That's absurdly good that we sent our bravest, cockiest idiot to talk with it. That's amazing. That was Codex 7 because we have to track this because it tracks experience. So give me 1 second. I can handle myself. Thank you, Joe Diamond, for saying the wrong thing at the right time. Second Arkham started horror stream. BBX, how's it going? Have a great game. This campaign is awesome so far. It's one of my favorites. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Welcome to day 2, where it rains a fair bit. Thanks, Judith. Okay, we're good friends. All right, so that was 1. 2. We could talk to the crossroads itself, or we could do a fast travel to the old mill, and then we could use old mill to get the clue. And when we get the clue, we can do Joe Diamond's text, which draws a card once per turn when he gets a clue. So that's an option. If that's the case, who's going to deal with the crossroads? Because Miguel probably is going to go this way around. We know that Gideon, if we want to deal with Gideon, and I guess we do, it's 2 actions to parlay with him. So that's like something you can do. Gideon has one relationship level so far. Like that's what's really cool about the codex so far is like the next time that we talked to Judith, it wasn't about was a relationship level this. It was more about like did the story thing matter and stuff like that. And so far we have no story things to talk to other people. So like talking to people might not work out for us today. So we can't just go in there hoping that it always works out and we always just get one experience. So we'll see. It's really cool on day 2 where now they're like you open the codex box and there's like 3 or 4 different options. I think that's really exciting for replayability. Yeah, I think I'm okay. We're here. We might as well do the text. So we're going to do the crossroads text and we can still fast travel after this. So we're going to ask the locals about the Vale, which is Codex 10. Again, we did parlay. Leah shouts to a cadre of workers to cover the effigy with tarps as rain falls. The dozen of small mirrors ring like chimes at the festival decorations are sheltered from the rain. In a large white tent, Leah looks up as you approach. Ah, perfect timing. Take these over to Tad's as soon as possible. Much obliged. She nods to a box heaped with worn farming tools. Draw a card. Remember that you are running an errand. So it looks like we need to take these to Tad's, which is not the direction that we planned on going. We do draw a card, which is cool. Well, we drew a deduction. That's useless. Notably, it doesn't say that like Joe is doing the errand. We are doing the errand. So, I mean, I think legally for rules text, we actually can send him off to do the errand, which is the way that he's going to go. Because again, it didn't say, remember that you're investigator, it said you, which I think that means you, the player, but it also might just be an oversight on someone's part. There is an app to track the campaign. Yeah, Vision, if you don't know about the app, it's so good. It's called Arkham Cards. It's entirely free. It's run by the community. And it has a whole bunch of all the campaigns, official campaigns, and even a bunch of like fan-made campaigns. And it just tracks everything. It links up to Arkham DB or Arkham Build, so you can upgrade your decks through it. It's really good. You can even do deck building on it, which I sometimes upgrade my cards on it. I can't recommend it enough. It's called Arkham Cards. I know it's definitely on Android. It might be on iOS or like whatever that's called, but I have it on Android. I wish I could open it up on PC, but I think you have to end up emulating like an Android window or something like that. All right. With that, I think we're going to commit to going this way with Miguel. So we're just going to use the crossroads to fast travel to the old mill, and that'll be our turn. All right, Miguel. Mind you, Miguel only has 1 action here, or sorry, 2 actions left if we swap over, because we spend 1 action spawning Gideon. So for our first action, we'll just go to the Vale Schoolhouse, and this has text on it. Notably, these locations sometimes have good text to like, you know, do something like search your deck for a tome asset. I'm pretty sure we got no books in either of these decks. Oh no, actually, there's a chance he has a. I think there's a chance that Joe has a book. I think the forensic thing is a book. The forensic, not the forensic kit. Sorry, the autopsy report is probably a tome. Yeah, it is. Oh, so that's cool. We could get that. But yeah, we don't have that in this other deck. This is no books, Miguel. So as the third action, I think we're gonna peruse the school library. We're gonna go to 15. I feel like I'm cheating on my chaos bag when I use the digital bag though. I've heard that a lot of people use the digital chaos bag. I don't like to do that. I love pulling the tokens. I think the physicality of pulling tokens is like such a key part of this game. Having to touch the thing that scares you. It's a library, not a bookshop. An angry red-haired teacher barks. Theo emerges from the schoolhouse and flashes a goofy smile, just as he's tackled by school kids. Search the set-aside resident encounter set for Theo Peters and put him to the schoolhouse, acid side face up. So we don't know Theo too well. We have friendship level 1. He seems to be well-meaning. A bit of a himbo character, I think, is the read on this. But Theo Peters, I searched the and then everything came up at once. Theo Peters here says, while I control Theo Peters, you may take an additional action which can be used for moving. That's good text. Choose and discard X cards from your hand where X is the day number. That's not a real cost for us. We're going to have way too many cards in our hand because we don't really spend them. And that's it. That's the end of the first step here. So we're going to do card and credit. We draw a loner. That's a good card to have. Might actually be the card that we play because it gives us a bunch of free actions and we can use those uniquely during this part of the scenario. And then on the other side, we drew right tool for the job, which again, we're drawing incredibly poorly. I think this is the next card that probably comes out of the decks once we upgrade for something better because that's not really that good for us. And with that, you do this really weird thing where you add a Doom and you don't draw encounter cards because there's no encounter deck. And it feels like you're missing something, but you're not. You're good. And it's back to us. I think we're going to swap back to Joe and get this clue and see what happens. So welcome to the old mill. 2 Shroud, not too bad. It has only 1 clue, and you do keep that clue if you do pick it up. After you discover a clue at the old mill, you can choose to read book 12. The morning breeze carries the fresh scent of lupines, asters, yarrow, and meadowsweet into the Vale. So currently our stat, we're just 4-2. We could go ahead and put down a magnifying glass, but I don't really care to do that. So I think I'm just going to play a perception just so we can go deeper into our deck. So this might draw 2 cards. So we're currently 6-2. I guess it's worth saying that there is tokens. +1 if this is a parlay. Attempt you automatically succeed is cool. Mind you, all the cultist tokens, which you only get from interacting with Mother Rachel, are actually quite good. Skull is the day number, which is -2. Tablets -2 if you have fewer than 3 cards in hand. And I don't think we have a fish face yet. So the bag is worst -4. On that note, we're 6-2. The cultist, we would immediately succeed. So we get the clue. We draw 2 cards, one for perception. That's a really good card to have. This card is really nice, steady-handed, and we drew the Hemlock Curse. Now, I'm still not going to read this, but whenever you draw a weakness, you just discard it. So we're just going to throw that over there. We won't see what the text is, but it did come back. All right. Also, I've been appreciating the mega Transylvanian Mother Rachel accent. We definitely had a Keanu voice for Theo. So she is German, right? Like she says willkommen, she speaks German. And like my parents were immigrants. My mom actually, she speaks lovely English. But she does do the W into V thing, which is common for a lot of like, European accents. I feel like her accent's getting away from me at some point. She sounds a bit like Swedish chef. But yeah, it's not consistent. I'm like kind of embarrassed to do voices because I'm not great at them, but it's whatever. It's for fun. I'm glad you're appreciating it. With that note, we can read the old mill text. So we're gonna go to Codex 12. The old mill. The old mill is eerily silent as you poke around the overgrowth, as thunder rumbles overhead, and a long-legged grasshopper flits through the air. You note that the insect is misshapen, has misshapen black wings. Oh, draw 3 cards. Oh, I'll take it. Another perception. Excuse me. Another right tool for the job. What is in this deck? And an autopsy report, which is a card that's worth keeping in our opening hand as much as it is expensive. So that is going to be our first action. And we did end up drawing with that single action 5 cards, which is pretty funny. All right. We can go to the Atwood House. The thing with the Atwood House is the Atwood House has the old man who usually was at the Vale Schoolhouse. So he's probably there. So we could do it. There's 2 ways to do it. We could move here and fast go there, which is tricky, or we could just move into there. Yeah, I think second we'll just go into there. We're going to discard cards at the end of the round, which I don't think is too bad. So I think we can just do this action. So we'll do You Approach the Old Homestead, Book 13. The Atwood House. You hear William and River arguing. This is all we have left. We can't turn our back on our past, our legacy, William insists. River cuts in with a scathing look. The Hemlock legacy is dead, and I know several buyers in Harlem who would turn this soggy island into a paradise. You must decide, choose one. William has a point. You may only choose this option if Hemlock's relationship level is 2 or higher. It's not. River has a point. You may only choose this if River Hawthorne's relationship level is 2 or higher. Can't do that, so let them fight it out, continue reading. As the pair sling incredibly personal insults back and forth, a peal of thunder silences them both. William's brow furrows when he sees you. River turns and grimaces as well. An uneasy silence follows, and you realize you've just eavesdropped on a very sensitive conversation. Decrease both of their relationship levels? I mean, it wasn't our fault. All right. Okay, so that one was bad. I feel okay about that, I think. 13. They were not. I mean, River was cool. William was a poet. We now have no relationship level with 3 different characters. Hoping for the best. That was 1, 2, 3. Last thing we could do is like play the magnifying glass fast if we want to, but then we're kind of committing that to be one of our cards in our hand and we don't need to. So we're just going to discard cards here. It's not that bad. Now, let's talk about our friend here. This is Miguel. So I think Theo is who we want to talk to here. Just get some hopefully easy access to some experience. That would be nice. So Theo Peters has discarded 2 cards from the hand again. It's not that expensive for us. So we're going to do that. We're going to discard, I think, Do or Die and Makeshift, because those are cards you don't often want in your opening hand. And then we're going to go ahead and read and parlay. We're going to read Parlay Book 8. Theo Peters. If Theo distracted the bear, he didn't. That's really cool. There's, I think, 3 different people that can get involved with the bear in the last scenario. We did it with Judith. Otherwise, the stands up in the schoolyard. Theo, stands up in the schoolyard, clutching a well-loved copy of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Sister Miriam got mad when I asked to buy her book. But I don't want to return it, he says. I've always wanted to go to the ocean floor, as long as I didn't die. You may immediately move to any location. So in theory, if we fast travel, that like gets us the most value. But like we don't mind just going to Gideon's location because Gideon takes 2 actions, and on this turn we uniquely have 2 actions. Notably, with our text, we can play a free event every turn. And there is some reason to put down your knapsack sooner than later, because when you play an event, you can kind of like cycle a card. But like, I don't want to play any of these events, so we're not going to do that. I think we're just going to free move to the commons. Notably, the commons has text as well. I think we were warned that what the commons does. The commons, she said to come back if you want to send something to somebody, which like, I don't know exactly what that means. But we do have 2 actions uniquely. And if we have only 2 actions here, one to deal with the commons, maybe it spawns a person, we could deal with the person, but I don't think this is going to spawn a person here because Gideon's already here. So I think we're just going to spend the rest of our turn just talking to Gideon Mizra and listening to his long tales. So double action parlay to Gideon. You may have an additional accessory slot is so useless to our team though. So Gideon's not like the best for us. Okay, 6. Gideon. Gideon is seated at a long table. I heard some talk on the northern shore about a right queer thing. A heap of weeds and shellfish rolling on the north beach. They said it moved on its own. The old man's story soon threatens to spiral into an explanation of whale anatomy. Check Gideon Mizra's notes. If Gideon told the story of Captain Hemlock, that did not happen. Otherwise, proceed to Gideon 3. I like how his stories are attached to other stories. The conversation instead devolves into a soliloquy about barnacle removal. As Gideon waxes eloquently about delicious abalone stew he once enjoyed, you politely excuse yourself. Draw 3 cards. Increase Gideon's relationship. Get that beautiful, sweet experience. So draw 3 cards. This was Codex 6. I need to put that in the app. 1 second. Codex 6. I'm only doing the ones that seem to matter, but this one does obviously matter. So 1, 2, 3. So we drew a feline hybrid. You can't have the cat here. No cat zone, sadly. We drew a decoy trap and a hunter's instinct, which is fine. And with that card and resource, we only have 2 more turns. We drew a lion weight. That's a good trap to start with. It's the damage trap. And on this side, we draw another weakness. Bummer. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards. We have to discard 2. In terms of like just keeping icons in our hand, we definitely want to hold on to these 2. Probably this is the 3rd best card in our hand so far for like mulligan. Deduction's also not that bad. We do want to keep willpower icons because if we want to go to Mother Rachel, she does have like, I think parlay 2 willpower, which like Joe's not particularly good at. So that is something we can keep, but like we don't have any willpower icons besides the 1 endurance. So the deck's not really good at doing it. So we'll keep the autopsy report. Mind you, that's a good card. So that's 5. We'll keep 6, 7, 8. These are probably not that important. Right tool for the job now just searches for a gun, which like, it's okay. You could technically play it if you have an action left to just search for your gun. Actually, that's probably a bit better than the next magnifying glass. Because if we have 1 action left, we can just make sure the gun is in our opening hand. Or by make sure, I mean hope. With that, Doom, 4 of 6, so not that much more time. Again, on 6, it's over. So that's that. Okay. So things we still have to do. I need a Kleenex. We have to go to the Tad's General Store and probably deliver something. We have to talk to somebody at the Commons. We have to go to the Hemlock Chapel, and we've actually done a lot. If we have 1 extra like time here, we could always go to the boarding house and heal 1, but we're in a pretty good spot. We've actually done most of what we want to do here. I think we've done. Oh, we also all want to play an asset each because like having the asset in play is like one of the good things about the mulligan. And honestly, we don't have a lot of options here. So if we went and talked to Mother Rachel, it's not great. I think we're gonna go first with Miguel. So we want to do the commons. The commons is an action. So you inspect the communal hall and check out the local delivery service. So I think that is maybe the highest number, 16. So we get 16, the commons. Oh, not even. The curse has an icon. What the heck does that mean? I don't know what that is. Want to send a gift to special someone? Martha Jean beckons to a neat stack of woven gift boxes tied with colorful ribbons. Anything you want to send to the mainland will have to wait till tomorrow morning. I'm afraid the postman got stranded again. An investigator may search their deck, discard pile or hand for an item story acid, and permanently remove it from their deck. If they do, check the campaign log and choose a resident with a relationship level of 2 or lower. Increase the chosen residence relationship level, and each investigator earns 1 bonus experience. That's part of the if they do, right? I think that's a part of the if they do. If they do this, and each investigator earns 1 bonus experience. I think those are related. The thing is, like, none of our decks have a unique story asset. We haven't seen any like story cards we can add to our decks just yet. So unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. So that was just a wasted action. But yeah, we knew that was gonna be a thing. Yeah, there's no story assets here. I don't think we get the experience. I think it's attached in that sentence, right? Yeah, it seems like it's attached. All right, that's one action down. That's fine. Second action, we'll go to Tads. And then third, we'll just do the Tads thing. So we are on a quest to deliver something. So you haggle for goods and chat with the locals. 14. The general store is a bustle with locals and visitors buying up supplies for the coming feast. Big midnight mass vibes there, by the way. What do you mean? What? Midnight mass? Wait, midnight mass or midnight masks? I'm not sure I know what midnight mass is. That sounds like a horror film. 14. If you were running an errand, yes. You drop the box of farming tools and implements on the counter with a dull thud. The proprietor smiles as he stows them. Leah will appreciate this a lot. Ready for the big feast tomorrow? He chews on a strip of leathery jerky and spits into a bottle. Increase Leah's relationship level? Nice. And earn a bonus experience. Not too bad. That took us very few actions for some good old bonus experience. We can't do the otherwise, and we can't read it again because, oh, I messed up. I have to say that we're doing a thing. Hold on. Undo. So how did we get the errand? I needed to get the errand first in the app. So we have to go to 10 first. That one didn't matter. So we have to get the errand and then we have to do the errand. So codex, sorry, you can't see what I'm doing, but then we do codex 14, run the errand. Because the app already knows I'm not on the errand. So it just says you're not on the errand. What are you doing, buddy? That's Miguel. We'll swap over. It's our friend Joe here. So Joe is going to pop up to the Hemlock Chapel for sure. Let's go to church. So Hemlock Chapel, you approach the overgrown chapel at the top of the hill for 11. Probably this will spawn Mother Rachel. Notably, not every character seems to be here. Like Leah didn't physically show up as a card. It looks like River or William would show up if we had the relationship level. Otherwise, we can search the top 9 cards of the deck for a spell and draw it. We do not have those cards. So we'll just go ahead and second action do 11. So we're going to hope that we pass this test because we're not very good at talking to Mother Rachel. Hemlock Chapel. The entrance to Hemlock Chapel is choked with parishioners in white gold cloaks, so you head around back. As you open the door to the rear, you hear hushed conversations. You leave the door cracked and listen. A soft voice speaks. It'll be done as you said, Mother, but I was wondering exactly why you needed us to. It is not your place to question, nor to speak, but to obey. Mother Rachel's stern voice cuts like a knife. Now you must join your brethren, and I must join the procession. Simply do as I asked. Search the residence for Mother Rachel. Put her in the chapel. Yeah, okay. Midnight Mass is the Netflix show by Mike Flanagan. It's excellent, and if you like Widow's Bay, you'll love it. My partner has watched Midnight Mass multiple times. I don't think I've seen too many Mike Flanagan stuff. I think I watched the last 3 episodes of that one Mike Flanagan show where I think they're kids in some sort of boarding school or like an orphanage or something. I wasn't 100% sure what it was, but I don't actually know if I've watched any Flanagan stuff like straight on. My partner is a big fan, but that's why I know the name. I think she's watched it multiple times. This is Mother Rachel. While you control Mother Rachel, you have an additional arcane slot. Test 2 willpower if you succeed. Book 1. After Mother Rachel is defeated, they all have that same tag. She has so much absurd soak on her. 4 damage, 4 horror. Might be the most single soak on an ally asset we've ever seen. As much as she's technically not an ally asset. Okay, so the issue is that we have only 2 willpower. Technically, Miguel's a bit better, but the Hemlock Chapel and Tads are not directly attached as much as you can fast travel in. So we could do a test here and just do 2-2 and hope for the best. We can even commit our endurance and say like, oops, 3-2. In terms of like the 3-2, we're playing around 2 -1s. The skulls are now -2s. The what's it called? The cultist is a +1, but you succeed anyway, so the text on it's not super relevant. There's no bad thing if we fail. So we have 1 more action here that we could either parlay Mother Rachel. Mind you, we only have 3 more actions this turn, or we could like play an asset. At this point, like Steady Handed might be the card that we're playing here because we haven't found anything better, but we could hold on for next turn until we draw a card. But I think our deck has like vanishingly few willpower icons, so there's not that much we can commit to Mother Rachel besides like just get lucky. So I guess what we want to do here is plan the next turn for our friend Miguel, because like what Miguel wants to do here is like play the knapsack probably, then move, then fast travel down to the boarding house, and then just like heal 1 damage. I think that's like the best Miguel turn, which basically leaves Joe with 4 actions, and 1 of them needs to succeed to talk to Mother Rachel. Or technically like 4 actions, 1 of them plays an asset, 3 of them can be just like test Mother Rachel, test Mother Rachel, test Mother Rachel, which means I don't think we're going to commit. Oh, Endurance doesn't have a willpower icon. Why did I think this had a willpower icon in it? We have no willpower icons in our hand besides Steady Handed. Okay, that's the one. We're not committing that. So I'm just going to go 2-2. We're raw dogging 2-2 and hoping for the best. Yeah, that's probably not going to work out, but like we have actions to burn. 2-2. Yeah, it sucks because Miguel really wants to do this because he has all these extra willpower icons. Could Miguel get over there? Like, if Miguel doesn't want to heal 1 damage, if we biff this, Miguel can like move, fast travel over, and then just boost the test. So we'll do 2-2. If it works, it works. If not, it's fine. No wilds. Apparently not. Besides the autopsy report, I don't think we do. -1. Bummer. That's okay. Card and credit. We draw. Logan, okay, so far that's looking like the card we want to start on the table. We also didn't draw any emergency caches, so we have a money issue. We drew a manual dexterity. We didn't draw any econ cards between the two of them. So yeah, money might be a bit tight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have to discard a card. The card that we don't really need in our opening hand is probably the Vicious Blow, honestly, and that's because we can't really easily commit it to Miguel, because Miguel usually fights with his foot. This is 8. All right. What's the witching hour? We're at Doom 5 of 6. So we just have 3 more actions. In terms of what we want to do, Miguel in theory wants to play a card, wants to move down here, wants to heal. That'd be the best case scenario. Which means Joe could go first. If Joe goes first, he could just do test, and if it fails, he could just play an asset. In terms of like passing on this test, I think how many icons did we pass on? We lost a 0. So we pass on a single 0, a +1, the Elder Sign, and 2 tablets. So it's like 30% chance that we pass, I think, is the numbers. So not great odds. If you do it 3 times, you're guaranteed to pass it. Sort of. But yeah, we also want to have money. So like Logan is good, but like we don't actually need to open with Logan. It's just like fine. Like maybe the autopsies report is what we start with. I should probably think we start with Steady Handed as like our permanent asset, because it just is not fun to play this card. And so like having this on the table is like good enough. It also really sucks that we didn't find our Ravenous Myconid. Under no circumstance should you look at what Nanako hit on the backside of the act. Yeah, I know. There's text on the back of acts. There always has been text on the back of acts, and even acts that you're not meant to be like, that I don't know how to flip. That's been like a long running tradition, and there's still so much about Hemlock Vale that I don't understand, and so I'm not going to flip that card over. I have a prompt I could write into my machine that can do it. All right, I think we're going to start here with Tommy. Sorry, wow, I keep saying Tommy, with Joe. And we're going to try and talk to Mother Rachel a couple times. And if it fails, we're just going to like put down our Steady Handed and call it a day. So we're still doing a 2-2. Again, I think it's like a 5 and 17 that this passes. We pass on +1, 0, Elder Sign, tablet. Oh, it's worse than that. It's like a 1 and 4 that we pass. I mean, maybe we throw the autopsy report on this if it doesn't work, because I don't know if we actually need to keep that in our opening hand. So 2-2. Skull is -2, so that's no good. So I think we're going to do it again, and I think I am going to pitch the autopsy report in it. So, I mean, this is a nice card to have, but like it's not super important on turn 1. Gives you some good click compression though, but we can't really afford to play it that easily. So I'm going to go again. We're 3-2. So now we've added a whole bunch of tokens that we can pass on. Like the -4, just kidding. All right. All right. So I think we're just we'll play the Steady Handed as our last action. And that's it. Sorry, 1 more than that. 1 fewer than that. So we're on 4 resources. So we have an okay hand. I mean, it's okay. If we didn't want to do the test, we should have played Right Tool for the Job and just like searched our deck for a thing. But we can also use this for that autopsy report later. But we have Steady Handed, which is just a good card in general, because it allows us to like heal incidentally. And I think we're actually going to need a fair bit of incidental healing in the next scenario. Okay, it's Miguel. So Miguel can do one of 2 things. Miguel definitely plays an item, probably the knapsack. And then Miguel can actually, wow, wait, we can play Loner. Does Loner save anything? No, I think he's an action short. But with Loner, we should have played Loner earlier. I forgot that we were going to play Loner guaranteed. We could have had 2 more actions in this scenario, and that actually really matters. That's annoying, because we should have played Loner at the commons to move the Tads, and then it would have been free, and then we had a +1 action this turn. Because if we Lonered into here, moved into here, we could do the test. We spend no actions. Then we could do 2, 3. Yeah, we can't heal. So I think we're going to go for Mother Rachel instead of healing, because ultimately if Mother Rachel gives us experience, that's way better than healing 1 damage. So the one card we want to start on the table might just be Loner, I think. I don't think we need the knapsack right away, and we can at least use Loner, so it feels a bit better. So we're going to use Loner. Then fast, we're going to spend it. Are those locations considered empty with allies? Yes, empty is no investigators, no enemies. So MD doesn't care about treacheries. It doesn't care about assets. It's just investigators are allies, at least from my understanding. I remember looking this up a while ago, but I believe that's what empty means. We could do a quick sanity check. Hold on. Arkham Horror Rules. I'm doing this off camera really quickly, and if I'm wrong, I won't show you. Command F empty. Empty location is location without enemies or investigators at it. Yeah. So I mean that's worth checking for sure. But yeah, they don't care. So then fast will go here. Crossroads fast will go to Hemlock Chapel. So we've only spent one action. So now we can have like two attempts at talking to Mother Rachel, which maybe this was the right turn to do anyways, but ideally if we could heal, it'd be even better. So Mother Rachel wants 2 willpower. Miguel has 3 willpower. So we're going to commit Decoy Trap to bring us +1. So we're at 4-2. And we only hold on to 5 cards. I mean, Lion Weight is a good card. Like, ultimately, I don't want to commit more cards here. We have 2 attempts. 4-2 is good enough. Yeah, if Miguel gets on the first try, he doesn't have anything else to do, which sucks. He might just draw for, like, the sake of it. So 4-2. -4. Okay. Maybe he won't get it. So now we have to commit Lion Weight for +2. So now we're 5-2. We've pulled the -4 twice, but yeah, 5-2. I wanted to keep the Lion Weight, but what can you do? -3. Perfect. We actually did get it on the last possible test. So that's going to be number 1. Not even close. So she has a lot of text. Mother Rachel stands at the head of a procession. Her train wave bright color ribbons as they sing a lilting song. The night is long, the woods are dark. The star-born child is clothed in bark. Silent, we wait for summer rain, the cleansing wash to end all pain. The procession halts as Mother Rachel breaks from the group to walk to your side. Check Mother Rachel's notes. If she intervened, she did not. I don't know what that means. Otherwise, skip to Mother Rachel 3. Mother Rachel grips your hands tightly in hers as she looks down at you with magnanimous smile. There's so much that you do not yet understand, and yet I believe you will understand it once the feast begins. As the matron returns to the procession, a young girl in a rabbit mask peers out from the midst of the crowd. Strings of flowering garlands are roped around her hands and ankles. Increase her relationship level by 1. Each investigator earns a bonus experience. Draw a card. You may play a charm or spell asset from your hand, ignoring its cost. So we do have a charm, which is our Sparrow Mask, but we're only allowed to go into the next scenario with 1 thing. So we're going to ignore that. We don't want to play that for free. So Codex 1, I believe is what we got there. All right. So that's it. Yeah, classic Miguel. Good old reliable Miguel. With that, we're just going to do our upkeep for one final time. Luckily for Joe, we end up on exactly 5 resources. Miguel ends up wasting some resources here. Ending. Oh, I did upkeep twice. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The resources are going down. So Miguel will start on, of course, 1 fewer. And Joe will start down on 1 fewer, excuse me. So does that work? No. Oh, G1 minus. Yeah, we should be on 5. That didn't work. Cool. The last card we draw is an Unexpected Courage. So that's it. The agenda will now catch us here when we advance. And so this probably doesn't have bad text, right? Agenda advance. It's just going to tell us to go out on our day. Right. Okay, it's not working. That's fine. Oh, wait, actually, we need to know the text on this. Give me 1 second. I need to find it. Why is that not working? It should be working. That's scary. So the card we want here is the day 2 card, which on the back of it, it's called Gnawing Hunger. Okay, so there's actually a choice here, so we have to read this. So Gnawing Hunger says, you reconvene back at the boarding house. Miss Olmsted lays out a spread of warm buttered cornbread, roasted radishes the size of your fist, and a pile of gray oily eggs. Your stomach growls as you nibble on some of your field rations, rather than partake. Check the campaign log. Birdie was rescued, so we have to go to resolution 1. So that's a fun little, a bit of a narrative branching, which is good. All right, resolution 1. Not too bad. I got to do that in the app as well. So let me just pull the card out of the way because it'll be smaller. And it's going to tell us to do the pseudo mulligan thing, right? So resolution 1. Dr. Marquez emerges from upstairs with a stony look on her face. Birdie follows, nursing an bandaged arm. His face is ashen as he recounts his experience. I was walking at the edge of the woods, I think at midday, when I felt the most delicious, he struggles to put into words, an absolute joy. And then I suppose I lost myself. When I came to, it was night, and I was quite lost. Now that I've returned, I can't help but reflect on my breathless feeling. Emotion recollected in tranquility, eh? The professor rolls her eyes, but doesn't comment. Skip to resolution 3. Dr. Marquez pours herself a strong cup of coffee. I'm going to take advantage of the cooling rain and head up to Pearl Ridge. Join me if you like. She takes a bite of her eggs and wrinkles her nose. Is that metal taste? She discreetly spits the eggs into a handkerchief as Miss Olmsted emerges from the kitchen with a stack of flapjacks and serves several hungry guests. Do not record the victory X value for each card in the victory display. There's no cards. There's no victory display. Each investigator earns the bonus experience under unspent experience, but you cannot spend it. You'll be spending it at the end of the day. Make preparations. So again, the same setup here. Choose one asset in your play area that's not permanent, that can start in play. Discard down to your opening hand and your opening resources, and then we can go ahead to the next scenario. So we're doing the Dr. Rosa trek. So we're gonna go to the Silent Heath. Shout out to the word Heath. Shows up a heck of a lot in H.P. Lovecraft stuff. Not a very common word. So we're gonna be jumping to page 19. We'll just do that really quickly. We'll clean up. I have not touched my tea at this point, so I need to get to that. But we should be in a good spot to start. It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, we'll be good. Okay, so let me just clean this up a wee bit and do resolution 1. I think we got all the experience. Is there anybody we did talk to that we didn't like put in the app? I don't think so. Hey, Lucas, how's it going? I'm pretty sure everyone we talked to is here. I'll double check, but I think we ended up getting 1 experience, 2 experience, 3 experience, maybe only 3. We'll find out. I'll double check this by the tape after. We have evidence, which is good. Okay, so we're gonna go to the Silent Heath. Let me just do our mulligan and clean up, and we'll do the setup. So our mulligan, we can only keep 5 cards. We've already done the resources. Steady-handed and loner are gonna be the 2 cards on the table, just 2 cost cards. I mean, that's good enough, I guess. Here we have to keep 5. The cards we want to keep: Logan, Mag Glass, the deduction we spend experience on. We definitely don't want to keep Custom Grip because it attaches to a weapon and we don't have any. Right tool for the job is not bad because it could search for our autopsy report and it could search for our weapon, but like whatever. But I think it's going to be endurance and it's going to be the right tool. The thing with the right tool is like you don't often play it because ultimately we have so much card draw that we'll find the thing when we need it. I think the right tool might be a bit more valuable here because this is the first time that we don't have a hunting bow on turn 1. So we actually don't have a lot of damage output. So I think we'll keep those 5. And notably, again, you do shuffle your discard pile back in. So all these weaknesses that we took out, let alone the autopsy report, will be back in the mix. Again, not a great mulligan there. We could have just sat there and just kept drawing cards turn after turn after turn, which ultimately, if we talked to Mother Rachel and committed to talking with Mother Rachel with Miguel, would have been better because we would have just hopefully been able to find something that's more impactful. Looks like a sweet campaign. I might suggest it to my group. It's really good. It's like one of my favorites. I think the theme and flavor is great. There's a lot of replayability as well, especially because it is, again, non-linear in a way that you can't touch everything. And the way order you do things, like I just haven't seen all the narratives here. It's packed with super great flavor for sure. Yeah, I know Ren doesn't love this campaign, which was such a huge surprise, but there's still some nice things to say for sure. All right, on the other side, on Miguel's side, we want to start with some impactful cards. So obviously the Sparrow Mask, or more obviously Miguel's Knapsack, we'll start with because that's our unique card. Sparrow Mask is also not bad. We do take incidental damage, and this just gives us free willpower, let alone agility. Hunter's Instinct is like a good setup card. I mean, it's fine. We don't necessarily need to get down on turn 1. Glassing gives us an event to play, which will, cantrip forward. And then I think we'll probably just take the Unexpected Courage. Manual Dexterity is not bad because it actually draws a card, but this hand has a bit of card draw in it with the event package, and Unexpected Courage is just a bit more flexible sooner. Mind you, it just has 2 wilds and it doesn't draw, but I think that's it. And then we'll shuffle our discard pile. Okay. I have to clean up the board, so give me 1 second. The setup for the next scenario is actually like really, really fast, which is good. Yeah, no hunting bow is like pretty frightening. Like we don't draw that anytime soon. And mind you, Rogue is not known for like searching or drawing that heavily. I guess Rogue does have a fair bit of searching on like exile cards. We're going to be in a bad spot because that's like all the damage we need. It was not a great thing. I think if you go to TADS without having the sort of mission that you're given by Leah, you can actually search your deck for an item. But unfortunately, we got the mission, so we can't search our deck for an item, which is what we used last time. I think we used the TADS to go find our knapsack, or at least we could have, I think. I think we already had it. Okay, let's just clean this up. We're going to probably need some of these people. They always get set aside. It is day 2, and with day 2, we get a card, which we'll see in a second, called Downpour. And let me tell you about this card, Downpour. It's one of my least favorite cards in all of Arkham Horror. I think it's a terrible design. They reprinted it in chapter 2 as a core set encounter card, and they made it so much more palatable. They actually made it okay, but it is, I think, one of the worst design treacheries in the whole game. And so I'm excited to tell you about what that card is, because when it shows up, it can be bad. At least it's not going to be too bad with these two investigators. Also, notably, Joe does keep his one clue, which is good. Okay, scenario name, the Silent Heath. Cool. Okay, so things. Encounter deck. It's pretty big. I guess we'll just read the thing first. We'll read the thing. Yeah. We'll read the thing first. Okay, so let's do the setup. We've already mulliganed, so we don't have to worry about the confusion there. So if it is day 2, skip the intro too, and look how much text there is. Like, again, they wrote a lot about all the different paths here. You step out of Theo's truck into the pouring rain, accompanied by Dr. Marquez. The narrow winding road gives way to the soft sand like ash that blankets the heath. The black rocks at the top of the hill look like jagged teeth. A dread silence pervades everything as you walk up the hill with the professor, who wears a bright yellow and blue poncho. If the locals are to be believed, we want to head this way. She points up the hillside to a glimmering orchard. After hiking the steep incline, the professor lets out a gasp. Rows of crystalline trees shimmer in the light. A crack of lightning from the southern clouds refracts a band of gorgeous, prismatic radiance through hanging apples and knotted glass trunks. Although beautiful, you can't help but feel an anxious pang. The trees are wondrous, but they are long dead, frozen in time. Dr. Marquez begins chipping away at a young sapling with a hammer and a chisel. Fan out and explore the ruins. Leah warned me to keep clear of the ants, whatever that means. Don't kick any anthills, I guess, she says, already engrossed in her work. So we were told earlier on day 1 that there's like glass trees out here in the Silent Heath. Again, there's a lot of like things that this whole campaign was kind of inspired by or takes inspiration from. And one of them is Annihilation, the first book in the Southern Reach trilogy. Technically now there's 4 books, I think. And what's really weird is Annihilation was a film that came out. And that film specifically has this very memorable area that is like kind of a heath, like a beach area with these sort of crystalline glass trees. It's something that happens exclusively in the film, not at all in the book. And that was something that was lifted, again, not from the book, but from the film in here. These like very, dazzling crystal trees. You reach the old Pearl estate and stop yourself from walking into the yawning chasm in front of the dilapidated house. A shattered rooftop at the northern end of the estate tells a story of some violent impact. Judging by the scattered boards, something shot out of the interior with the force of a cannonball. As you survey the ruins, you wonder what awful catastrophe befell the Pearl family. A skittering black shadow flits at the edge of your vision. When you turn to look, it's gone. Proceed to the setup, and you can see a bit of what's going on here. So the scenario setup, this has a huge encounter deck. So if I'm not mistaken, the Silent Heath, there's a lot of encounter cards here. So it's a really, really tall deck. Firstly, we have the Silent Heath cards, and you're going to see there's a couple insects. There's a lot of insects in this thing. There's a lot of enemies there. Agents of Colors and encounter set we'll talk about specifically when it comes up, because this thing we cannot fight. It's impossible for us to fight it. Blight is okay. It forces you to take some damage and take some more damage. If you take damage, some of the cards are easier. Poison the Rock is a really cool encounter set because this enemy actually won't be in the counter deck. It'll show up after you draw a certain amount of cards. Refractions, it hits your hand size. You want to be on not low hand size for refractions sometimes. Transfiguration can mess up some of your item assets, so having a sacrificial item asset is good. I forget what Strange Mutations does. And this is the first time we actually have to do a substitution from the original core set. So the original core set is meant to have, what's it called? Striking Fear, which is this encounter set that has some of the like worst cards of all of Arkham Horror. Like it has some really, really rough designs, if you ask me. So you have like Rotting Remains, which a card like this was reprinted in Chapter 2. You're familiar with it, except Rotting Remains is like the Chapter 2 cards, except it only forces you to test willpower. The version of this card that exists in the new core set, they have basically their new versions of Rotting Remains and the one Grasping Hands, except this has to test willpower. I believe the version that comes in Chapter 2 is like test willpower or test something else. So certain investigators draw this, they don't just automatically fail by 3 and take 3 horror. I mean, this card is terrifying anyways, because like you can just pull the autofill and take 3 horror. I think the one that I like even less is Frozen in Fear, and Frozen in Fear is brutal. Like if you draw this on your fighter and your fighter has low willpower, good luck, bud, because you can only get rid of this at the end of your turn by testing a 3 willpower test, which is already very difficult. And because it's your thing, nobody can help you with this. besides like boosting icons, which at least you get to come together. But this card, if it's in front of you, it says the first time a turn you perform one of these basic actions, and they're very common actions, it takes you 2 actions, which again, if this ends up on the wrong person or if it ends up on the Mystic, it's such a difference. And there was 2 copies of this in Striking Fear, and that's now gone. Now, this is being replaced by the set called Torment from the new core set, which has some of my favorite cards, like some Peril cards that discard cards from hand. It has Languor, which is like such a cool card. Even that it's a 2-action discard Treachery, which are kind of boring, but like some really, really cool stuff. Wait, you don't like Frozen in Fear? You don't like being useless for most of the game? Yeah, there you go. Ren has survived a whole bunch of Frozen in Fears, but I actually love the update on that set, and Frozen in Fear is just brutal on the wrong person. Anyways, this is the first time we actually have to interact with the chapter 1 encounter cards. I do want to say, while you can substitute in the chapter 2 encounter cards using the Grimoire, you also can find the print and play versions of the chapter 1 encounter cards on FFG's website. So if you want to print them out, sleeve them up, you can do that to play like the original experience. But I'm actually really excited to play like the Redux chapter 2 experience and see how it feels different. In addition, we have the cards from the second day, which the second day set sucks. It's one of my least favorite encounter sets of all of Arkham Horror. We'll get to that in a second. Clearly, it's raining, so we're going to add 3 copies of Downpour to the deck. It's a huge deck, mind you. This is the encounter deck. It's nonsense big. Put the following locations into play: Crystal Grove, Pearl Estate, Ruins, and Ashen Slope. Use the diagram for reference. Each investigator begins at the Pearl Estate, and it's just a triangle functionally, which is super simple. Shuffle the 3 Crystal Remain story asset cards face down and put them aside out of play. We'll do that in a second off camera. Choose 3 locations randomly from the Horrors and Rock encounter set and set them aside without looking at them. Remove the remaining 3 from the game. So it's a bit of a spoiler, so we won't spend too much time on it. There are 3 cards here. We're just meant to shuffle them, because you're meant to grab the top one. Regardless, whenever you have to grab one of these, we'll just shuffle them anyways, so it doesn't matter. But this is the cavern set. There's 6 caverns. I think they're all different. No, 2 of them are the same. 4 of them are unique. None of them are victory. We just have to shuffle these, remove 3 from the game, and the other 3 will be the ones that we use in this. So teeny hype. Good old a teeny hype. Ideally, we see 3 different locations because that'd be more fun, but 2 of these do overlap. These are one of the weird encounter sets that are like locations, and the caves get reused a fair bit. So we'll take 1, 2, 3. These will be removed. These are going to be the 3 that will show up at some point. It's interesting that they make you do this right now instead of later when you need them, but I mean, it's mise en place to some extent. If it's day 2, place Rosa Marquez at the Crystal Grove location. You don't get her. She's just there, which I think you can use her text. I'm not 100% sure. We might have to check the rules. Then shuffle the encounter deck and you're ready to begin. It's relatively simple. It says something about placing new locations with this kind of fun off-axis text box. It says when placing locations, place them adjacent to your locations. Note that the starting locations are still connected. So the 3 starting locations are in a triangle. And if we place locations, you kind of make this like orthogonal map. And as this game says, locations that are orthogonal are always connected, even though these 3 locations will still be connected around the orthogonality, which is kind of interesting. And that's it. I forgot that these had standalone mode. I thought the later campaign boxes did not have standalone modes. Like I don't think Drowned City has standalone modes, but I might be wrong about that. And that's it. There's obviously some stuff to read. So we have to shuffle this. It's the Pearl Estate, the Ashen Slope, and the Crystal Grove. Only 3 locations is a nice change of pace, but more will be entering, and these are attached in a triangle. So the triangle is kind of hard to show because things get a bit more complicated, but it is a triangle. I guess we'll show these for now. So you can go from any to any. It's pretty simple. We all start at the Pearl Estate. Okay, just shuffle this and we're off. Of course, we're going to be adding more locations. We set a whole bunch of things aside. I didn't read that part of the log, but we set aside at least 1 big enemy. We set aside 3 locations. I guess we should read this just so we're on the same page and we don't mess it up. But we also did set each of the following aside out of play. The Brood Queen, both copies of Crystal Parasite, single-sided Salt Chamber, Larval Tunnel, and Crystal Nursery. So all those are aside. I did skip that, but I've already done that, so that's good. Okay. 1 second here. Oh, mind you, we have to get Rosa. Rosa starts play here. We do not control her. I don't know. If you don't control her, can you do her text? I'm assuming you can, because why would she have her text? But reaction after you discover the last clue of your location. I'm not sure why the rules allow us to use that, because it's not a card we control. And it's not a parlay action. So I don't know why we're allowed to use that. The setting aside of big things is always a very ominous ritual. I do miss playing in person. Yes. Like, reading the setup does give you some insight. And that's the thing. Like, sometimes I'm the one who sets up. And like, in theory, I should explain it to everyone at the table so they know what's going on and what's waiting for us. But sometimes it's fun just to play fully unknowing. Just opening that little box on TTS when you need to. Okay, that's that. And we should be off. So with that, let's just reset the Doom and we'll look at the act and the agenda. So the agenda starting here. Hopefully everything works out. Oh, one thing I did miss on the read through is that we were meant to set a certain agenda aside. Man, I skipped a lot of stuff here. Check your campaign log. Put the time marker into play. If it's day 1 or night 1, remove agenda 2A Desolation V2. Otherwise, remove agenda 2A Desolation V1. So we're only meant to be playing with Desolation V2, not V1. So when the act advances, it might say Desolation V1. We will skip through that because the way I think set things up. But technically, we're always meant to be on Desolation V2. So if I forget, sorry, when the agenda advances, the next agenda, we need to make sure it's the V2 version because the automatic way I set it up might actually ignore that. So we have to make sure we're going to agenda Desolation 2, not 1, because this is not day 1 or night 1. That I can't believe we didn't read. But yeah, okay, cool. That's everything. Okay, unsettling silence. The dry landscape is perfectly still. A beguiling glow hangs over everything. Forced. When doom is placed on this agenda, if the Brood Queen enemy is set aside, which she is, reveal tokens from the Chaos Bag equal to the number of insect enemies in the victory display. If a skull or auto-fail token is revealed, which is 3 in 17 chance, spawn the Brood Queen. So it's telling us that we don't want things in the victory display. So we don't want insects in the victory display because if there's insects in the victory display, the Brood Queen can show up. So it's up to us to do like a full pacifist run if we want to. 8 Doom to advance is pretty forgiving, which is good. So agenda art looks like it's reused from the Mystic Flute Acid. Yeah, it does. It does look a lot like it. And I mentioned this on the last stream. It's like I only realized recently that the act and the agenda is usually actually one piece of art and then they divide it between the 2 pages. And I need to shout this out because this is the worst act art we've ever seen in the history of the game. And I want to say it's like a totally functional piece of art, but like what an uninspiring piece of art to attach to the act. Like what the heck happened here? A lost legacy. And mind you, the set icon for this encounter is an ant's head. The legacy of Pearl Ridge is a story of notes among the locals. The Pearls were a prominent family, like the Hemlocks and Atwoods, but the family vanished a curious incident back in 1906. What could have happened here? When the round ends, investigators at the Pearl Estate, which is where we are, may spend the requisite 4 clues as a group to advance. 4 clues as a group. So we just need 3 more clues to advance this, and we're already at the Pearl Estate. It is when the round ends, so we have to basically both end there if we both have clues, but we only need a couple more clues, so not too bad. One thing that's really interesting is like this is 1926, so when it says 1906, you're like, wow, that was a long time ago. It was 20 years ago, and still 20 years ago is a long time. If you're investigating the disappearances of people from 20 years ago, it'd still be kind of interesting to see them in 2006. But yeah, interesting how that is. We're exactly 100 years later, almost to the month when this campaign came out, or when this campaign takes place more accurately, right? Pearl Estate Ruins. This is the Pearl Estate Ruins. You do see the old house. Something both crashed into the ground and something ripped out of the house. The wreck of a once great house stands precariously on the edge of a cliff. The decaying roofs look like an empty patchwork. We flip this thing over. 3 Shroud, only 1 single clue on it. As an action, you can resign. You leave the Heath behind. There you go, Heath. Add all crystal remains you control to the victory display. We know there's 3 crystal remains outside of play. The former orchard and farm has turned to powder from years of neglect. Nearly 2 decades have passed, yet nature has not reclaimed the opulent estate. Okay, so 1 clue. And that 1 clue actually really matters in some ways because of Dr. Rosa. The thing is, like, I don't know if Rosa can move. And usually my thing I recommend is don't talk to Rosa too soon. Because usually Rosa has like some really key power in the codex, but the power is usually better later. So like we actually might choose to leave this clue here. Because if Rosa does not move, she will always be here and there will only be 1 clue in this location unless we can figure out how to drop a clue, which neither of our characters can really do. It says after you discover the last clue, you can do that. I believe it's Psi, I've been told, Codex Psi, to go check out what that is. But again, from all of my experience, doing that as soon as possible with Rosa has always been wrong. So we might just leave this clue here and assume there's going to be more clues at the slopes in the Crystal Grove. With that, we can begin. Okay, so clues. We are, of course, playing Joe Diamond, and Joe wants to get 1 clue a turn. So Joe probably will go down to the Grove or the Ashen Slope and get the 1 clue a turn he can. He has deduction, so if it's like high shroud and high clues, that's good. But for deduction, we want to wait for a location that has at least 3 clues. So we need to find that like 2 clue per investigator location, which is not always guaranteed. Those usually do have like 3 or 4 shroud. I mean, actually, they could be any amount of shroud, but we might hold on to that. We do still have the magnifying glass, which is not a bad start. And then strong-handed here. Sorry, wow, steady-handed here might not do anything because it probably won't, but hopefully something else will show up. We can also start with the right tool for the job just to like search our deck. This can find a tool or a weapon, and notably none of our characters right now are ready for a fight. So I think we could go in, we could maybe get a clue, and then we could right tool for the job. And if we can find a gun, we can play a gun because we might need that. We also could use some money for sure. But unfortunately, this has been a pretty bad start in terms of economy, in terms of like all the setup in general. So let's start with Joe. We'll swap over, and Joe will do first action. He'll just move into Crystal Grove. Mind you, these just have flavor text on the back, so there's nothing we have to like really play around. Crystal Grove, you see those glassy trees. A once living orchard looks more like a delicate glasswork gallery. The apple trees have crystallized and reflect the light in shifting patterns. We flip this thing over, it has some clues. The Crystal Grove has 2 Shroud, 2 clues. Investigators is an action. Investigators at Crystal Grove can spend 2 clues as a group to add a crystal remains you control to the victory display. Okay, so that's another way to do this? Oh, interesting. There's 2 ways to interact with remains. The world is changing around us, I think, truly for the better. From the personal diary of Susan Pearl. So this says we can spend an action and 2 clues to add a remains to the victory display. We don't know what that means, but the Pearl Estate Ruin just says we can resign with it. Pearl Estate Ruins, excuse me, the other side, says that you can spend an action to resign and add all remains you control to the victory display. So if you want to resign, your game will be over, but you could otherwise offload the ruins faster using an action here. So we'll figure out what that means. 2 Shroud's really easy for us. So I think we're going to start there, or second action. We're going to investigate. Mind you, we're 4 to 2, which is not a given. And I guess we should take a second to look at the tokens here. So Skull, we have 2 of them, minus X. X is half the number of insect enemies in play and in the victory display rounded up. So there's going to be a lot of insects in this deck. Currently it's a 0. Cultist, minus 1. You may shuffle a non-elite enemy in the victory display into the counter deck. That's probably good. Obviously it puts more enemies in the deck, which might be bad, but it seems to be the more enemies in the victory display, the more likely the mother will show up. So that's not great. Minus 3 on the tablet. If you fail, choose an insect at your location, it engages you and immediately attacks you. So that doesn't really matter right now. And we don't have a fish phase. If you're at a layer token, reveal another. So that's totally fine. Fast action. We'll play Magnifying Glass for 1. Again, they did reprint this card. So we just have now 5 book, and we'll just do 5 to 2 here. We're not going to commit the deduction because it can be better later. 5 to 2 for a clue. And if we get a clue, we draw a card. Autofill. We're off to a great start. We're going to do it again because we get our card draw. I guess I should show this if for some reason this is your first watch at Joe. It says once per round after you successfully investigate, draw a card. It's once per round, so we weren't going to get it now. So 5 to 2 again. +1, 6 to 2, we'll get a clue, which means we get a card draw. So we're on 2 clues, halfway there. And we draw into a Tinker, which we could play in our Mag Glass. It just opens up one of our hand slots. You can attach this to a tool. I think this is the only tool in their deck, and it just doesn't take up my hand slot. So, I mean, it's okay. And I like fast cards in Joe for a bit. Hey, 1 second. Hey, love. My partner just came to the door and asks if she needs assistance with a very large beetle, not understanding the irony that we're playing in a scenario against the very large ants. Okay, sorry, Chad. Can you give me 1 second? I need to help with a beetle. It's apparently disgusting. I mean, I'm just going to get rid of it. 1 second. I'll flip over. Thank you for your patience. The bug is outside now. It's doing pretty well. We didn't add it to the victory display, and that's like the most important thing, I think. Okay, that's Joe. I'll swap over. It's Miguel's time. So Miguel doesn't have much to do here, unfortunately. We don't have any events. We definitely want to get the Sparrow Mask down. We can get the Miguel's Knapsack down. I mean, that's a start. The Knapsack is an item. There's things that will hurt items, but at least we have 2 items. So I think we're just going to do 1, 2. So Sparrow Mask first. Bug RFG, exactly. So Sparrow Mask cost 1. When we take damage or horror, we can replenish one of its charges, and we can use the charge to give us willpower or agility, which is pretty good. Then, of course, our Knapsack is like super important for us. So it costs 2. It has 2 soak on it, takes up the body slot, which we don't care about. As much as there is an actually pretty reasonable body slot in Hemlock Vale for survivors. And it says when you play an event, you can go ahead and draw a card or play at the neighboring location, which I don't know. Maybe we'll play Glassing if we enter a location that does have clues on it, as much as we don't have a lot of money here. Bug released with 1 bonus experience. Hey, Ninja. Last action, we're going to go walk into the Ashen Slope, which I don't know what's on the Ashen Slope here. I can't tell because the art is small. Is it bugs? It's bugs. Rocks, and that is a big bug. The endless stretch of ash appears to be completely devoid of life. We'll flip this over. Ashen Slope, 4 Shroud, bit higher. 2 clues. Forced. After you reveal Ashen Slope, test 4 agility. If you fail, take 2 damage. I mean, we sent our best equipped guy in for that. The soft ash makes navigating the steep terrain especially treacherous. Okay, so we're going to not fall down this. Currently, we are only 4-4. The cool thing here is like no matter what, we'll be okay. We're going to use a Sparrow Mask charge. So now we're 6-4, which we could fail this, but if we fail it, we just get the charge back. Oh, mind you, that's a loner. Excuse me. We definitely have loner. That is a free move. So we do have 1 reaction. I forgot we started with loner. 6-4, we won't boost. I just came back, still catching up, and insects have taken over stream. Miguel's ranching powers will be tested. There's a lot of bugs to ranch. -2, we succeed. We don't take any damage. So we want extra action here. The problem is like we're not very good at doing stuff on this board state. So I think we can just draw as our final action. Oh, that's such a relief. We found the longbow. Now we can't play it. Now it does seem like violence is not going to be rewarded. This feels a bit Earthborn Rangers-y at this point. Wait, is the table crooked? Because these feel straight. Nah, that's probably right. Because this feels orthogonal. Am I not orthogonal? Yeah, so this is good. The only other thing we can do is spend our last 2 resources dropping a Glassing on the spot. That means that we can draw with a Miguel's Knapsack, which we might have played a bit prematurely, as much as I don't want to discard it from hand. So, like, mixed bag, because I think the longbow is just more important, so we have a weapon, because obviously we're the only one who has a weapon right now. But, like, fighting bugs might honestly just be bad for us. I think we're just going to pass and not play the Glassing, and just hope for the best. Card and credit, go up to 3. We drew a same old thing, so I mean, good that we got rewarded. This will technically make the Glassing a bit cheaper to play. We only have 1 of these in the deck now because I haven't loved them too much. That being said, if we want to play the longbow though, like the best top deck we have here is like an emergency cache, because a clickless 3 credits that draws a card is so absurdly good. We drew a Detective's Intuition. We have only drawn this, not during our turn. I have played, what is it now, like 5+ scenarios, and I've never fired this text once. I don't know why. Like, you can see the Joe deck, it draws a lot of cards. We're not playing a lot of the secret cards that say like draw extra cards because our card draw is that good, but this is just never fired. I don't know what to think about it. Like, I've never played this card, it's never fired. I really do not like this card. Whatever. That's it. We add 1 Doom of 8, and notably the text on the agenda, if I'm not mistaken, does not matter here, because the agenda text says specifically, when Doom is placed on this agenda, which just happened, if the Brood Queen enemies set aside reveal tokens from the Chaos Bag equal to the number of insect enemies in the victory displays. Currently that's 0, so we reveal 0 tokens, so we don't reveal a skull or an auto fail. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention, we're going to try this out. For this scenario, we're going to actually make Joe, Brave Joe, the lead investigator. And the only reason why we're doing that is because in theory, that gives us a window to be able to respond to the potential of drawing enemies during the Mythos phase. Why that is, say Joe draws a card here, which will happen anyways. Okay, bad example. But if this was treachery that caused like a skill test, during that skill test, Miguel has a window to play a card at his location. And then if he draws an enemy, that's how that works, right? So it's actually way better that we make him be the lead investigator, just so there's a chance that Joe can fire his stuff. Regardless, we drew our first insect. Step away, came back to Detective's intuition on the screen, excited, might have fired. No shot. Then I put on my headphones. He's upset immediately. Colorless larva, our first insect. It's a 1/1/1 creature insect mutated. After the larva attacks you, it just defeats itself, which means it's going to end up in the victory display. If you're used to chapter 2, mind you, victory showed up on a different location on cards. They've made it a fair bit better, I think, on locations and on enemies. But victory 0 hits for only 1 horror. So if we do anything, largely this will just attack us and defeat itself. That being said, it's aloof, so it'll spawn here and just kind of look at us. So just a bit of larva. Yeah, just like a little guy. Just a little guy. Miguel draws a card. All right, welcome to this. This is not it. This is my least favorite design treachery. I think this is awful. And they did reprint this card, but they changed it. And this is now like one of the other cards in this in chapter 2 versus chapter 1, where they went ahead and used the same art and the same name, but they changed the text. Downpour is awful. I think it's one of the worst designed counter cards because it says test 3 book. For each point you fail by, and mind you, this is because day 2 we're in the rain, again, very Earthborn Rangers coded. Test 3 book. For each point you fail by, you must either lose an action or place one of your clues on your location. So let's think about that for a second. If I have bad book, will I have clues? No. Which means if you're playing a character that has bad book and you have no clues and you draw this and it's a 3 book and you biff it because it's 3 book, that's it. You just lose your turn. I cannot get over that. That is so annoying. It is just the worst. Like I was playing whole campaigns. Oh, I did the bad thing. That's not good. I think I have something that says like fix. Okay, that fixes it. Like I was playing a Michael McGlenn scenario. How many clues does Michael McGlenn have? None. How much book does he have? Next to none. What happens when he draws downpour? He loses his whole turn. What are you meant to do about that? It's so bad. It's so unbelievably bad and unfun and uninteresting. Now, luckily, when they reprinted Downpour, they made it much more interesting. It's test 3 agility, which makes way more sense. I honestly might think Downpour was like, why is an intellect matter when it's raining? This might have been a misprint. And then this says for each point you fail by, you must either lose 1 action or place one of your clues. This is what the card should be, right? Because you test your agility. And then if you fail that, you can either spend clues or you can spend actions, which are kind of equivalent. So still maybe not super interesting. But it being book and then punishing you for not having clues, this is like, there's no way to play around it. It's not an interesting design. We could go out of the way and just play the modern Downpour, and I'd honestly recommend it if you're playing a campaign where people have bad book stats, because largely we're just going to lose our whole turn with Miguel, and that's it. Our book stat is 2, which is not awful, but like we're probably not going to pass this. I mean, at least we have the unexpected courage, so we're going to make ourselves 4 to 3, and this is a for everyone you fail by, and we have no clues. So if we pull a -4, we just lose our whole turn. What a garbage card design is much better. Yeah, the new one is way better. I think like maybe this was a misprint because I don't understand why there's a book on here. And I'm glad that they addressed it in the new version. I saw the new version when I opened my new course and I'm like, no. And then I read it and it's like, okay, wait, you changed the text on it. That's good. But like just awful. This card is part of my beef with HV. Yeah. It's one of the worst encounter designs we've ever seen. But it's like, it shows up not that often. Reminds me of the card in the Harvey starter deck that had the same problem. Cryptic Writings, the poor man's emergency cash. Oh, Cryptic Writings is so good. Oh, wait, Crack the Case? Oh, Harvey's card. I've never played as Harvey. He's one of the few investigators I've just never cared to play with. Sorry, we're 4 to 3. -1, nailed it. Nothing to complain about, Andre. And that is our round. Okay, so we're back here. All we need to do is get all of these clues to be on 4 clues, and then we need to end here. We don't have to get this clue and a clue here and then end there. We could get the clue of Pearl Estate Ruin, but I think we're going to try and like edge with Rosa a bit because I don't want to get it right away. I think sometimes the FFG designers just wake up and choose violence. I mean, no, the FFG designers have done some really great, wonderful stuff. Sometimes it's either a mistake or like they want it to be like that because they want a punishing card. They want the rain to matter, but I don't understand why there's a book test on the rain. It doesn't make any sense. Cryptic Writings is a reference to Detective's intuition. Yeah, like Harvey has a card that does something good when you draw it during the right time. Oh, yeah, Cryptic Writings is if you draw this during your turn, you can play it clicklessly. Yes, the intuition card. Yeah, I have played that card a bit more consistently. I actually like that one a fair bit. But this one feels so much worse because there's only one of it. So, like, good luck. Yeah. Yeah, Cryptic is a bit easier to play. And like I was playing it in what's her name? Agatha Crane. So like I could play it clicklessly from my discard pile. So it felt a fair bit better, even if you didn't draw it. It'd be like, okay, clicklessly gain 2 resources, fine. I didn't mind it there, but yeah, you're right. That also does happen a fair bit. Okay, so I think we're just going to start going with Joe again because Joe has things to do while our friend here has just things to set up. It's going to suck to bottom out by playing the longbow because, like, in theory, playing same old thing means we'll be able to play glassing sooner than that, which draws cards. So it might be better management that we play same old thing to play glassing. We can leave a glassing here and walk away, but we're not guaranteed to draw an enemy unless we're there. And so far, these things are aloof and you can't really move them. Like, we could, in theory, like, move into here, engage this thing, glassing, like, sorry, use, what's it called? Use loner to move in there and let it fire, but it's a lot of work. Honestly, it might be right though. It might be okay. I mean, what else are we doing this turn? Don't get me wrong. I think that their games are amazing. Just every once in a while, we had something that makes me scratch my head. I mean, it's a lot of stuff to nail. Like trying to nail every single card perfectly is, I'm sympathetic, but no, I know what you mean. All right, Joe will investigate. We're currently 5-2. Feels pretty good. Yeah, feels pretty good. We don't really need to set up anything. This is probably good. Oh, this is the, sorry, -1, and it says you may add an enemy from the victory display into the counter deck. We're not going to do that. So we succeed by 2. We get the clue, which means we get a resource. So we just need 1 more clue. We draw, it's not a resource, we draw a card. We drew an emergency cache. That's good. I mean, we probably have a spare action on this turn or next turn to just play it, which is not bad. Second, we'll go here. If we can get the last clue from the Ashen Slope, we'll be in a good spot. Ashen Slope's bad text, mind you, is only when you reveal it, not when you enter it, which is obviously great. So we're currently only 5-4, which is not perfect. The issue is I don't want to use this deduction because it's a pretty good deduction. It's the better deduction, and there's not enough clues on this. This one really wants a 3-clue location. So we can just like throw the Tinker. I think throwing the Tinker is fine. Yeah, +1 book, though, is not that great. Is there anything we want to commit here? No. So, I mean, we could do 5-4. There's no bad tokens because the only bad token cares about enemies. So we'll just do a 5-4. We could also just play the emergency cache or play a card here because 5-4, our odds are not very good. We removed a 0 from the bag. So we have like 2 -1s, 2 -1s, 1 0, 1 +1, 1 cultist, all the skulls, Elder Sign. No, we have like at least a 50% chance to win a 5-4. We'll do a 5-4. -1, nailed it. Okay, so we have enough clues. The problem is we're out of actions, and we have to get the clues here at the end of the round. So that's it for Joe. So next round, we're definitely going to start our turn here, which means for Miguel, we don't have that much else going on. We probably are just going to do like some mixture between the longbow and getting resources. TSK, I wanted to like it so much. You and me both. Yeah, so I think we're just going to set up with the longbow, click for resources, and we'll have set same old thing. So not a very exciting start. We'll just click for 2 resources and play the longbow. That cost us 3. The longbow is sick. It allows us to fight with our good stat, evade stat, +2. And of course, we have to reload this constantly. So we want to make sure we have extra actions to reload this, which generally you're pretty good with extra actions. And we can either stay together here or we can use loner to split up to go here. I mean, loner is going to be useless next turn, so let's just stay together so we can boost each other if we need to during the Mythos phase. Because like loner, this will be empty next turn, I'm pretty sure, unless we draw an enemy that spawns there. We just have to make sure to use Miguel first so Miguel can use loner, because loner only moves to an empty location, and that means no enemies, but also no Joe Diamonds. Upkeep. We drew an emergency cache. I mean, that's amazing. Clicklessly 3 resources going forward. It's just so good with the knapsack, which we haven't fired. We haven't even fired our text yet. And we finally drew the Hemlock Curse. So we can actually read the text of this. We had this because we unfortunately enjoyed the eggs. The skill icon subtracts from your skill value instead of adding to it. It has 1 wild icon in it. If the skill test fails, discards your whole hand. At the end of your turn, if this is in your hand, discard a random card from your hand. So you have to get a real confident test to be able to get rid of this and not care too much. Terrifying, pretty terrifying. I like that a lot. Again, you can, it's like a risk reward. It's so cool. I think we had that also in Winifred, how she had a negative card, a negative skill card, which actually works with her. Like skill cards are good. If you error, that little guy will be upset. No, the little guy's going to chill. I don't have any reason to put that little guy in the victory display. We want the little guy there because, again, nothing in the victory display means we just put a doom and we move on to our encounter card. All right, so first encounter card for Joe. I'll just make sure we swap over. Defend the Nest. Okay. Book test. That's good. Test 2. Increases difficulty of the test by 1 for each layer location in play. We have a Blight, and a Ruins, so no. If you fail, place 1 doom on the nearest insect enemy if you cannot take 2 horror instead. These ants can literally make mountains out of molehills, and then the art is pretty good. That's scary. Oh my god, is that the person in the bottom left? Are they that small? How big is this ant? Okay, so currently we're only 4-2. If we want to boost into this, we could throw the Hemlock Curse, but discarding our whole hand to a 3/2 is like probably not a good idea. Right tool for the job is slightly less useful here, but we still have like a bunch of good hits in the deck if we have an extra action. And this might be the turn we have an extra action because we still have access to the autopsy report. We still have access to our gun. So I think we're just going to do this. If we add a doom to this bug, like we'll have time to deal with it. So I think 4/2 is just good enough. We just have to figure out what we're going to do with the Hemlock Curse at the end of this turn. We might just go into this low shroud and investigate 5/2 in the low shroud and call it a day. Onside, these are way bigger than aunts. They're so big. So we're just going to do 4/2. And if we fail, we put a doom. We're not too worked up about it. Skola is 0. It's equal to the amount of enemies or insects, specifically insects in the victory display. So we're good. Or even half. So half of zeros turns out to be 0. All right, welcome to the problem card. We have drawn a Miasmatic Shadow. And this card always, like every time I play Hemlock Vale, gets more and more interesting. It's aloof and it's a hunter. At night, it'll be elusive. So it's just kind of at our area. It says it cannot be damaged except by spells, relic, and science, or encounter cards. Going into this scenario, we had no cards that can fight this. Our decks have no spells, has no relics, and no science cards that can do damage. Notably, Longbow is a reprint of a card from the original Chapter 1, as much as now it's a survivor card instead of neutral, and the text is slightly different, but like the idea is the same. And the original version of the Longbow was a relic. This one isn't, it's just a ranged item weapon. So that sucks. There's a whole bunch of relic melee weapons that you can play that do damage, but obviously we don't have any spells. That is the one thing that we did is when we upgraded our Ravenous Myconid, it is now uniquely a science card. And it can defeat this thing. This says, again, we're playing the chained version, so it does cost 5 experience. It says, choose a non-elite enemy at your location with equal or fewer remaining health than the amount of growth counters and just defeat it. So this is the only card that we have in both of our decks that can deal with this thing. So we're just going to have to kind of like not do its bad thing. Its bad thing is really bad. It says when you discard one or more cards from your hand. Actually, technically, it's not even being damaged by the science card. So we added a science card, but the text doesn't matter. But yeah, we can just go ahead and eat this thing regardless of its text because you're not damaging it. You're just eating it. Anyways, when you discard one or more cards from hand at the Shadow's locations, if it is ready, it engages you and makes an immediate attack and hits for 1 and 1. And then it's engaged with you, which you can't fight it. So you have to just invade it and walk away. Now, the thing is, it says when you discard one or more cards, it doesn't say how you do it. So for instance, one of the things that Joe does constantly is like has too many cards in his hand. And if he has too many cards in his hand and you discard at the end of the turn to like hand size, this thing just hits you. Like this thing can hit you in so many ways, not only because of treacheries, not only because certain survivor cards say like as additional cost, discard a card from your hand, but of course also treachery cards will force you to discard cards. So there's a lot of ways that this thing can be bad for you. And we have no way of dealing with it at all. The Nid I missed you. Praise the Nid. Is this the Nid? What's the Nid? All right, that was it. Okay, this thing's also not an insect. It does have victory 0, which is interesting. So if you defeat it, it won't be coming back, but it won't count to any of the cards because I think the Act and Agenda care about insect enemies, and this is not. Yeah, insect enemies in the victory display. So yeah, food poisoning as well. Food poisoning as well. Oh yeah. The Hemlock Curse also caused you to discard cards. Like, so we have to pass this thing because at the end of your turn you have to discard a card, and that's not good. Notably, end of your turn will happen before the hunter phase, where this will end up on your location if you move, but it is something you have to watch out for. All right, so we have to plan our turn out relatively well. Notably, we want to end the round at Pearl Estate Ruins with our 4 clues on Joe, but when the round ends, investigators at Pearl Estate Ruins, so only Joe has to be there technically. So Joe can always go move, or sorry, just one move even. But the big thing with Joe is like we really want to get the Hemlock Curse out of our hand, which means we have to do whatever skill test we can, the best we can, like the most convincingly we can. So one of the things we could do is like we could go down to the Crystal Grove and try and investigate 5/2. This will make it 4/2. And then we could pitch on top of it like, I don't know, the right tool and just call it a day. I don't want to put the deduction into it for hopefully obvious reasons. We could also do the Detective's Intuition and say that like that's a good use of it. Generally, we use the Detective's Intuition to give us +2 willpower, but if it gets rid of the Hemlock Curse, I think we're rather happy. The Myconid. Oh, the Ravenous, the Myconid. I've never played with it before, so that's our first time, and unfortunately, we have not drawn it in any meaningful way. So if we do it here, we're at 5, 6, 7, 6. We're 6/4, which is not guaranteed. If we go here, we're nearly guaranteed. So I think we're just going to take the long route to get rid of the Detective's Intuition and the Hemlock Curse before the Prismatic Shadow does something bad to us. So Joe will go to the Crystal Grove. And then the Crystal Grove, we're going to investigate. We have 5 with the magnifying glass. We'll do 6, 7 with the intuition. And then we'll go back down to 6 with the Hemlock Curse, which gives us a negative. If this fails and we pull the auto fail, It's gonna be a disaster. We lose this whole hand. Unfortunately, we don't have the extra action this turn to like play a card safely. So it's a 1 in 17 chance where this is a huge disaster. And we're just gonna embrace that. -3, we're good. Okay, so we don't get a clue. We don't get anything, but we do get rid of the Hemlock Curse, which is a good place to be in. I think our text says not when you investigate, but when you get a clue. After you successfully investigate. Oh no, we did successfully investigate. So we do draw a card. You don't actually need to get a clue. I thought it was attached to getting a clue. And we drew an overpower, which yeah, that's fine. Mind you, fighting the colorless larva would be another way to get rid of the Hemlock Curse. Last action, we'll just move back to the Pearl Estate Ruins. It doesn't have text besides resigning, and that's going to be important because now at the end of the round we can advance. This means we can do whatever we want with our friend Miguel here. So let's just start doing whatever we want. We'll swap over. First thing with Miguel is we want to fire his text because we haven't. It's weird that you don't fire his text every single turn, at least in a smaller card pool, it feels like, because almost all the good traps you want to play are fast. And then on top of that, like a lot of the best events you have in the Survivor card pool are all fast, and they're like responding to things like, oh, if you would fail, do this. It's really weird that his text is like not that easy to fire consistently. And emergency cash is one of the best ways. So we'll take our free action to play emergency cash, which gives us 3 resources, which is great. And then of course we'll draw a card with Miguel's knapsack. All right, we spend no actions. We've drawn a door die. So door die's good. It would have been the most Joe Diamond thing ever if he failed that. I mean, yeah, I was ready for it. I was emotionally okay with if he failed that. I'd be like, oh, that's Joe. But yeah, we're believing Joe a bit more. All right, so we have still a whole turn. We have Loner for fun. So we can always, well, we actually can't use Loner anymore unless we want to go. No, we can't use Loner. Every location is crowded. Okay, that's on us, I guess. So we can just set up with the Hunter's Instinct. We could put a glassing down here because there's only one more clue left and we'll bound to be getting it back. So I think we'll just do Hunter's Instinct and Same Old Thing. So both 2-cost cards. So Hunter's Instinct is a neat one. I shouldn't use purple. I think we use purple generally for Doom. So let's change that out. But Hunter's Instinct comes in with 3 counters. You can exhaust this thing when an enemy spawns at your location, or no, when you engage an enemy, and you can go grab an event from your discard pile, which like if that just grabs you an emergency cash, which is again a clickless, gain 3 resources and draw a card, like that's already a pretty good floor. And then we're going to play Same Old Thing as our second action. And Same Old Thing just says that it has 5 resources on it, which you can spend for playing events. Now, in theory, we're not heavily incentivized to play glassing because the good reason why you want to play the glassing is because you can draw with Miguel's knapsack, but we can't draw with Miguel's knapsack because we've already used it. So we're going to be in an awkward situation where after we play these, we're going to do third action draw, which is the worst time to draw because if it's an enemy. That's a courage. That's fine. We didn't discard any cards. Upkeep. Card and credit. None of these things move. All right, we drew a feline hybrid. So that's our enemy. I'll put health on it when it's engaged with us. This thing cannot be impacted by events, but you can still fire glassing off of it. This technically says it is immune to player cards, but I think Hunter Instinct is still totally fine, if I'm not mistaken. Because we engage an enemy, we can spend a supply on this thing, and we can just grab back an emergency cash, which we can play next turn if we want to. We're just going to fight this thing twice. It has elusive, so when we fight it, it moves. So you actually can like set up by putting Miguel's knapsack to go put like a glassing in front of it and then hit the thing into it, which is pretty good. Not evil Nanico. It is the most evil Nanico. I kept calling this thing a dog for a long time, and like that's not right. It kills for sport, not for sustenance. Just like Miguel. I'm kidding. We'll pass that. This side, we haven't drawn a card yet, right? We didn't draw the overpower, no. We draw a vicious blow. So a lot of blood to be drawn, but not a lot of clues to get. That's it. End of the round. We will spend all our clues. So we'll swap over to Joe and spend 4 clues and we'll advance. So act advances. We spend 4 clues at the end of the round in the Pearl Estate Ruins to go to the Warrens. Amongst the ruins of the Pearl Estate, you find Susan Pearl's diary. It details attempts to explore tunnels beneath the ridge. They were called the Warrens due to their maze-like structure. Perhaps some of the Pearl family disappeared in the surrounding tunnels. But why? You resolve to investigate. Randomly, put the 3 set-aside locations from the Horrors and the Rock encounter set into play unrevealed adjacent to the 3 starting locations as explained on page 20. So remember these 3 caves that we picked? We basically just slot them in the middle, so I'm going to spread things out. Now, those location markers are still relevant. They're harder to show. So now we basically make this grid of orthogonal locations like you're kind of used to in Hemlock Vale. Let me pull this down so the enemy doesn't get in the way. This is exhausted. Oh no, this is ready because we drew it during the... No, we drew this during upkeep, so it would be exhausted, excuse me. So all these locations are orthogonal. So orthogonality works the way that you think it does. but the Pearl Estate is still connected to the Ashen Slope, and the Crystal Globe is still attached. Like they're still connected, so you can still like do this weird fast travel across, but also you can just move to orthogonal locations. So all of that is working the way that you think it should. All right, let me just clean this up a bit. I wish I had like magnets or something to snap these to an ortho grid. One day. Take the remaining set-aside locations, Salt Chamber, Larval Tunnel, and Crystal Nursery, along with the top 3 cards in the counter deck. Shuffle them together and deal 1 card face down to each location. So, we have 3 locations we set aside at the beginning of the scenario. These 3. We're going to take these and 3 cards from the deck without looking at them. They could be anything. They could be enemies. They could be a boat. We're going to shuffle these, and then we're going to put 1 face down under each location. Super simple. So we'll put 1 here, 1 here. Super simple, he says, struggles with it. 1 here. Let me move the mic. 1. Okay, only slightly very crowded. Only surprisingly crowded. And that's it. We go on to, I believe, the last act. I think this is the last act. Searching the Heath. The Warrens are likely the final resting place of the Pearl family. Studying their remains may shed light on what really happened here. Oh, you have access to these 2 kind of abilities. First action. If there are no clues on your location, you could draw the top card beneath your location. Unfortunately, we left 2 clues on these 2 locations. Again, we only have to flip half the locations if we get lucky. So we'll see how quickly we get to that. But you have to empty the clues to be able to get the thing underneath it, which is okay. Fast action. Investigators at your location can spend 2 clues as a group to look at the top card beneath your location. You may place that card on the bottom of its stack. So you can still do that if there's no stack. You can peek for 2 clues, which means you could save an action and save drawing a treachery. But it does seem like we're going to draw multiple cards stacked in a pile, which means using that later is probably a bit better way to use clues. Objective: if each undefeated investigator has resigned and there are 1 or more crystal remains in the victory display, advance. Okay, so all we have to do is find at least 1 crystal remain, of which we know there are 3, and it has to be in the victory display. In terms of how we get into the victory display, we know there's 2 ways to do that. Firstly, we have the Crystal Grove, which allows us to spend an action and 2 clues to just offshore one thing to the victory display. And of course, we have the Pearl Estate Ruins, which just says you can resign and add any ones that you have. So we're trying to get all 3 if we can. We'll figure out if that works. I think getting to this part on 2 turns is already a good start, as much as we have this dog to deal with. A cat. Wow, I did it again. Okay, that's it. That's the new act. The agenda is still the same. There's nothing in the victory display that says the word insect on it, so we won't add we won't be drawing any tokens, but Doom goes to 3. Joe will draw the first encounter card. All right, and Enervation, you want to draw this later than earlier because we're at perfect health. So test 5 fight. Reduce the difficulty of this test by 1 for each damage on you. If you fail, you must either take 2 damage or choose the card with the highest printed cost in your hand and discard it. So either we're going to discard Logan, and mind you, discarding cards is a bit worse when we're at the Miasmatic Shadows location, but Logan will be discarded here. I mean, our deck has 3 more allies, and Logan is like, okay, but we're not really looking to fight. I think we'd rather have Dorothy here. Or we can just take 2 damage, which like playing Logan is 2 damage. So like we have our choices, I guess. In terms of our fight stat, we're at 4. We could put an overpower in this to make it a 6-5, which again, I think is about a 50% chance we pass, maybe slightly less because there's a lot of zeros still in the bag. But I think ultimately taking 2 damage, we have no damage healing. We only have horror healing with the steady handed, which has so far been useless, but will be good one day. We do want to take some damage because there's at least 1 other innervation in the deck. So like taking the first damage to your face makes a lot of sense. We haven't seen any damage that like hits allies or assets, but I think the set does have some. So yeah, I mean, it's fine. Don't enemies move before Mythos? They do, but none of these have Hunter. Besides the Miasmatic Shadow, and it's happy. But like, yeah, none of the Hunter phase. The Hunter phase went and passed, and there was just no changes, right? Because aloof enemy has something at its location. This has aloof. This doesn't need to move. Yeah. But they do. They do move before Mythos, yeah. Did I miss something? We're just gonna do 4 to 5 and hope. I mean, 6 to 5 is not that good. Elder Sign. -1. Oh, wow, we would have passed. So we have to take 2 damage to get rid of Logan. I'm going to get rid of Logan. Logan technically is 2 damage for a soak, but it saves us 4 resources in an action, I guess. I don't know if that's correct. That feels okay. We draw. Torment. Okay, peril. So we can't help each other. You can't help me. Test 3 willpower. If you fail name a card type, each investigator discards a card of the name type. So this is one of the few cards that gets a bit weird when you play two-handed, because I know exactly the cards in my friend's hand. Normally you don't know and you have to make like the worst best choice. We have 2 skills, 2 events. So we want to call asset. This hand has 1 asset. And it's a good asset for what it's worth, but like asset seems to be the thing that we would call anyways. So let's just keep that in mind. But we're testing 3/3 willpower. We could use the Sparrow Mask to make it 5/3, which I mean, it just saves 1 card. But actually, no, I think we lose an action too. Is this the one where you lose an action? If you fail to name a card type, each investigator discards 1 card of the name type from their hand. Oh, that's not that bad. Yeah, oh yeah, Feline we drew an upkeep. Yeah, it's not at the end of our turn. So you're right, it would have hit us otherwise. I think we can just use the Sparrow Mask here. So again, we don't know how many assets in our friend's hand. We just saw them discard Logan. So we're gonna go ahead and do 5/3. -3, we fail. We're gonna say asset. So we don't have an asset discard. We have to discard endurance, which sucks because that's a really good card. So 1 of in the list. Okay, so it's back to us. Now we have glassing. Glassing could get the last clue off this location, and we know we have to get all the clues off the location if we want to peek underneath them. So that's like kind of interesting. We could also put glassing at another location, like a cavern, and then just like pop into it with loner and assume that the glassing will find the thing. Or what we can do is we can drop the glassing here, use loner to move into here, and then push the thing backwards, and it'll enter this location. This location has 4 shroud, which I think is a bit better. Get him, Miguel and Joe. Joe's a clue guy at this point. Like, he's going to become more of a clue guy. He can't add that much more damage to his deck, so he's going to become a boring seeker. So I think we're going to do the clue off of this, because 1 clue is like just good enough for glassing, and we can recur it with our Hunter's Instinct. So fast action. We're going to go ahead and use the money off of Same Old Thing. This is Miguel's turn, mind you. So we're going to use 2 resources off Same Old Thing to play the glassing on this location. The glassing at this location just says when a creature enters this location, when an enemy enters this, we can go and do an investigate using our evade stat +1. We still want to find Daniel Jameson. We definitely need to do that. Once we played an event, which this was fast, as much as we have a fat free action to play events, we'll use our knapsack to draw a card. Okay, that's perfect. That's what we wanted. You see, that's actually what we wanted, because now the thing fires. This is called, like, you know, very thoughtful gameplay, because we knew we would draw an enemy, and now we can fire the glassing. This all happened with no actions. That's the magic with Miguel. You actionlessly spawn an enemy on top of your actionless trap. This is peak click compression. With that being said, we're going to investigate. We're currently only 5/4, which is not great. We used all of our Sparrow Mask and still failed. We would want to make that 7/4 because it's pretty high. We could use the Courage. We could use the Door Die. The Door Die allows us to grab nothing of relevance. So we probably just do the Unexpected Courage, because getting the 1 clue here is actually kind of important. Yeah, this is ranching 101. And like, honestly, this thing we don't care about because we one-shot it with that longbow. It's like totally fine. So Unexpected Courage here to make this 7/4 and hope that we don't draw the 2 bad things. It's all because Joe said he could handle it. We've set our best and brightest out there into the field. -4. That hurts. That hurts so bad. That hurts in my soul. That's bad ranching, bud. And this is exhausted. Okay, we spent no action still. So first action, we're just going to head and do a longbow. So we're going to fight. Again, we don't have Daniel, which would have saved us here. So we're fighting with our evade stat. And if we miss this, it's pretty expensive. So we're at 6 to the Blood Drinkers 2. So this will one-shot it. It's called a Blood Drinker, right? Yeah. So 6/2 for 3 damage, which is like perfect. I love how susceptible this thing is to arrow. Very susceptible to arrow. 6/2. We have a problem now. You see, ranching is very difficult, and sometimes you just run into a series of bad tokens, and now you're out of arrows. You see, normally this is where our friend Daniel shows up, and Daniel just says like, "Hey, I got you, bud. We'll just do that one again. Just get a free arrow I have." But we have problems now. We genuinely have problems now. We have actually a lot of problems now. Okay, a lot of -4s a stream, a lot of autofails too. Weird how that is. Weird how that is. Okay, so now we have to think. We've still spent only 1 action. We can fight this thing to push it away. The Blood Drinker is the hardest one because we have to basically one-shot it. So we're kind of committing to get rid of the Blood Drinker by like loading the longbow. Notably, we can load the longbow and both of these will hit us, which is not great. But we want this to hit us now, not later, because otherwise it heals. So like, I think our second action is just to fight the dog, to push the dog off of us. Sorry, the cat, to push the cat off of us. And then if we load the longbow, it's useless. Yeah, that's not particularly good. Yeah, this is pretty bad, actually. All right, can Joe save us? That's interesting. Mind you, these locations are technically connected because you can jump over. But Joe could come into there. Joe could first play right tool and like get a gun. Joe could play the gun, and Joe could shoot. The problem is if Joe shoots with the vicious blow, he can one-shot the blood drinker, which is like hopefully it. That's going to take us 1 to right tool, it has to hit, 2 to play the gun, 3 to move. So we're kind of out of actions there. So that actually doesn't even work either. So that's not great. So I do think we're gonna have to be a bit self-sufficient here. So we have 2 more actions with Miguel, and we have 2 enemies on us. No matter what, we swing at the feline hybrid because we don't care about it. Again, Daniel would have been so good on this turn for a couple reasons. Oh my god, Daniel would have been so good on this turn. So I think we're just gonna swing at this thing with our fist fight, which is 3 to 3. If we fail, it doesn't really matter. We're just gonna push the thing off of us no matter what to save 1 damage and 1 horror. Okay. 3 to 3. +1. I mean, we'll take it. It does 1 damage, and this thing has elusive, so we can push it here or here or here. You're technically allowed to put it where there's enemies. Elusive wants to go where there's no investigators, so we can't push it here. So we could put these 2 together, which is acceptable. This is connected to the most locations, which might be bad for us. This is connected to 3 locations, but if we want to go to this corner pocket and run away with what's it called, with Loner, we could this turn. The thing is, like, ultimately we probably will get hit by that. Which, like, reloading your bow right now is bad because then it hits you and then you can't shoot it, so you get hit twice. And as much as it recharges Sparrow Mask, that's like an absurd amount of damage to be taking. We don't want to take 2 damage and 2 horror. So I think we do push it here. Okay, we only have 1 more action. So that's bad. I think we want to evade it and then loner away, which gives us a while to like reload our bow. The problem is we used our Sparrow Mask probably when we shouldn't have. Because like I'm so used to our stats being 5 and our stats being 4, and we have to do like good evade tests. We probably should have kept 1 counter on the Sparrow Mask. If this fails, it's not the end of the world. We take 1 and 1. The problem is that then we evade with the Sparrow Mask and then we reload. So like maybe we get there. We could boost 1 with the do or die, but the do or die doesn't have active text, and you want it to have active text, so we'll probably wait for a second. So we're just going to do 4 to 4 here, and then we can maybe get away, but we have to get lucky. Yeah, we just have to get lucky on this. Again, the bag is still pretty good. All the skulls are zeros, which is good. I'm cool. I'm good. We'll just go over to Joe's turn. Yeah. Okay, so it's Joe time. Joe time. We could get closer to fight. I think getting a gun might not be the worst thing to do. Even if we find the forensic kit, like it might be useful in the near future. The glassing will probably deal with this. I'll just check the bag. I mean, it's a good bag. It's a solid bag. I only own 1 of those tokens. Like, that's the cool thing. I have so many cardboard tokens, but I only have 1 orbit set, so there can't be multiple auto fails. Like the elders in there. Look at all these nice skulls. So about the digital bag, I don't trust the digital bag. The real bag can't lie to you. The digital bag can. So we could get a gun just like for some safety, because actually next turn we could deal with the blood drinker because we didn't evade it. So let's start with the gun getting card because we've never played this. So Joe is going to spend 1 to look at the top 9. Now this is obviously not guaranteed, but if it whiffs, we can get a tool as instead. So we get, I mean, it's guaranteed now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at all the good cards. 6, 7, 8, 9. Look at all the cards we want. So it's our choice between gun and autopsy report and chemistry set. Well, obviously we're gonna go for gun, but like we saw Dorothy twice. We definitely wanted her. It's funny how it's the next card, but like, what does that matter? It's random. Okay, so that's 1 action. We kind of want to get this clue, but then we fire Rose's text, and I think Rose's text we want to leave for as far as we can. We can always move into this and get the last clue, but if we get the last clue, glassing will be stuck there for the rest of the game. Like, that's the weird thing about these traps. You can strand them. I'll be honest, I still don't know if I have the ruling right on this. Like, glassing says, investigate. If you succeed, you may discard this to get additional clue. I don't know if you can do that if there's not an additional clue here. Which, if that's the case, there's no way to get rid of this glassing unless you play the 1 survivor card that says, like, pick up a card attached to a location, which is not particularly useful. But yeah, that's a weird thing. It's like, I don't honestly know what you're meant to do. If you get the last clue there, the glassing is just stunned. Like, you can't play another trap on top of it. I wish limit 1 trap per location meant you could play another trap trashing the original trap, but I'm pretty sure it means you just can't play it, which is hella awkward. All right, that means we probably won't. I think we want to get a card draw every turn. So we need to, oh, sorry. We still could have done a thing here. It's a bit awkward because we've already seen the card, but we could just use Loner, and I think we want to use Loner here. The thing is, if we use Loner, we can only go here, and this is further from Joe. What we probably should have done is sent the cat here and then gone to the middle. I'm gonna retcon that because I realize in hindsight we probably need Joe's help 10 out of like 5 out of 5 times here. So I think we want to send the cat here and Loner into this cavern. So apologies, that's a pretty substantial retcon I'll be aware of, but like I think we're gonna need some help here. So this is the cavern. All the backs are the same. After more eons of descent, I saw some side passages or burrows leading from unknown recesses of blackness to the shaft of nighted mystery. Lovecraft's The Festival. I'm not sure if I read that one. The backs are mostly different. We got the Alkaline Forest, which has some really striking art. 2 Shroud only. 4 clues, so the deduction might line up here. After you reveal Alkaline Forest, you must either take 1 direct horror, discard 2 cards randomly from your hand. I mean, that's sick. That's actually really good for us. Ideally, Joe revealed it because he has horror healing. But when we take a direct horror, because we don't want to discard cards, we can go ahead and charge our Sparrow Mask, which is ultimately the goal. So now we have a Sparrow Mask back. So who's laughing now? Alkaline Forest. So we're here. Cool. Good. Civil Linings that the Sparrow Mask gets charged and Miguel's still healthy. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not too bad. It just sucks to get hit by this twice. So we probably are going to need Joe's help to come in with the gun. Sorry, it's still Joe's turn. Second action, we'll just play the 1911. Actually, no, second action, we could go in there and get the clue to draw a card. And then third action, we could get the clue. And then next turn, we could play the gun, use the gun, I think. So second action, we'll move into here. I'm mostly doing this just to get click efficiency. And then second action will investigate. This thing only has 2 Shroud. We're at 5. And I think as much as this isn't high Shroud, like, okay, this is the thing with deduction. Deduction, you generally want to use on a thing that both has a lot of clues, but also a lot of Shroud. If you use it on a thing with a lot of clues, you save a lot of actions, right? We save 3 actions instead of 1, right? You get 3 clues for 1 action. But the best case scenario is you use this on both something with high clues and high Shroud. Because spending or saving actions on a 2 Shroud is like kind of silly. Saving actions on a 4 Shroud is like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. That being said, we have to succeed by 2 here, and we haven't found that many other of our boosts. So if we commit this, we're at 7 to 2, which means we might not necessarily succeed by 2. So I'm still going to play it, but like, this might be a bad deduction. Generally, I want to save deduction for 3 or 4 Shroud locations, but we'll do this. So we're 7 to 2. We need to succeed by 2, and we get 3 clues and a card draw. We do need to enter all the clues from the location to flip the bottom. We don't know if the card on the bottom is the card we want. It's a 50-50, but 7 to 2. Skull is 0, so we succeed by everything. We get 3 clues. And then we also get to draw a card, or we choose to draw a card. We got a chemistry set, which I did shuffle the deck, right? Yeah, I did. I'll just shuffle it again, but that was in the top. I mean, we could easily draw it. This is a card that's like probably way worse now that we have, in theory, a Ravenous Myconid in our deck, because the Ravenous Myconid forces you to spend an action to investigate, and this forces you to spend an action to investigate. I honestly think I wanted to play this card just so we have an accessory slot between the 2 of us, because like there's no good accessories that you want to be playing largely. Like, I don't think we want to be playing Rabbitfoot. I'm glad they reprinted it, and I don't know what secret accessory exists in chapter 2. I don't think there's any. So like, I guess this is a card you can play, but it's not amazing. It's a bit better with Steady Handed though, that's for sure. I think that's the one cool thing about it. So maybe we do play it if we have a down action. That's it. Card and credit. So now this thing fights. This thing hunts. The bad thing about grouping up for the Miasmatic Shadows, if we have to discard, it's a bit worse. But the Blood Drinker will attack us for 1 and 1. We'll just go ahead and put 1 on the knapsack. I think 1. No, we want to take. We're okay taking 1 to the face because it makes one of the encounter cards worse. So we'll take 1 damage and 1 horror, which fills the Sparrow Mask fully. That's it. This wakes up. This readies. We can actually force the Feline Hybrid to come this way if we want to, because it's equidistance. And when it's in here, it can get the last clue, which is good. That works for us. Upkeep. We drew another door die. I mean, I always draw this card and I don't like it that much. I'm realizing in hindsight, like with Hunter's Instinct, this card is not amazing. Like the icons are fine, but I honestly don't know if I need 2 of them in the deck. It does feel like a bit extra. Joe took the damage in horror. Oh my God. Good catch. Thank you. I need to pay more attention to that. Damage -1 horror swap. Damage 1 horror 1. I would have been confused for sure to be like, why is he so beat up? That seems better. Thank you. That's a really important thing to not mess up. We drew another deduction. Okay. So this is the lower one. Again, we have a mixed version of them. And then in terms of the Doom, we add 1 and we don't do any drawing because we have not defeated a single insect yet. First card for Joe. All right, we drew the second innervation. So now technically there's no reason to take a lot of damage, but Joe did take 1 damage. So this is a 4 fight stat. Reduce the difficulty for each damage. So it's 4. If you fail, you must either take 2 damage or discard the 1911 from our hand. Are you kidding me? We didn't play this for 1 turn and we drew the 1 card that punishes us for not drawing it because this discards the highest printed cost card in your hand and discard it. So we kind of need to pass this test. Oh my God. How did Joe take horror? Did Joe take horror? I don't remember Joe taking horror to anything. I mean, I don't mind taking horror, but why did we take horror to? Why does Joe have horror? Does anybody know why Joe took 2 horror? That feels wrong. I can't figure out why Joe would have taken horror. He didn't get attacked. There's nothing in the counter pile that takes horror. He should be at full health, right? At full sanity. Yeah? Yeah. None of the locations did horror. Oh, I did this horror to Joe. I did the alkaline horror to Joe, not to Miguel. Yeah, I think that's it. So he should be at full health, full horror health. So Joe will be a -1. We'll do other horror 1. Yeah, I think this is it because I think the alkaline forest we took a horror and it had to been him who moved in. Yeah, so that's my bet. Okay, good catch, Andre. He says to himself. All right, innervation. So okay, so we're 4 to 4. I mean, we kind of need to pass this, so I'm gonna do an overpower. This doesn't guarantee anything, but it's 6 to 4. In theory, we need the vicious blow, so we have to hope that we get lucky here. We're not in a great spot. 6 to 4. Tablet, that's bad. We fail. We fail by 1. Choose an insect, so we don't get a card draw, so it's bad, doubly bad. Oh my God, this has not been good. So we don't do that text, but the problem is not innervation fires. Around a bit, that's what it looks like. Yeah, I think that has to be it. Thank you for checking. So we either have to take 2 damage or choose a card with the highest printed cost in your hand to discard it. I mean, I think we have to take the 2 damage here. We don't have any damage healing in these decks. You can add some to Guardian. We have a bunch of allies still, but I think we need the 1911 to deal with this thing easily. So that was a really bad card draw there. It's a really bad encounter card. Swapping over. We drew Empyrean Brilliance. This is one of the cards that depends on what time of day you draw it. During day, test 2 willpower. Increases difficulty of this test by 2 if you have 5 or more cards in hand, so we don't. If you fail, choose and discard 2 cards from your hand. Oh, and the miasmatic shadow hits us. Oh, this is bad. Sorry, so we discarded a card from our hand. When you discard one or more cards from your hand, if it's ready, it engages you and makes an immediate attack. So the miasmatic shadow engages us, and it's going to hit us for 1 and 1. Oh no, we didn't discard. We kept it. We kept it. We didn't discard. We took 2 damage. Okay, so this might happen in a second. Okay, sorry, I forgot. I was like so convinced that we discarded the 1911, but we didn't. Anyways, yeah, this art is really, really quite good on Empyrean Brilliance. I'm not sure I know what Empyrean means. I think it might be a real word. So we don't want to fail this. So if you fail, choose and discard 2 cards from your hand, which is pretty bad. He has elusive though. It only has elusive at night, so it actually doesn't have elusive. It can move into glassing location. It only during night does have elusive, but yeah, we don't have to worry about that right now. So this is just 2 to 2 because we have less than 5 cards in hand. You need to keep your cards in hand up to some extent because there's some treacheries that hurt you if you run out of cards in hand. So I think we are allowed to use a Sparrow Mask here because if we discard a card here, it's really quite bad. So we're going to do Sparrow Mask. So we're currently 5 to 2, which is pretty good odds, he says, knowing how the scenario has been going so far. -1, we're good. We don't have to do anything. Okay, that was a mess. Excuse me. I have to pay more attention to a couple things, mostly who is the active investigator. Okay, so I think we're going to have help with the Blood Drinker. This is not an issue. This will glassing this, which is good. We definitely have to find Daniel. We have the free emergency cash tech. We need to reload the longbow. So everybody has a useful turn to do, which is good. We'll start with Joe. First action with Joe is he'll put down the 1911. I don't know if I have time to talk about the story today, but today I went to a gun range. I had some friends who are on vacation right now. They're like, "Hey, do you want to go shoot guns?" And as a Canadian, that's not like something that we do, right? We had to go to like a First Nations reserve where they can have a gun range and they have their own rules and laws. And so I fired guns for the first time in my life. They had a 1911. We didn't end up shooting it because one of my friends wanted to shoot something more modern. But it was a weird experience. I've spent my whole life playing like video games and things where guns show up, stuff like this. And now having fired a gun for the first time, yeah, I don't know, it's weird, it's frightening. Parts of it I did not enjoy that much. Some parts of it were obviously fun, but how American of you. I mean, very much so. We went to the place and they had like Trump flags inside there. Like, it's Canada, it's Quebec. And we had some really largely offensive conversations with a bunch of the employees there. But yeah, it was weird, it was weird. But you walked in, they were like flying Trump 2026 flags. I'm like, this is Quebec. What's going on? Really weird. Okay, so now we're gonna take a really risky shot here. Now, technically, the odds should be good. We're gonna use the 1911 as our second action. You're gonna use a bullet. We don't actually exhaust this thing. So we're fighting at 5. So we're 5-2, which is pretty good. We're gonna have to go ahead and make it 6-2, which is good anyways, because now we beat everything besides obviously the awful thing. But we do get a one shot, the blood drinker, which is good. That's alarming. Yeah. We had some really offensive conversations with some of the people there. Wasn't great. The people that actually taught us how to shoot though on the range were like very, very nice people. Everyone was nice. It was just like a whole lot of slurs happened. It was alarming. 6-2. -1. We one tap the blood drinker, it goes into this discard pile. We have finally defeated a thing. Now, that is not an insect. It doesn't go to the victory display. All that stuff is good. We have one action here, which is perfect. We can get the last clue, which draws a card. We haven't discarded something. Again, the alkaline forest. We're currently only 5-2, which is good. We have not taken any horror yet. And actually, when we take horror, steady-handed will be way better. Unfortunately, the horror has come to Miguel. We have nothing to play here. We'll just do 5-2. Getting a clue last action is scary because we can draw a weakness, but none of our weaknesses are enemies as far as I remember. 5-2, -1, 4-2, get the clue. Get a card. We drew an autopsy report. So I keep saying autopsy like I've never said the word before in my life, but it's an autopsy report. This is now worth putting down. It's a bit of click compression. We can make this magnifying class take up less cards in our hand, or sorry, less hand slots with the tinker, and then we can get all this down. This card is like okay, the autopsy report. It just gives you a bit of click compression for clues, which I think we do value. It'd be so cool if we could fire this at different times with the traps, and if Joe's text was like once per phase, not once per round, because that would be a very cool enabler, but it's once per round, so it usually doesn't matter. Sounds like you won't go again. I mean, I might. I think last time, so we went with a friend who's gone before, and when he went, he was like, yeah, we did not have that sort of like experience. They were busier though. But like, I think I would consider going again in like a year or two. I still want to like fire a shotgun and fire like a 1911 and stuff like that, but I don't actually think they're allowed to have shotguns for some reason, or at least allowed to fire shotguns. We're gonna swap over. We did mostly what we want to do. So it's Miguel. Miguel has some good things to do. So we have 3 actions. Notably, we can always spend an action to grab a card underneath the location. And if it's an enemy, it'll be an enemy. If it's a treachery, it's a treachery. But if it's a good thing, it's a good thing. If it's a location, which is what we're looking for. So that is something we always do with an action. But first, we're going to do the basic thing. So if we draw an enemy, we'll be prepared. We're going to load our longbow for action 1. We have no events to play, so we're just going to use our free ability to play this emergency cache. So we just get 3 resources clicklessly, and then we can fire Miguel's knapsack to draw a card. We drew Daniel, the guy we needed just a minute ago is finally here, which is so good to see him. I'm very happy to see him. We just wish he showed up a bit sooner because we biffed a very, very bad turn. The second action, we'll play Daniel. He's the best. I've actually been so impressed with this card. Like the level 0 allies in this game in chapter 2 have been way better than you thought they'd be. Daniel's here. Our agility stat goes up to 5. He gives us a free redo, which is so important with the longbow or an evade. We're on our traps, right? Like anything that exhausts. And he has also like just absurdly good soak. So just like very, very good guy. All right. This is the biggest setup we've had. So I think I'm just going to move some of these cards back here. It'll be obvious which ones aren't in our hand. So we'll have our utility cards, I guess, back here. Maybe. Sort of. Is this clean? I don't think this is clean. Let's put our weapons up here. Still, yeah, we can work with this. We'll do something like that. Okay, so that's 1, 2, because we did reload, play this. So last action, we shouldn't safely be able to grab the card underneath us because it's just not simply safe, because if it's an enemy, it'll hit us, and we don't have any events. So I think I'm just going to draw last action, which is still a bit sketch. but I just want to find like an event that we can play to make sure that our we're drawing forward. We could also loner here, and it might be right to loner just to get away from this thing. This thing only hunts us though, so if we loner here, it'll hit us. If we loner here, it won't go to the glassing, so we're kind of incentivized to stay in place. So we'll draw a stock prey. Really good if we draw another trap for this to fire, let alone this is just a cheap clue. Daniel might be my favorite chapter 2 ally, which is wild given competition. Yeah, he's definitely not the most powerful, but he could be my favorite. Just because he's more interesting, and when he saves you, you like really want, like you like him. Admittedly, when Olivier draw moves like 15 times for free, it's like hard to be like, that's not good. But yeah, I hear you. Especially because like it allows you to do risky stuff, which I like a lot. Kind of feels roguelike. I mean, Survivor's still good at that sort of stuff. Okay, enemy phase. These don't move. The feline hybrid moves into here. Oh, the feline hybrid is immune to card effects. This technically is not a card effect that's targeting it, from my understanding. So it enters this location, so we can investigate. Now we are 6-4, which is still not guaranteed, but we get 1 clue, and we can discard this to get it back into our discard pile for our whole Hunter's Instinct thing, which I think we do want to do, or we can grab it back with Do or Die. So I think we can use a Sparrow Mask here. It's a bit risky because if we draw a willpower test, it's bad, but I want to get that clue really bad, so we'll make it 8-4. It feels bad because Alexi's really good at soak, but Daniel's just built around. Yeah, Alexi's like very, very good, but it does feel like the class has so much other ways to soak or heal that you don't need Alexi, which is strange because Alexi, if you showed me Alexi like 7 years ago, I'd be like, this is the best ally ever printed. -3, so I'm glad we boosted. We get the clue. So we have our first clue, and it's not bad to split the clues because I think where you spend them is actually relevant. And I don't know if we can do this, but I'm going to choose to discard glassing to get a second clue. I'm still not sure if you're legally allowed to do it, but if you can't, these cards are so much worse. Them including more levels here, good movement, felt like an acknowledgement of my solo problem season 1. Yes, and they have very clearly acknowledged that. If you ask me, they've been very vocal that like movement has been hard or important for rogues. Upkeep, we draw. Another stock prey. Okay, weird. Generally, you don't need 2 of these together. We want these to fire a trap, which means we need to get the glassing back somehow. But it's good that we have the ability to fire it. And we drew a mouse mask, which we probably have like only 6 more locations to reveal, if I'm not wrong. You can still play this, and it'll give you like 1 action for 4 willpower, maybe 6 willpower. It's not the worst, but generally we have more important things to do. Speaking about the act and the agenda, we'll go to 5 of 8. We still don't draw any tokens. I haven't seen a lot of bugs. They're probably in there somewhere. And Joe Diamond will draw the first encounter card. All right, he drew this, which is so good. Again, I've already talked about this being like my least favorite card in almost the whole game. But this version is okay because Joe both has clues and good enough book. So we're currently only 4-3 because we haven't found Dorothy, and the magnifying glass doesn't help. If we fail, we have to drop our clues, which is not great because we want our clues. So if we can boost into this, I'm going to throw the chemistry set at it because I don't think we're going to play it. Maybe we do play the chemistry set. I don't think we do, though. This card's not that good. I mean, it's good with steady-handed because our steady-handed is not doing anything. But the thing is, like, gain 2 resources is super relevant. Draw a card isn't super relevant. Discover by 4 is relevant. That's the reason why we'll play it. I'll hold on to it. I'll try. What are we on this test again? We could do a do or die on this, which actually is probably not bad. Oh, sorry, it's the older one. Downpour Hemlock. I think we're going to commit a do or die to this. So the do or die just gives us +1 book, and if we succeed, we can grab a what is it? A survivor asset or event. Well, that's not bad. So we're going to go and do 5-3. Yu has no interaction with the beastie, just about succeeding in isolation. Sorry? I saw a BGG thread that agrees that glassing works with the hybrid. Oh yeah, perfect. That's good to hear. You can if you succeed. Wait, sorry, I think I'm missing something. Good morning. It's 5 a.m. office day. We'll have to catch up on later, but hey, got one live chat in. Yo, hey, enjoy the day. Wasikaboom? I recognize that name, I'm pretty sure. Hopefully you're well. We're +2. Why is this happening? So either we have no turn, or we have to drop 3 clues on this location. Which if we just spend our turn getting the clues, at least we'll draw a card. So like we could always lose 2. This card's so just annoying. So we could lose. Why did we autofail? So we could lose 2 clues. Mind you, do or die doesn't work. We can lose 2 clues, and sorry, we could lose 1 clue, 2 actions. So when we at least pick the clue up, we get a thing. I guess I'm doing that. So we only have one action. Sorry. I did that wrong. We only have one action. We have 3 clues left. Yeah. Just about succeeding in isolation. Yeo has no interaction. What's Yeo in this context? Apology Spanner. I think I'm missing what card you're referencing to. Nice deduction, nerd and queen. Next encounter card. Strange mutation. It's a willpower test, and we've emptied their Sparrow Mask. How bad could this be, he asks. Test. 5 willpower. Reduce this by 1 for each horror on you. We have 2 horror on you. If you fail, you must either take 2 horror or discard 2 cards at random from your hand. And if we discard 2 cards at random from our hand, the shadow hits us for 1 and 1. Notably, we can't use Loner to like just hoof it. But we're currently, I'm going to pitch this do or die and hope for the best. We're currently 4-3. We have 2 horror on us. Not great odds. But if this fails, it's pretty bad. This is why we should have kept the Sparrow Mask charge. Because when the miasmatic shadows at your location, willpower matters a fair bit more. 4-3, hoping for the best. Things have been so bad. Give me an auto fail. That's bad. We fail. Things are so bad. If we fail to choose an insect, I mean, that doesn't matter, but this matters. I think we have to just take 2 horror here. Yeah, I mean, Miguel doesn't have horror healing. So enjoy the horror, enjoy your Sparrow Mask. Mind you, Sparrow Mask only gets 1 charge because it says when you take 1 or more damage. And so that's 1 instance of 2 damage. We can't discard a card here. Like, I would rather discard 2 cards than take 2 horror usually, but with this miasmatic shadow, we can't. I was just converting to interpretation of glassing with hybrid. Oh, as it only cares about the test and it doesn't interact with the hybrid. Perfect. This is so sad. It's been remarkably bad. Like, very, very bad bag to us. Like, we've been +2 or +3 on most tests, and we failed most tests, it feels like. I mean, I think we're still doing good on our clock, but yeah, okay. So this thing's going to enter. So we probably want to move into that and deal with it. We have no traps. We definitely need traps, and we failed 2 do or dies, which, like, they were kind of ambitious. But if we move into this location, we can fire Hunter's Instinct because it doesn't care. I'm pretty sure that we can use our feline hybrid on this. And then if we do that, we can go grab the 1 trap we have access to, glassing, and then we can use glassing and then set up a stock prey to get 3 clues for a single action fast, which is really quite good if we can find a location with clues. So that's probably what we do. I think Joe can just go first here because his turn doesn't really matter. So he's just going to investigate 5-2. I mean, like, I feel like we're going to fail this. We're 5-2 and we're probably still going to fail this somehow. Skull is 0. Okay, that's good. So we get a clue. That's our only action. And we'll choose to draw a card. We drew the second Logan, which, I mean, I'd rather have Dorothy here because we've been struggling with our 5 books still. Like, 5 books doesn't feel like it's good enough. We'll swap over. Okay. So we could play stock play for free. It does spawn an enemy, which is like not amazing. We've seen a bunch of the enemies to be aloof, so that could be okay. I don't know what other enemies are in the deck. There's 1 more miasmatic shadow, and we definitely don't want to draw that because 2 miasmatic shadows, that's a nightmare. We have no way to deal with them besides finding our carnivorous thing. So like there's some risk to this because you have to draw an enemy if you find one. That being said, I think we know that there's like at least 3 more larvae. There's like some ant soldiers in the deck. So there's still a fair bit of enemies. So drawing 9 cards and finding only the shadow is unlikely. As much as this deck is monstrous, it's such an absurdly big deck. And this scenario doesn't have anything that discards off the top of the deck. So it's just like naturally that big and inconsistent. This dog will hit us. We can also just run away from the dog. Oh, we can spend our first action grabbing the card underneath that and hoping it's relevant. I mean, I'm okay with that because we're here. So let's do that. So the text on the act says, as an action, if there are no clues or location, draw the top card underneath. So let's draw something. I wish we had a trap here if it's an enemy, but. All right. We found our favorite downpour. When it rains and pours, and this is so bad. We have 2 book, we have 1 clue, but if we lose our whole turn, we're just gonna get like ganked by the feline hybrid here, and that's gonna feel bad. I goddamn hate this card. If this was the agility one, we'd be so good, but it's not. So we have to do 2-3, and then we're gonna fail, and then you have to lose your whole turn. And not only do we have to lose our whole turn, we have to drop our clue because we failed by 3. We only have 2 actions left, from my understanding. Joe had no actions. Did he get an auto fail? He had 1 action. We dropped 1 clue, lost 2 actions because when we get the clue for an action, we get a card draw. So it's better than losing your whole turn, right? That's the way I did it. But because you can choose somewhere in between. I would have swapped out with the season 2 variant of this. I mean, I might, especially for the next scenario because like, God, I hate this card. All right. So we're currently 2-3. And if we fail this, we functionally take a whole bunch of damage and we have to end our turn here. We can still loner away though. So actually we won't necessarily get hit by the dog. So it's not actually that bad. But if we fail by 3, we have to drop our clue as well, which dropping a clue here doesn't really matter because we empty that location. So 3 of these 5 locations have things that we care about. Oh, the issue is we can't get away from the dog. Oh, I'm realizing, sorry, I keep calling that. We can't get away from the hybrid because the only locations we can fast move to are this, and they're all attached to the feline hybrids location. So yeah, we actually can't get away from this thing. Could we commit book icons here? I mean, we could, but like they're all pretty good book icons. We can make ourselves 3-3, but like, I'm just ripping it. I don't care. Downpour 2-3. Skull, we only fail by 1. That's like the best case scenario. Skull is 0 currently because there's no insects. So we fail by 1, which means for downpour, we have to lose 1 action, which is fine. I think that was our first action. Pretty sure that was our first action. We didn't do anything, right? We didn't reload the longbow. Yeah, we didn't do anything. That was it. Okay, that's fine. That's not too bad. So I think we're going to reveal that after. So we can't loner into that location, which sucks. So I think we'll just do second. Oh, wait. Do we drop our clue? Because we only have 1 more action left over. Because if we only have 1 action, we can't fight the dog. Or the cat. Wow. Hunter's Instinct can fire, which is good. Hunter's Instinct allows us to grab an event. With Hunter's Instinct, if we want to be greedy, we could just go ahead and instead of glassing, grab emergency cash just to draw a card. We can't murder the spooky guy. The spooky thing is immune to everything. If you want me to kill this thing, it can't. It's a ghost. But allows you to hit it through a loof. We have bigger issues. It cannot be damaged except by spells, relics, or science, or encounter cards. We literally have no way to fight this thing. Yeah, it's just gonna be there. It's just gonna be there. Okay, I think that was our first action, I'm pretty sure. So either we have to lose an action or lose a clue. I'm gonna choose to lose a clue because I think it means that we don't take damage. So we're gonna drop a clue, which is fine. Joe can pick that up. Then we're gonna do second action. We're gonna move here. Ideally, we knock out the feline hybrid so we can stop dealing with it. But honestly, when you punch the feline hybrid around, if you like kind of make it run around the elusive, you can allow it to fire your traps. But with 2 stock praise, it shouldn't be that hard. Then we're gonna third attack it. So we're gonna use just our normal fight stat, which is 3-3. But with Daniel, we can do this twice, even if it moves. Okay. We did emotionally need that sooner than later. So it's +1, and we succeed. We can grab a trick or trap in our discard pile. Oh, we forgot to do Hunter's Instinct. I mean, I can't do that now because we got too much information, but functionally we're gonna get the same result here. So we're gonna grab a trick or trap, so we're gonna get a glassing back to our hand, and we're actually gonna knock at the feline hybrid, which is pretty good. Yeah, I forgot about the acid. I can't do that after I find the elder sign because then I get too much information from it. So I'll just chill. That's the difference between the 2 bows. Yes, the original bow was a relic. The original bow was a relic from chapter 1, as much as it was neutral and its text was slightly different, but it was unfortunately a relic for our case. Okay, that's it. I mean, could have been worse. Could have been worse. We can still loner here. I think we do. I think we just loner because it's a free move. Ending into a cavern last action could be bad, but like I think we have to take some risks. I mean, being here is not that bad because we want to flip it anyway. So we can flip this, then loner and flip this one. Yeah, that's okay, I think. So we won't have to loner here. We'll just do upkeep. No enemies move. This thing is happy where it is. Upkeep. We draw a decoy trap, which if we find a fast window, we can drop this on our location. It gets an evade. And we drew a bounty, which if something dies, we can spread the wealth as much as the wealth seems to be pretty good. Doom, 6 of 8, still not drawing any tokens. There's probably a lot of bugs in the deck we haven't found. And speaking of that, bug me. Torment. Okay. So peril. All right. So it says test removal power. If you fail, name a card type. Each investigator discards a card of the name type from their hand. Only 1 named card of that type. We could definitely do with discarding an event. No problem. Making our friend here discard an event is probably a bit more painful. If we say acid, we could get rid of the mouse mask. We don't technically know their hand, but probably not playing a lot of assets. Skill, we have deduction. I don't want to discard deduction. So we're going to do this test, and we're probably going to fail this test, I'll be honest. 2-3. Oh, but we have to discard a card of the name type. Oh, whoa. So this says you have to discard a card of the name type from your hand. And interestingly, Miasmatic Shadow interacts with that. So this was not an interaction that existed when this came out, but this set actually hits the Miasmatic Shadow in a bad spot. Yeah, chat, peril mode. So The best thing we could do is not discard a card, but this is a willpower test. So we're always going to have something to discard to this because we can't get rid of all assets with willpower. So we have to pass this. Otherwise, we take 1 and 1 and this thing engages us and it's on us. Why are things so bad? This is scarier than the night scenario somehow. So we're 2 to 3 and we have to pass this. We don't mind taking our first damage in horror. We don't mind taking our first horror, but we've been taking a fair bit of damage. But we're currently 2 to 3, and if we discard, this thing hits us. We could throw a Mass Mask to make it 3 to 3. I mean, it seems like the Mass Mask is slightly worth playing. I don't know. It feels a bit expensive. If we pitch it, we're playing around only 1-0, but we're playing around the 2 skulls. I'm going to do it. That's probably not right, but we're 3 to 3. -1. Yes. Discards 1 card of the name type. Acid event or skill. Okay, so we have an event we don't care about. We have 2 events. That's fine. Asset, skill. No matter what, we're getting hit, which sucks. I think we probably just discard the emergency cache. So I'm going to say, event probably hits our friend here. So we could just say asset and get rid of this thing. Asset. Discard. Discard. The shadow engages us. It hits us. It does not have aloof, unfortunately, because we have, what's it called? It's not night. So it hits us for 1 and 1. We take our first damage, our first horror. We've played no soak so far, but we're down to 4 health. So we're half health, and we've drawn both enervations already. We'll swap over. We're going to need help get this off of us because we cannot evade this thing and because we've lost our endurance. And this will just be on us forever, which is not good. Miguel draws a Langer. We haven't drawn an enemy? So Langer's really interesting. The worst case scenario, the common case scenario is we discard an event from the top of the deck and then we can't play events or commit events for the rest of the turn. And that's not good because we're all about playing events. Now, the neat thing about this is we can play a fast event now if we wanted to before our turn starts. And that could be worth something, but like I don't really have an incentive to put a glassing or a decoy trap here. In fact, if anything, we put a decoy trap here and we could have done it during the skill test, but it wouldn't have mattered because decoy trap fires when an enemy enters, not when an enemy engages someone. So the miasmatic shower will be an issue no matter what. After an enemy enters attached location. I mean, this is not good. This is actually genuinely pretty bad. And because we don't have a guerrilla tactics, right? Like it's going to take us 3 actions because we have to move in there and we can't use loner. We have to engage the thing and we have to evade the thing and then we can glassing out of it. But like, it's so expensive to get this thing off of us. Why is it going so poorly? Peril mode offline, by the way. What I find really weird about the design of this card, it was not uncommon for us to find cards like this, like in I guess slight spoilers, but in Carcosa there was what's it called, a poltergeist that also could not be hit and outside of like magic and stuff like that. We've seen some enemies that are harder to hit unless you have firearms. We've seen some enemies that if you attack them with melee weapons, they'll eat them. Like we've seen a lot of enemies that are either susceptible or like pretty hard to fight unless you have like narrow kind of means. But we've never had cards that generally don't give you a way to not circumvent that. Right? Like I think the poltergeist, sure, can't take damage, but I think you can parlay it or something like that. Like I think it has a way on it to deal with it. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe that's some return to technology, but it's weird to have an enemy that's this impactful that like certain decks just cannot deal with it full stop. Because it's not like we have an encounter card that can deal with this. They usually have an alternative way. Exactly. Yeah. This does not have an alternative way to deal with it, which is like super surprising. Because Miguel skipped dinner, so he's hungry, and Joe ate dinner, so he's sick. I don't know. At least he's happy. Yeah, it's not explicitly a parlay, but you do book test to damage it. Yeah, I remember that, right? The Shadow's a very strong restriction. Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird. Because this card is very, very good. And we just have to evade it now. Like, it's weird to put us in a state where you have to evade it. Or someone has to engage it and evade it, which is, again, very, very difficult. Yeah, I mean, that's what we have to do, I think. And it's text fires even if it's exhausted, right? It says when you discard 1 more cards, ready it and engage. So like you can't even evade it for safety. And it means it can hit multiple people because if it attacks, I guess it wouldn't evade when it attacks because it's not attacking like the enemy phase. But yeah, it's bizarre. It's very, very strange. Okay. Cool. Cool. Not cool. I mean, I think we have to start here with the evasion safety. So that means Langer's going to fire. So we're going to discard a card. Surprise, it's an event, little an event we wanted. I mean, in our discard pile, it's not bad. But for the rest of the phase, we cannot play events, right? It says if it's ready. No, actually, because it says ready it. When you discard one more card from your hand at the location, if it is ready, engage. Oh, I read that wrong. I thought I read ready it. Okay, at least that's something. So if the attacks are ready, you won't attack again. But it does attack during generally like the Mythos phase, which means it won't exhaust when it attacks, because it only exhausts when it attacks during the enemy phase uniquely. So it's like kind of niche. Because like you need to evade this thing and then discard a card for it to not be a problem. But yeah, no, that's true. It does say that. Kamani Whaley, where are you? Oh my god, Kamani is my favorite. But yeah, we can't always play Kamani. All right, so we can't play events and we can't commit events. But now we have to do this awful turn where it's like first, like we spend so many actions on this and we haven't even solved it. Second, engage. Third, evade. We're 5-3. We could fire Hunter's Instinct. I mean, I guess we do, right? Because we've engaged a character. After you engage an enemy or it engages you, we exhaust this, we'll grab a lie and wait. Yeah, I know, Mycon is the only thing, but like it's a one of, and like we went through the whole tutorial without finding it. I'm gonna double check it's in the deck. I'm pretty sure it is. So that's 5-3. If we fail, we go back for 6-3. We could have played an event before we drew Langer. It might have been correct to like just set up a glass and here to cycle a card. It might have been correct. We fail. So we have to do it again with Daniel. So now we're 6-3. Okay. Might have been the same token, but the bag has 3 -3s. So we evade it. All right. We, in theory, should consider lonering out here because we don't want to start where it is because it will wake up immediately. So we should loner out. The problem is we have to move to like a location we will bend to anyways. So we'll loner back to the Ashen Slope and basically lose our whole turn doing nothing. That's it. Boy, we're also so been there. Oh no, what, I didn't put that in the deck? I mean, yeah, but we can do a sanity check, right? A little check, make sure it's in there. Just make, yeah, I mean, it was coming up. Our deck's not that big anymore because we do draw a lot, right? Okay, so it's in there. That's good to know. Okay, it's Joe's time. We are not at the Witching Hour. That'll be next turn. We don't really care about this clue, but we'll swap over. Joe will probably have to get rid of Langer, but next turn, actually, there's a chance that our friend won't have anything to do, so he can get rid of his own Langer if he wants to. So I do think we want to go over here and flip it. We have a gun if something bad happens. We might want to take a second to play Logan just so that like we're slightly better at fighting if we need to. But also it's just like a fair bit of soak for a single action and we have the money to burn. So first we'll go here. Second, we'll spend an action to flip the card. So there's no clues. So we can spend an action to draw the card. It's a 3 in 5 chance. Nope. Dissonance. Test 3 willpower. If you fail, lose an action and choose a card type. Discard all non-weakness cards of the chosen type. So at least that's not bad. It would be amazing if we drew this last action, but drawing a treachery potentially last action is the worst thing you can do. So we are unfortunately just going to fail this and lose our turn. But we'll just say like, oh my god, we have all card types in our hand. We'll just say event and discard the bounty, I guess. I don't know. Discard all non-weakness cards. Shit. I mean, pass it, buddy. We have no reason to commit cards to this. 2-3. This is so bad. -1. We failed by 2. Okay, so we lost our last action. So we didn't get a card draw, which was fine. We weren't going to. Choose a card type, acid, event, or skill. Discard all non-weakness cards of the chosen type from your hand. Okay, so in terms of skill would be the best for us. It loses like functionally 1 action because that's all this does is gives you 1 free action. If we get rid of event, we lose the emergency cash, the tinker, which the tinker doesn't matter. The emergency cash doesn't matter. Bounty is free. We don't do acid. I'm going to do the deduction. It might be wrong, but like this wakes up. Card and credit. Okay, so we're going to probably take a turn of just doing our double actions to get rid of this. Pursuit says, after an enemy enters the location, take a horror. On this side, we draw a manual dexterity. Great. All right, Doom. We're at 7 of 8, so it's the witching hour. So things are going to get worse in a second. Hand size is important, though. I think deduction's probably right. Yeah, hand size is important. There's a bunch of encounter cards that care about you having low hand size. I think 5 is the breakpoint, though. And 5, I think you get punished on, but we'll find out. All right, not an enemy. Calcification. This is just free damage. You can get rid of this by doing a good old fight test, or sorry, an evade test. This one's pretty reasonable. So it says the first time you move each round, take 1 damage. Someone can, at your location, test 3 agility, or just take a direct damage after that test fails, or instead of doing a test to get rid of this. It has to be direct. So we have 5 of 8 on our friend with the manual dexterity, so we'll probably just do that. The other side of the table, we drew a Brood Soldier. Okay, so kind of good. It spawns at our location. It is aloof. It has patrol and it'll move to a cave location with clues. So luckily we left a clue on the alkaline location. While it's ready, its location gets +2 shroud. So technically we have 6 shroud where we're at. The creature were 8 to 12 feet. The creatures were 8 to 12 feet long. Vestigial wings, completely blind. Their venom burned like fire. Rosa Marquez's Miskatonic Survey, circa 1926. Victory 0. So we don't have to fight this thing just yet. I won't put health on them when they're at full health. But yeah. Okay, Pursued will fire here. Because after an enemy enters your location, take a horror. So we're just getting beat up. I don't think Hunter's Instinct, which mind you should be ready, doesn't do anything because after you engage an enemy or an enemy engages you, Daniel's ready though. Okay, so unfortunately, not a great turn here. I'm pretty sure next turn things get kind of bad. A thing might show up. Are we ready to fight a thing? We can get ready to fight a thing. So I think here we could just do a stand and fight. Because I think a bad thing happens at the moment. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it doesn't happen right away. Actually, I don't think it happens right away. But getting ready to fight would be good. We probably just take an off turn to get rid of this. So yeah, I think that's it. So like, it's really not a good turn here. I think we're gonna go first with Joe. Joe can spend 2 actions to get rid of this Langer. So 1, 2. And then Joe, I think we're just gonna play Logan. Keep all hands together. So that should be it here. So we're gonna play Logan Hastings. Our fight stat goes up to 5, which is good. Gives us the ability to get a resource. Gives us 2 fight and 1 horn. The Miasmatic Shadow will probably be on top of us. I honestly think the Mouse Mask might have been fine just because the willpower boost is like super useful. I think that's it. We'll swap. Then on this side of the table, we don't have to discard for Langer, which is fine. We definitely want to get rid of the Pursued. So we'll spend our first 2 actions just like cleaning the table. We'll get rid of the Pursued. We'll do the calcification test because we've taken already so much damage just for no reason, it feels like. So test 3 agility. I think we can choose to commit this manual dexterity. We will be 7 to 3. Otherwise, it's 5 to 3. I don't know if Miguel should take more free damage. I think we have to take a whole bunch of damage confirmed through the rest of the scenario. We could use a Sparrow Mask, I guess. I mean, every time I've used the Sparrow Mask, I've absolutely regretted having an empty Sparrow Mask. So I don't know about that. We can definitely play a Glassing here. And maybe even a Stalk Prey if we're feeling very feisty. But I think we definitely should get rid of this because we're the person to do it. So we're 5 to 3. I mean, that's pretty good. The bag has 4 -3s though. I probably just take the damage. I mean, we can do the test, and if we fail, we can still choose to take the damage. So I think we'll do 5 to 3, and if we'll fail, we'll take the damage. Oh, then we should use Sparrow Mask. But then we can't fail, so we can't take the damage. I mean, we drew all the willpower cards. Maybe we won't need to draw them. Daniel and the Knapsack are good soak. You know, it has to be direct, though. But you're right. We can just soak for other things. I'm going to do 7 to 3, whatever. Skull, we would have passed anyways. We get rid of the calcification. Okay. We have to do risky stuff. We don't feel like we're in a good spot. So we're going to use Loner to split up from the shadow. So we're going to move down to this cavern and see what it says. So the backs are all the same. The front. This is one of the ones that can show up twice. It's Dry Burrow. So 2 Shroud, 2 Clues. Not too big. Day, move to connecting location, group once per round. That's really good text for somebody who wants to drop traps. At night, at the end of your turn of the Dry Burrow, take a horror. The open paths seem safe enough, but are they? So that's this. We could fast action, and I think we will. We're going to drop a Glassing on this because this one's really easy for us to clear in a single shot. So we're going to use 2 resources from Same Old Thing to play the Glassing on our location. And then we're going to choose to draw with Miguel's Knapsack, which I don't think we have any more weaknesses in our deck. So it's easy to draw at the last action. We drew an E-Cash. Nice. In fact, we could play the E-Cash here clicklessly to use our clickless ability, but we've already drawn with the Knapsack. So there's nothing that really punishes us from playing it next turn. Besides, we could play Stalk Prey next turn, but Stalking Prey on top of the Glassing is a bit like not necessary. Random question. Are those the big burger spin downs or the little ones? These are the XL ones. I can show you the regular size ones. The regular size ones are this much smaller. They're significantly smaller, right? These are regular, not the weighted ones are the same size. These are the XL. I have a whole bunch of the orange regular ones, which I use for threat in Marvel Champions, but I use the XL for everything else in streaming and generally when I play games too. That's it. This thing will move. Has to move here. The Brood Soldier moves there because it's a cave with clues. And that is it. Card and credit, and we're going to advance. So we drew the makeshift bomb. I'm glad to have this thing because I do think a bunch of enemies might show up at the same place in the near future. This is the dynamite blast of chapter 2 of sorts. And then here we drew Dorothy, which again, we wanted to find these cards sooner or later. We have charisma, so this is more soak, sort of, but that book icon is going to be pretty relevant as much as our money's been good. A Doom, we have to remember when this advances, we have to go to the certain version of the thing. I think we'll double check which one we have to go to. We haven't read anything in the codex, but this will advance the agenda. So let's do that. So agenda advances. I picked up a bunch of the little ones for future streaming. Was wondering if it would look good on stream. If you're streaming Ren, Burger Tokens will give you free XL. It just says on their, go to their page. They say if you're streaming, reach out. They give you like a discount to get free, like at least I think one set of XL tokens. So reach out if you're streaming. You have to just link your channel. They're really nice. Strange creatures. An acrid stench wafts from somewhere deep below. The skittering of hundreds of legs fills the air before a monstrous insect emerges from underground. It has sickly translucent skin and a pair of shriveled black wings that hang limply over its back. The creature stares at you with unfeeling beady eyes, waving its antennae to announce your presence. Discard cards from the top of the deck until an insect is discarded. A lead investigator draws that. I wish we did. And then shuffle the discard pile back into the counter deck. So we thought we were going to finish drawing all those willpower cards, but unfortunately that's not the case. So no matter what we discard, it doesn't matter because it goes back. We discarded a shadow. It's going back. We want to get an insect here. It's a huge deck. So we drew a brood, but it goes here. We've seen a brood before. It gives a location +2 shroud, which doesn't really matter here. And it will patrol towards a cave, but we have to shovel this whole thing. Feels so bad for these ants. The saddest ant colony to ever ant. I mean, we saw 3 of them so far. I think there's like 7 in the deck, but this deck is way too big. I don't know why the deck is this big. And now we shuffled the whole deck back. So it's like, oops. Okay, that's it. So I just want to double check to do this right. Because we were meant to go to a certain act and I don't want to accidentally do it because I think the way that I set things up, it doesn't know what day we're on. It'll take me a bit to make that make sense. So we are on day 2. So we should go to, where are you at? Here. So if it's day 2, we have to remove Desolation V1. So 1 second. So we don't want to do this. Okay, so I'm going to hide it for a second. We're going to advance through it. This is where we should be. Desolation V2. The insects scurry to and fro, alarmed by your presence. Each insect loses aloof and patrol and instead gains hunter. So we have some issues. All these bugs are going to hunt. This one immediately engages our friend, which that's fine because we can one-shot it with the 1911 and get resources for Logan. The Brood Soldier, mind you, doesn't have the worst text. But the Colorless Lava House have Hunter, which is, it just hits you for 1 horror and then disappears. And this Brood Soldier has Hunter. So all the insects are now hunting. Things are going to be a bit worse. Now, only 7 Doom, so slightly smaller. It says, when Doom is placed on this agenda, if the Brood Queen enemy is set aside, reveal tokens from the cast bag equal to the number of insect enemies. So same text in the victory display. But if a token with a symbol is revealed, spawn the set aside Brood Queen enemy. Symbol revealed. So that's just going to happen sooner than later. I think I did the skull wrong. Skull is X is half the number of insect enemies in play and in the victory display. So it's actually also in play. I thought it was only the victory display. So currently there's 3 insects in play. So the skull is -2. I think I might have missed that up at least once. I thought it was only the victory display, but this one does say in play. All right. We still have to draw on counter cards though. Desiccation. This one's so easy for us to forget. It's pretty bad for an event-based character like Miguel because you want to be playing at least 1 event a turn. This says put it into play next to agenda deck. I'm going to put it here so maybe I remember it. But it says the additional cost for investigator to play a card, they must take 1 damage. And that obviously hurts as much as that's free Sparrow Mask. Second card for Miguel. All right. So anytime that we empty our damn Sparrow Mask, we draw one of these sort of like willpower tests. Commanding Resonance. This is from the set. Test 3 willpower. For each point you fail by, you must do a different option in Fable. Take a damage, randomly discard a card from your hand. The nearest insect enemy readies, engages, and moves 1 location in time until it reaches your location, engages you, and makes an immediate attack. Now, there is technically a window here because we're doing a test. So we could like go ahead and put a lie in wait on this location, which says after like an insect enters our location, we could do 1 damage to it, or we could exhaust it with a decoy trap. Now, playing a card takes a damage itself because of the desiccation. But yeah, hey, it's a scheme. Does that matter? I don't know if that's a common subtype. But yeah, it's a scheme. Yeah, that's, I'm assuming, one of the pearls, huh? Okay, so that's bad. We're 3-3, so we're not hopeless. but we don't have any icons that we really want to boost into that unless we want to throw a lion weight to do a 5 and 3, which I honestly do because we'll get the lion weight back so easily with everything else we have. I just realized I've stored this in the interface as lion in weight. So 5 to 3. Get Miguel some justice cards. So I see where we're going. So 5 to 3. We don't want to fail by anything. We put the +1, so we succeeded. We don't do anything on this. Okay, so now we have to plan out. Things got a lot more complicated. There is now 3 more enemies on the table that are going. If we start with Joe, we can always just go in front of the Brood Soldier. We did discard our lion weight, which kind of sucks because we could have got our lion weight and put it in front of the Brood Soldier, and the Brood Soldier could have entered the location and got knocked out. That would have been pretty good for us, and I think that's how we need to deal with the Brood Soldier. We also just have the makeshift bomb, so we can throw the makeshift bomb in front of us, but ideally the makeshift bomb needs to hit multiple characters. The cool thing about Hunters, I think Hunter, they don't move simultaneously. You choose the order. So for instance, and I'm not saying we will, but if we put makeshift bomb into this location and then we move this Brood Soldier in first, it can blow up with killing the colorless larva before it goes. You're technically allowed to do that, but can't you get it back with a Hunter's Instinct? Exactly, we can, but we need to engage an enemy. So it'll probably happen later this turn when we move into this larva. I think we're trying to play this turn without playing any enemies, or sorry, playing any cards, because taking damage for fun is not fun. But yeah, in theory, we can't just get it, and that's why we were happy to throw it at. We just have to work to get it, though. That's mostly it. I think we're going to start with Joe. I think Joe is going to have to just like shoot this thing. Now, this will add it to the victory display, which means, you know, we're going to have to start ripping tokens at the Doom phase. But we've like really not progressed forward in terms of what we're trying to do here. We've only revealed 2 locations and we've totally whiffed. I do not think we're getting the 3, the ending where we get all 3 crystal. What are they called? Crystal Grove. Oh, sorry. Crystal Remains. I don't think we're going to get all of them. Okay, we're gonna start with Joe. Joe's gonna attack a Brood Soldier. The Brood Soldier has Hunter. It has 3 attack, 2 health. It hits for 1 and 1. If we attack with the 1911, which we will, on top of Logan Hastings, we're at 6 to 3, which is not guaranteed, but it's good enough for our use case. So we'll do 6 to 3 with this. If we defeat it, we can use Logan to get a resource. Skull is -2, so we're good. So the Brood Soldier is discarded, or goes into the victory display. I'll just put it up here. That's our soldiers. And we're going to just use Logan to exhaust to get a resource. Hit R1. That doesn't do anything. Gain 1. Okay, we're at 9 resources. We have 2 more actions. We could get a clue here, but glassing does all of it, which is kind of awkward because like we have nothing smart to do here. Like... Oh no, we could go here and then fight the colors larva. That's probably fine. And it means we can do something cool with stock prey. Yeah, I think I actually like that. It means we'll get knocked by the Brood Soldier though. The Brood Soldier will hit us. The other options we can use us, like we can step into the Brood Soldier and just shoot the Brood Soldier. That's also like not awful. The thing is like Logan's already fired, but I don't think that matters. I mean, it'd be nice to do the Brood Soldier with a trap because it's like clickless damage. But like, I don't know what else we're doing with Joe here. We have 2 more actions. If we do move clue, it's fine, but then the glassing is like slightly useless. We can move here and get the clue and fire a Rosa, but then we get hit by the Brood Soldier. I just don't think we can afford to play a trap here and take 1 damage because we're all kind of like messed up a bit. We can easily put the like little healing cards that Guardian has access to. Hey, what did we pull for the token? We pulled a -2, right? So we're 6 to 2. So we can't use steady-handed in a way that matters, but we have to remember that anytime we succeed by a test, we have horror to heal. I feel like we might have forgotten this already a couple times, but we were 6 to 3. We were 6 to 3. We pulled a -2 is 4 to 3, so we can use steady-handed to make it 5 to 3 and heal horror. Nice. We're going to need that every time we can. So every turn that we're not healing a horror from this, it's going to hurt. I love the new dynamite trap. Sometimes I just treat it like a vest to deal with swarms of enemies. Survivors has the soak. I think, yeah, if you're playing Alexi or like, again, enough allies, you can't just makeshift bomb your own, like the location in front of you and walk into it. I definitely have done that. But the cool thing is like, you can make it make sense. Yeah, I don't know what to do here with the other actions. We don't want to play cards. We can move into the larva, hit the larva. He could move in. I mean, it's not that good. I mean, it means that the Brood Soldier is going to hit someone. Unless we spend... man, we're also in an awkward spot in the corner because every empty location around us will have a thing. So, like, Loner is not useful. Right? Like, we'd have to do 1, 2, shoot, which is probably what we're going to do. Yeah. Also, if we go to here and we use Loner, this thing can come in here and fire glassing, which would probably be ideal. Like we have a lot of interesting moving points with Miguel, but if we're not here or here, we can force the miasmatic shadow to always, oh no, because this will be, we have to be not here, here, or here, because these are connected. So Joe could like go 1, 2 and end his turn here. That's probably good. But then we also have to end our turn there, and then glassing's totally useless. Wait a second, not glassing, loner's totally useless. What's the turn here? The turn is really weird here. We don't want to play cards. I mean, I think we just shoot the Brood Soldier to be like, yeah, I think we just shoot the Brood Soldier. I think it's the best turn we have. So second. We're running out of bullets, but we have another gun. We'll do the 1911 where, again, 4, 5, 6 to 3. I think this is straightforward. It's good enough. We don't get Logan, but who cares? Elder Sign. I mean, I think that's good. I think that's like draw a card, gain a resource. I mean, that's fine. So we defeat the Brood Soldier. So we put 2 in here. Okay. And then we'll gain a resource and draw a card. We drew another emergency cache. Okay, that's our whole turn. We'll swap it over. So now we're going to be pulling 2 tokens. If we pull a face token, like a symbol token, the Mother will show up. Mother, I think, is not going to be great for us. So we probably need to set up a makeshift bomb for Mother because I do think she might even like respawn these things, which is not great. So we need to make sure we can play a makeshift bomb, which can't be that hard. One thing that we can do is we can move into here, have the colors larvas engage us, and then we can like loner back into this location to like have dry burrows fire. I mean, or to empty dry burrows with glassing. I mean, that's pretty good. I actually kind of like that. It like 1 action to get all these clues. Yeah, that's not bad. So let's do that. I think that's fun. So we can't use loner yet, but first action, if we move into here, we got to do some like, you know, Miguel shenanigans. Fast action, we get a loner back after this engages us. And because it doesn't take an action to move, we don't take an attack of opportunity. When it enters here, we can fire glassing. Actually, when this engages us, we can fire Hunter's Instinct. And we can go get the Lion Weight. Then when this is here, we can fire glassing. So this place only has 2 shroud. So we're going to investigate with our increased agility. So we're 6 to 2. And if we succeed, we can discard it to get all the clues. Elder Sign, I mean, okay, we're turning a corner of sorts. That's good. So 6 to 2. Elder Sign means we can go grab a trick or trap. I'm not actually sure if we have any tricks. We definitely don't even have any traps. It's just yeah, okay, this whiffs. I mean, it totally whiffs. That's fine. We do get to get 2 clues and we discard this. The problem is the success on this, I think, is after the Elder Sign. The Elder Sign is as soon as you draw it, so we can't even recur this. But we do get 2 clues, which is nice because the downpours all got shuffled back in. I forgot to realize that part, but that's in there. So that was only 1 action. Second action, we just want to fight the colorless larva. Like it's going to end up in the victory display, but whatever. So we're not going to use the longbow for obvious reasons. So we're just going to attack with our based fit stat. And if we mess this up, we can just do it again. We could technically move and take a horror, but I mean, we have actions here. So we'll do 3 to 1. Worst token would be the tablet. At the -4, we fail. Daniel will do it again. So we're 4 to 1. Not the baby. It smushes good. -1. It is in the victory display. So now we're revealing 3 tokens. So that was only 2 actions. We could draw this card. It's very likely to be a location, so we don't have to feel bad about that. I think we have to take risks as we're playing from behind. So we're just going to spend an action to draw this. If this is a treachery, we drew every single treachery. It's not. It's a larval tunnel. Larval tunnel is here. So revelation comes in with 6 clues, which is a ton for us. We're not very good at that. We have to drop a glassing on this location. Put larval tunnel into play, adjacent to a location for which it was drawn. Search the encounter deck and discard pile for a colorless larva and spawn it at this location. Oh. Oh. Okay. We have no more actions to respond to that. So we're going to get hit for 1 horror. I mean, it could be worse. So then we have to go read this codex of what I thought was Psi, but maybe it just looks like a literal Psi. And after you successfully evade an enemy larval tunnel, draw the top card of the stack beneath the location. So that's going to make sense in a minute. Yeah, it is truly revenge. And the art of the larval tunnel is great. Balance sheet. Oh, sick. So Balance Sheet did a whole lot of art for Netrunner. If I'm not mistaken, Balance Sheet is now employed by FFG to be like an art person there. They've done some really fantastic art throughout both Arkham and the history of Netrunner. Really, really goated Netrunner artist. I think they now work at FFG, but I could be wrong about that. I know they were hired by some other board game thing as a full-time position, at least like a year ago or so. Okay, so we have to do Codex, whatever that symbol is. Okay. The larval tunnel. A billowy stench wafts from a tunnel crawling. Wow. Bilious? It can't be billowy, right? A bilious stench wafts from a tunnel crawling with pillowy white insects. Monstrous larvae stare blindly out of the dark with milky white eyes. The insect colony keeps its young in the tunnel to mature. Judging by the gory and desiccated remains of the flora, the older brood soldiers feed them with a steady supply of local wildlife and anyone foolish enough to venture into the caves. Gather one of the set-aside crystal remains alongside with the top 2 cards on the counter deck, shuffle them together, and place the 3 cards face down, as a stack beneath the larval tunnel. Okay, so the 3 crystal remains, which that's all we have to do is resign with one of them, so we might have it, are here. The problem is the only way we can get to them is by spending clues or emptying this and spending actions. So we'll take one randomly. I don't know what the difference is. We'll take 2 from here and we'll make a stack of 3 cards. Now the larval tunnel, we can decide where it goes. I think we're actually incentivized to put it underneath us because if this spawns another cave, it'll be here and then they'll be attached. So you can move between the 2 caves. So I will shift the board up, but this will be a pile underneath the larval tunnel. We're not there, but the color's larva is, but the color's larva will move to hit us, which we could respond to that by putting a trap and just basically saying we'd rather take a damage than a horror. But we want to let it survive so we can evade it there. But I think we want it down here because I do think the location adjacency thing can matter. So it's here. Cool. It feels like you got to do a lot of the scenario if you want all 3 crystals. It's like totally doable. I did a test run of this today. I got 2 comfortably. I could have got 3, or not today. I did it earlier this week. I always try and practice solo the scenarios first to know like what I'm doing. 1 crystal, 2 downpours. Nice. Downpour's so bad too because you drop the clues on the location you need to empty. It's totally doable. With lower player counts, it's a bit harder. But like we've had, I think 3 or 4 remarkably bad turns in a row. We've also just been on the bad side of luck where we've emptied these locations and got the thing. Like that's a really big thing. Emptying locations and then flipping the thing underneath it and whiffing is so much lost. As much as we can use the clues now, and the clues are a bit more useful now, because as a fast action, investigator location can spend 2 clues as a group to look at the top card of the deck, and you may place that card on the bottom. So that just saves you actions, because it's one of these 3 cards randomly. Now, Larval Tunnel does have good text. It says after you successfully evade, you can draw the top card. We definitely want to do that because if we can draw the top card, it saves us from having to actually like empty this location first. So we want to just evade 3 times here as much as limit once per round. Now, Desiccation is still on the table, but we still can play a fast event here because that was our 3rd and final action. So what we could do is play a decoy trap on our location for a damage. I think we want to do that. So when the colorless larva enters a location, it gets evaded so it doesn't attack itself and immediately disappear because I want to have it. I want to grab it. I want to move into Larval Tunnel with, with a loner, and I want to evade it there to get the card. So we're going to choose to take a damage here because of Desiccation. We're going to put the damage on the knapsack. It doesn't have to be direct. And then we're going to pay 2 resources from our pocket to put a decoy trap down on this location. This is the one trap that just says people will enter this, will get evaded. That's fine. And we can now use our knapsack to draw a card. Another decoy trap. That actually can be quite useful. Okay, I think that's it. I'm going to discard this at the end of the round. Technically, that's not yet. Enemy phase. We can choose which way the miasmatic shadow will go. We have not take damage, so we can't use the Sparrow Mask. I don't know who wants to take a hit from this. I think it's technically us. So we'll put the miasmatic shadow on us. We won't fire the decoy trap here because it's not forced. The colorless larva will enter and will try and attack us, but we will evade this. So the colorless larva enters. We'll use the decoy trap. Also, decoy trap is good to spread around the map. Like we might have wanted to put one here as soon as we can. Obviously, we just drew them because it has really good text. It says evade. We get +1, so we're evading at 6 to 1. If you succeed, you can also discard this to move to that location, which is like really, really good text. So 6 to 1 for the evade. And if we evade this, it doesn't hit us because it moves, then it attacks. Tablets -3, we succeed, so this thing evades. That's it. We have nothing that fires when something engages us, so that's good. And then that is it. Upkeep, card and credit. So Joe draws a perception. We draw Elaborate Distraction, another really good card when it comes to having a lot of enemies at one place. This card is one of the few Hemlock cards we're playing. Mind you, this wakes up when we engage it. But this says it costs us 1 or 2 actions, depending if we play it kind of pseudo fast. And we can do a bunch of ping damage, or we can evade a bunch of enemies at our location and connecting locations. Which, mind you, the Crystal Grove can be attached to, like, what is it? Every single location besides one, right? Like, this is attached to literally every location besides Larval Tunnel, which is kind of sick. Okay, that's that. We're going to add a Doom, and now we have to do the text. So it says, when Doom is placed on this agenda, if the Brood Queen is set aside, reveal the tokens from the Chaos Bag equal to the number of insect enemies in the victory display. So there's 3. If we reveal a symbol, the Queen shows up. That's a symbol. No! Why am I unhappy to see the Elder Sign? That sucks. Okay, so the thing is happening. Normally it says like Elder Sign symbol, but no, it's a token with a symbol. So unfortunately, the Elder Sign gets us. So we have to spawn the mother. Where is she? She must be somewhere here. Brood Queen. Brood Queen. I really like how creatively they use codex on spawn. I think spawn codex is like my favorite codex. So we're gonna read spawn summation symbol. I forget what it's called. I think it's epsilon. I should review these so I feel a bit smarter here. Brood Queen. The massive corpulent form of an insect lurches out of a dark tunnel. The Brood Queen's antennae wave in the dark, emitting unsettling vibrations. In moments, the cave is filled with her brood, each of them glowing with faint blue light. Spawn the Brood Queen at the location nearest to the most investigators, at a cave location if able. Remove each insect enemy from the victory display and spawn it at the Brood Queen. Remove each insect enemy from the victory display and spawn at the Brood Queen's location. All right. It's Sigma. Thank you. Yeah, it's Sigma summation. So the Brood Queen's going to be on us, and every enemy in the victory display is going to be at the Brood Queen's location. Now, the text here says spawn the Brood Queen at the location nearest to the most investigators, which technically would be the Ashen Slope or the Crystal Grove. But it also says cave if able. So I'm not sure what you're meant to do here, because these are equidistant between both of us. This is a cave, but it's nearest to me and not nearest to Joe. It's like, this is technically 2 value units, 2 length from everyone. This is 2 length from everyone. This is 2 length from everyone. This is 2 length from everyone. But this is a cave. Technically, this is the nearest to everyone. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it should go here. I think it should go here because it is a cave and nearest to everyone. But otherwise, they might have to go here and here because it's technically like equidistance, but whatever. It's a Brood Queen. She has more than 5 health. She only has 1 attack. Just kidding. She gets +1 fight for each other insect enemy in play and +X health, where X is the current day number. So she has 9 health, which we've dealt with 9 health before. I'm going to put boss health over here at the top. I probably should get a boss health like part of the stream that I can pull down. I definitely will do that. And yeah, her current fight is 1. Oh, mind you, these are all here. Yeah, we might have to do a little dynamite blasting here. These are all on us. So let me just try and make this make sense. So these are attached to the larval tunnel. I guess we can stack them. We can fire the decoy trap, funny enough. We probably will. So the Brood Queen summons first, so we can evade her. And then we have 2 colors larva, and then we have 2 brood soldiers. The brood soldiers and the colors lava. I mean, I don't know how to fit all this in the screen anymore. We'll just stack them. We know there's multiple, but yeah, we have issues. The Brood Queen we can evade. Notably, Elaborate Distraction can evade everybody. After we evade everybody, we could like drop a makeshift bomb. The makeshift bomb will do a lot of work. It'll knock out every color's larva, every brood soldier, and it will really hurt the Brood Queen. It won't hit the Miasmatic Shadow though, because the Miasmatic Shadow is just a piece of work. It does not get hit by gasoline or trap cards. So, I mean, we probably have to do something very clever here. But if it spawned here, we'd be gaming. We'd definitely be gaming. Unfortunately, I think it spawns on us. So we will decoy trap the Queen. She only has proper 3 evade. So we will decoy trap her. So we're going to go ahead and do our 6-3 on this. I mean, if it works, it's fine. It saves as an action. If it fails, it's also not that bad. We don't need a manual dexterity this test. -1, it's evaded. Okay, so that's good. We still have to draw on counter cards though. We're swapping over. This is ready. This is ready. We drew Alien Whispers, more willpower tests. So this is test repower for each point, 3 willpower, excuse me. For each point you fail by, you must either take 1 damage, which can only be assigned to tenacity control. So Logan will survive that. Take one horror, which can be assigned to an asset you control. That will defeat Logan. Or discard a card randomly from your hand for each point you fail by. So you can do the same one 3 times, which is not too bad. We're currently 2 to 3. Again, we're pretty bad at these tests. The Mouse Mask would not have gotten a charge so far, so I don't feel bad about not playing it. But I think we're just going to rip this. Like, all we're going to do, worst case, we take a damage, we discard 2 cards, take a damage, I think, to Logan. Art on this is also really good. Yeah, great art. Two to 3. Elder Sun 1 time. 3. So we failed by as much as we can. Not a surprise. Exceeding it's right there. So we're going to discard 2 random cards and we're going to put 1 damage on an asset. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In theory, we can decide these one at a time, but it'd be surprising if we did anything else. We could fast, like, put the Tinker on the magnifying glass, but ultimately it's not a bad card to discard. Is that Luke in the art? I think it's a lady with a bun. I think it's a lady. It looks like she's wearing a dress, and I think she has a top bun. I kind of think she also has earrings, but that might just be her hands clutching her bleeding head. I don't think it's Luke. All right, so we're going to discard the first card. It's an emergency cash, totally acceptable. And then I think we'll do it again, because we're not going to knock out Logan. Good to Miasmatic Shadow, we put the other way. It's an autopsy report. Feels bad. It's an experienced card, but what can you do? Okay. Man, playing a bounty after the trap goes off would feel so good. I just think it's so hard to do for obvious reasons. Our encounter card is... Come on. It's another Miasmatic Shadow. We drew both of them. This deck is so big. And they're at the same location, which means if you discard a card from your hand, which again, being over hand size counts as discarding a card, you get hit for 2 damage and 2 horror. You can technically split these up if you can make it equidistance, but them being on the same location is a nightmare. Yeah, I don't like this card. I think this card should have other text on it or more text. It doesn't have enough text. It's my complaint. Okay, we need to rein this in because we have to do something really sharp here. Notably, Elaborate Distraction is not either a spell, a relic, or a science, right? Or an encounter card, but we can spend this for 2 resources and 1 action, and we can distract everybody. Then we can drop a bomb. The problem with the bomb is we have to fire the bomb somehow. And the only way we could fire the bomb is we could choose to, from a neighboring location, play the Stalk Prey, which I think would be so incredibly sick. Because you can play this with your knapsack from a neighboring location. If this finds an enemy, the enemy enters and it gets blown up by everything. Now, the problem is if this whiffs, we have to walk into the bomb itself. But I don't know if there's that many enemies left in the deck. Like, we have to look through 9 and get an enemy. And I honestly think the deck has, like, no enemies. It has 1 enemy, which was in the top 9. But not guaranteed. This deck has 1 enemy, and it's this many cards. So, like, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not likely. There's 28 cards. We're looking at 9 of them. So it's a 1 in 3 chance that the Stalk Prey blows the bomb up. We have no way of kicking an enemy out of our location. But I think that's what we have to do. Like, this is the dynamite play. And the issue is because they all have Hunter. Like, if you put the dynamite on the larval tunnel and enter the larval tunnel, you have to fire the trap. You want to fire the trap on the last one, which means you survive all the attacks. Yeah, I think we always have to start with Elaborate Distraction here, but we might have to go in there and take 3 damage. Because I don't see another way. We could get lucky. I mean, okay, so we're going to go first here. Joe can do whatever he wants, honestly. First action and free action. We'll play Elaborate Distraction. We'll spend a resource off of this and spend 2. As much as our 2 do or dies are at. And we're going to play this. So it says for each enemy, your location and each connecting location. We can evade them or deal 1 damage. So we could just knock out the colors larvas immediately. We can evade these, which that's cool. We can evade the brood soldiers, which is cool. But the colors larva, like, we kind of want to be cute and dynamite all of them, but we might as well just ping them for 1. So they go into the victory display, which will matter, kind of, for the skull, sort of. And then we'll just evade all of these. So this looks like a good dynamite, but it only hits 3 enemies, not 5. I mean, like, maybe we shouldn't be complaining about that. Oh, we wanted to evade things in the larval tunnel. I forgot about that. I mean, we can still make it work for us. Joe, I can handle myself in some cave somewhere poking at clues. Meanwhile, Miguel surrounded by 17 bugs. He's lighting a trap. We haven't taken damage or horror in a bit, so Sparrow Mask hasn't got charges. I don't know if we missed that. I can pull this in now at least. We could choose to draw with the knapsack, but we might want to keep the knapsack to be able to play at a neighboring location. Yeah, we might want to play that. The other option we can do is get out of dodge. Like we can put the dynamite behind us because all of these things will hunt at the same time. And I think that's probably the safer play. I think we just put the dynamite in the Crystal Grove and then just say they'll come at us next turn. And then we can blow up 3 of them. That's way safer than having to do anything too tricky. So if that's the case, we can't just use Miguel's knapsack. We have 2 more actions. We drew another loner. Okay, not useful. Fast action. We'll loner into this Crystal Grove. Okay, so this Crystal Grove, it's 2 to 3 chance that it has something good underneath it. So we'll use our second action to draw the card. There's only 1 treachery, 2 good cards. We found a good card. We'll definitely spawn it here, so they're connected, so I'm glad we made that choice. It's the Crystal Nursery. 3 Shroud, 4 Clues. This says, put Crystal Nursery into play adjacent to your location in which it was drawn. Do that thing. After you end your turn at Crystal Nursery, take direct horror to draw the top card of the stack beneath Crystal Nursery. Group limit once per round. That is probably worth doing with our friend with Steady Handed, because I think we can survive that, and we need some sort of click compression to get through these cards. Let's read that though. Okay. Crystal Nursery. You enter a massive cavern the size of an amphitheater filled with milky white crystals. Innumerable insects hang from the walls and bask on the floor in pale watery light that filters down from a hole in the ceiling. You realize the opening above is a massive chasm in the front of the Pearl Estate. A low subsonic hum permeates the room. You feel as though you've entered a sacred space. Gather 1 of the crystal remains, 2 cards in the counter deck, shuffle them, put them there. So 1 random remain, 2 cards, give it a shuffle. And again, the after you end your turn thing is not forced, so you can choose to do it or you can choose not to do it. So that's totally fine. That goes underneath here. There's 3 cards there. 4 clues, yeah. Okay, we don't have a glassing or way to get clues in their hand. We want to make sure that we're spending cards out of our hand because discarding cards can be a problem with these things. So like getting our hand size slightly lower is not that bad. We can spend an action to place the makeshift bomb and it'll be safe. I mean, that's probably worth it. We could have shot. I think actually we should have shot the Brood Queen once before we left. That probably was worth it because we always only want to shoot the Brood Queen and then load her bow. And the Brood Queen is worth defeating because she has victory too. And we want to get all the victory we can. So I think we should have shot the Brood Queen once and then reloaded. We can play a free event next turn. It should probably be the emergency cache. So I think I'm going to spend 3 to put this here. This does proper take an action. So we still have 1. No, that's all our actions. We did elaborate trap. We did makeshift bomb. We did reveal a treachery. So that's us. Now, again, the next person who enters this is also not forced, which is good. Where did the babies go? Distracted elaborately. There was a house fire and they had to go in there to save them friends. It was elaborate. Deal 1 damage to the enemy. That's what we did. Yeah, they're elaborately distracted. Don't worry about them. I don't even think about it, but Miguel had to stomp on the little larva and then all of a sudden the queen and 7 ants are chasing him out of a cave. There's really good stories. Like the theme in these scenarios are so good. Like we're obviously in a pickle, but like it's fun. It's fun. It's the Brood Queen is cool. Okay, it's Joe time. Go Joe. It's a 50-50 whether we want to do the thing. We could probably try and do the text on Dr. Rosa. I think that might be worth doing at this point. We also want to evade something in here. That shouldn't be that hard to sort out, but there's only 1 more enemy in the deck. So like the text on Larva Tunnel, which wants you to evade, we might have wanted to play into that a bit, but I think we can end up dragging the Brood Queen into there because it says after you successfully evade an enemy, you can look at the top card. So I think Joe is going to probably set up Dorothy because he's kind of hurt. Like he has issues. That will make it not the most expensive card in the hand. So I think Joe will take the downturn here. We only have a couple turns, but I think it's okay. So spend an action to play Dorothy. Let's bring his cards down in line. That puts our intellect up to 5. Dorothy gets a slight bit of soak, but not like in a way that actually matters. So you want to take 1 and 1 and assign it to Dorothy and not just take 1. And then she says, especially with Steady Handed, we'll get value no matter what. As much as money doesn't matter because we threw out our endurance. Do you have permavated buddies in the spooky shadows? Yeah. Yeah. But then we have to engage them because they're aloof. It's like really, really annoying. But you're right, we could. Second, we'll pop into here. There's a 50% chance we have to empty this location, so we might as well. And then third, we'll do the action on the Pearl Estate ruins. And then we're probably going to end up talking to Rosa. And you betcha that I think like not talking to her for a long time was probably worth it. So our intellect stat is 6 to 3 when it comes to also our magnifying glass. We're not going to commit anything to that. We have no more deductions, and we have throughout our autopsy report, so we have literally no more clue compression the whole game besides the classings. 6 to 3. This is good, I think. Oh, this is good. This is good. This says -1, you may shovel a non-elite enemy the victory display into the deck. That's a really good text because we want that to happen because we want to draw this for our stock prey. And it's not a bad encounter card. It's a 1 damage thing that like knocks itself out immediately. So thank you. Praise be, Mother Rachel. We succeed by 2, which again, I now know how steady-handed works. We have no more actions, so we might as well use steady-handed to force Dorothy and then feel doubly clever. But we definitely want to be healing horror. I guess we only have 1 horror. So only 1 larval tunnel on display. So we're going to get the clue from this. We're going to use steady-handed, so we can exhaust it to make us succeed by 1 or 3, which means we can exhaust Dorothy, not Dogs of War. Dorothy. It's so funny when the weirdest thing comes up, but it's alphabetical. So Dorothy will be exhausted to gain a resource. We'll draw a card with our ability. I don't think there's any more weaknesses. We have another 1911 if it comes to that. And then we can do Rosa's text. So Dr. Rosa Marquez says, after you discover the last clue, this. If it's Act 1, okay, I'm going to read this because I'm pretty sure this is going to be right. If it's Act 1, Dr. Marquez holds up a round piece of glass to the light. It's a cross-section of... Okay, I'm not going to read the story, but I'm going to read the result. Draw 3 cards, and investigator may trigger this codex again during a different act. But this is what I don't get. Maybe in another timeline, Rosa's your ally, so this text makes sense. But on day 2, you can only fire Rosa once unless you manage to drop your clues with downpour. Because this place only has 1 clue on it guaranteed, and there's no way to move Rosa. Maybe there's a way to control Rosa, but I find it very strange that says you can do it again. But I do think you can grab Rosa if you like have her as a friend, maybe. But it is Act 2. The professor hefts a desiccated mandible the size of her forearm. These creatures have both termite, wasp, and other features from a number of insects. It's out of my field. Dr. Christopher would lose his mind if he saw this. That's really cute. But I was able to dig up some interesting findings in the tunnels. Look at this. Choose a location in play, reveal all cards beneath the chosen location, discard each treachery revealed, and put the rest back in any order. That is such absurdly good text that waiting was definitely worth it. So we have 2 places that have a pile of stuff on them. Now, to get access to the card underneath them, we have to empty them. So, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Why is that under Crystal Nursery? It's not. Don't look at that. This is one of them. After you end your turn here, take a direct horror to draw the top card of the deck. That's not hard to do. Larval Tunnel is slightly harder to do. But no matter what, we're going to have to do one of them 3 times, one of them once. I think taking horror is easy. I think we're going to look at this pile. We're going to discard all the treacheries. Oh, I shouldn't have checked the deck, actually, because checking the deck makes us know how many enemies are under these locations. I don't know how many enemies are in the deck, but actually looking through the deck was maybe a bit of a not allowed play. Okay, Captivating Gleam, Alien Whispers, and there's a Crystal Remains. So there's a Crystal Remains underneath here. We won't read the text, but we know guaranteed if we evade an enemy, we'll get one of those. Oh, we just discard these, excuse me. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Going to have to catch the VOD for this one, but Hemlock Vale has been awesome so far. Mind if I make a presentation suggestion? Please do. Chris, what are you thinking? If it's don't have a face cam, dog, I'm gonna be insulted. Have you considered not showing your face? I think that's the whole turn. That was not a bad turn, all things said. So enemy phase, nothing happens. Upkeep phase happens. 1/1. Overpower. Hunter's Instinct, probably is worth the action to play it and the 2 resources because it allows us to grab all our traps back. And we have glassing, which we definitely need. Or sorry, even grab any events, no, technically. The whole pile wakes up. The gang is here. Have you considered more cat? 1 feline hybrid's enough. So we have 2 brood soldiers. We have miasmatic shadows, the pair of them. And then we have, of course, 1 brood queen. I love a visual for the campaign log, like you had for the Drowned City runes. Would be nice for community continuity, I think, especially this one with the relationship levels. Yeah, I think it's something that definitely takes a fair bit of time to do. Like the one that we had for I really like that you appreciate the Drowned City thing with the you know, the things with the things. I would have to see what the back of the book looks like because that's generally where I grab my images from, the campaign log. But I probably can grab the campaign log and use its relationship tracker. So I'll consider that. I might have some time this weekend to do it. It's a bit time intensive, but I think it's probably worth it. And you do it once, you play Hemlock multiple times. It's a good suggestion, Chris. I'm for it. That's it. Now, when we advance, this doesn't matter anymore because it says when Doom is placed on this agenda, the Brood Queen enemy is set aside, which is not, so we don't have to do any of the token pulls, which again wouldn't do much anyways. Have you considered a fedora? No. Joe Diamond? I mean, he does have a fedora. It'd be sick if he had fedora synergy. Also, not a fedora fan. I do not understand why they printed this card. It could have been a cool card if they just wrote like fast on it, literally anything. Or I'm not going to talk about fedora anymore. Any more I do think maybe when I played this before, I forgot that the Brood Queen has Hunter. She doesn't just sit there. It kind of looks like she would sit there because she's the size of a small shed. But she will come at us because it's the text on the act that said that they lose this and gain this. But even if they didn't lose it, they gain it. So she does have Hunter. They could have just printed her with Hunter for what it's worth. Oh, no, but that matters because if you grab her during Agenda 1, she will stand still and then she only starts moving later because you can spawn her in Agenda 1. We had no chance of doing that. We didn't kill anything. First card, Brute Soldier. I mean, that's on us. We have 1 bullet. This thing just needs 1 bullet. It's here. It spawns on us. Fine. It's the 1 card we shuffled in. It's literally the 1 card we shuffled in. We drew. It's the colorless larva. It's on us. We wanted to bring it here to evade. Imagine we fire the makeshift bomb on. We have the ability to fire the makeshift bomb right now to deal with this thing good. If we wanted to, we could do it. Okay. I'm not saying we're gonna, but if we wanted to, we could. And it would be so funny. We can also do the thing where we put like lion weight in front of us and just like kick it into it by like traveling with loner. But I think no matter what, Miguel's gonna go first here. That was not a bad encounter phase. Okay, so it's a 50-50 whether the thing is attached to the state runes or the cavern. It's a shame that this is the place that we need to get one of the things out of because it's far away from where we have to resign. Because again, we only have each character only has like 15 actions and we have to grab the thing and resign. You could evade, engage, loner, move with it. I don't want to move into this because I want this to come here. So by definition, like we have to go here and Joe has to stay on that side because we need to make this pile move into here. Right? And that does a fair bit of work. I do wish we shot this because it has exactly 9 damage, which happened, I think, in our last scenario where we fought something with 9 damage, the bear, because it dies in 3 longbows. And we could have got a longbow in last turn, but we didn't. So yeah. Yeah. Be so cool if we could play 2 loners. Like 2 loners is actually hard to fire. Why is it limit 1? Anyways. So Joe could go first, I guess, because if Joe finds the location, we don't actually have to empty this, and that might change Miguel's turn, and then we could just move up there. So I think Joe will go first, actually. I thought the trap was in the bug room. Yeah, the trap is here. Yeah, for sure. Otherwise, we could move in and blow up the trap if we wanted to. Okay, so we're going to go first with Joe. We have a Brood Soldier. Mind you, it's in our threat area, not up there. It has 3 fight. We're just going to shoot the 1911. We're out of bullets, and we probably should take a second to play another one. Actually, we probably shouldn't because there's like no enemies left in the deck. So we're shooting the 1911. We're at 5-3. Sorry, 6-3. We're at 4, 5, 6-3. So not guaranteed. We could play the overpower because I don't know how we're going to use this any other time. We have no more weapons. So we'll just do 8-3 to get through our deck. Because I swear if we don't play the Ravenous Myconid and feel good about it, I'll be upset. Larva Miguel killed us haunting him. Keeps coming back. Just wants to get stepped on. 8-3. Skull is a big number, but not too big. We do have to do the math though because of steady-handed. So half the number of insect enemies in play and the victor's play. Round it up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 3. So we were 8-3. We're 5-3. So we succeed by 2. So steady-handed is not worth anything. We'll kill the Brood Soldier. And we'll draw a card with overpower. We could play the bounty. But like, we got more money than common sense at this point, right? Like, do we need a fast gain 6 resources? Would you rather just have cards in hand to discard to garbage? I think so. Like, I don't think we play this. Okay, second action. I think we're just going to do the act stuff. Or the act. So we're going to spend an action to draw this. It's a 50-50. If we can get this 50-50, it would be a good break for our duo. Because we've been... Otherwise, like, flipping every single treachery in this scenario feels bad. But we'll flip this. Yeah, we threw out our 1 endurance. The other endurance is a mouse mask. Hey, we nailed it. Okay, cool. So we drew the salt chamber, which means we don't have to flip this location. That's the last location. The salt chamber, perfect for me. 4 shroud, an absurd 6 clues. which I don't think we have the actions to actually get a clue off this turn. Put Salt Chamber into play adjacent, read Omega. As an action, Investigator Salt Chamber can spend 2 clues to draw the top card of the stack beneath Salt Chamber. So that's great because Joe has more clues than he knows what to do with. So that's good. In theory, you can just spend 6 clues and you're guaranteed to empty this. 4 Shroud's a bit high, but we can deal with that for sure. So let's go to the Codex. Where are we at? A narrow cleft in the side of a tunnel leads into a spacious cavern. Salt formations form delicate spidery patterns that hang from the ceiling and rise from the floor. The air is sharp with a bitter alkaline taste mixed with a repugnant musky scent. Several desiccated corpses, some of them human, litter the floor, overgrown with salt. Perhaps the local creatures use the salt in this chamber as a natural preservative, a pantry of sorts. That's a really cool theme. Same thing, gather the last crystal remain and 2 cards from counter deck, shuffle them together. You know the drill. So it's in a pile of 3. We don't know how deep. Now, this is the only one that had actively bad text that spawned a colorless larva. Everything else seems to be fine. All right, so shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. It goes here. We could spawn it north or we could spawn it west. North just fits on camera and it doesn't actually matter. This is the victory display for whatever it's worth. We know that, right? Okay, we don't move into location. We just reveal it. So we have one more action. We just shoot that. So we can move into there. There's nothing really we want to play. We could take an action to play another 1911, but I don't think there's anything else that we have to fight. I think all the fighting's on the table already. And eventually you just run out of enemies. The only thing that we also can fight is the crystal thing that can show up. And we want to find it because it's worth victory, but it's in the counter deck. And we like have to draw it sooner than later because otherwise it won't show up. So we'll just end our turn in here. All right, we'll swap. Miguel time. So Miguel needs to go and evade something in here, but obviously that's an issue. We could go up to the Alkaline Forest. If we end our turn in the Crystal Nursery, we have to take direct horror, I'm pretty sure, which you don't want to do that because that's not something we have a lot of. This should be ready. We haven't taken damage in horror in a while, or we've forgotten because the Sparrow Mask is like that. But we need to let these come out. It'll deal with most of the issues. We ideally want to separate the Miasmatic Shadow for the Brood Queen. That would be good too. And we can always like bounce back into the decoy trap area. I mean, that's also fine. I mean, I don't think we have much to do this turn. Like maybe taking a direct horror here is okay. And then we have more horror soak because there's a 1 in 3 chance of being good. The only use for the Crystal Nursery is that once you end your turn, you could draw a treachery and the treachery could be like worse on top of bad. Also, the cool thing is if we go down here, we can actually separate the Miasmatic Shadows in this location and the ants or all the bugs in this location. And then we actually can like interact with that favorably. So I think it does make sense that we spend our first action to go down here. We want to deal with the larva. There's a couple ways to do it. I wish we had a glassing because throwing a glassing down here and then moving into it would be pretty hype. But we have no way to get a clickless thing from our bin unless we pull the Elder Sign. But I would love to put a glassing on this because it's the last location that it seems like Miguel's responsible of emptying. And I think every glassing is in here. Oh, just one glassing, but our 2 do or dies are out. Hunter's Instinct we could play. Yeah, I don't know. I think we just hit the colors larva. I don't think there's anything to it. I think we just swing at it. Did I spell this like a Canadian? I did. You're the best, Andre. Colors lava. We'll attack this with our fists. We're 3-1. If we fail, we just do it again. That's, I mean, good text. That's so good. So not only do we succeed, we can now put another like garbage enemy into the deck as an encounter card. Again, the deck is so big for this to like matter. This is defeated. We have ruined nature. That's what we're here to do. Just like stomp on bugs. We're the good guys. All right. Oh. Excuse me. Okay. That's that. Fast action, I guess. We'll loan her into the Crystal Nursery. So we're going to end our turn here and have a 1 in 3 chance of things being good for us. Yeah. We have to stay here so we can split up the 2 enemies. I think that means second action, we'll just go ahead and play the Hunter's Instinct. Just so we can get back the glassing, maybe, if we're lucky. So this costs 2. Comes in with 3 of these charges that we can use, supplies, to go grab a level 0 event. I don't think we've seen any of our nice copies of Guerrilla Tactics just yet. I don't think we have much to do here, so I think we do fast. We'll play Emergency Cash. We should have done this first, in theory. But we'll do Emergency Cash clicklessly, gain 3 resources. And when we do that, we can draw a card with our knapsack. Why didn't we do that first? Why didn't we plan our turn? We could have planned our turn here. It would have been so easy. We just have to play emergency cache first, draw the glassing, then we could have moved into Crystal Nursery and got like 2 clues maybe? Oh, that's frustrating. Okay, so that's good. It's good that when the game rewards you for thinking. Like, it's good when you see it. Be like, if I was a smarter person, this would have been a better turn. If you didn't find that consistently, like, why play the game? We're just rolling the dice, right? Putting glassing on this location is now not super useful. Clues are actually still useful though. Wait, fast action. Fast action, investigate your location, spend 2 clues as a group. The problem with this is downpour gets a bit worse. So look at the top card beneath the location. We definitely want to do that. So Miguel's going to spend 2 clues, and then we can look at the top card, and that will help us because it'll now make it a 50-50. So the top card is what we want it to be. Okay. So we don't have to do anything. We don't have to bottom it. You can choose to bottom it. And why that matters is because at the end of the turn, we can take a direct horror to draw that card. So we no longer have to get more clues off of this. We don't have to get clues for this. So we actually don't have to do anything. Unfortunately, we don't have to do anything anymore. We could put a lie in wait here, but it's only going to hit the miasmatic shadows. So it doesn't do anything. We can't put a lie in wait here because there's only 1 trap per location. Like, we literally have nothing to do. We have nothing to do here. What's in the bottom of our deck? Nothing bad. Okay. What happens if Stockprey whiffs? It just doesn't do anything? Stockprey says, look at the 9. Search the top 9 for an enemy, add it, shuffle the counter deck, then draw 1 card. Then means if you don't do the the first part, you don't do the back part, right? Then means the related clauses. So if this doesn't find an enemy, it does nothing. So we can't really afford to play that. I don't have anything to do here with Miguel. It sucks that the Stockpreys are useless. There's, I think, like maybe 1 enemy in the deck. I mean, I'll still do it just in case. That's fast. And then I'm just gonna do like draw. So we did emergency cache for free. We did 1 real fight. We did 1 fake move. We did 1 fake. We have still 2 actions. I'm gonna do draw. I'm just gonna take a resource. Yeah, weird turn. Okay, so cool stuff happens though. We'll make these shadows come down here. So we can always evade them there if we engage them. The Brood Queen will enter. We'll do nothing. The Brood Soldier will enter. We do nothing. The Brood Soldier will enter. We'll respond to that. We'll fire the makeshift bomb. After an enemy or investigator enters location, deal 3 damage. Discard this to each enemy and each investigator. So the 2 Brood Queens get knocked out. Sorry, the Brood Soldiers get knocked out. And the Brood Queen takes 1/3 of her health, down to 6. Okay, we are surrounded, so that's actually maybe bad because we can't fire glassing. We did that to ourselves. Oh, mind you, we have to do this first. Crystal Nursery says when your turn ends, I believe. After you end your turn, we'll take a direct horror, and then we'll draw this crystal remains. So we get to see what this card is. If we resign with this card, it's good. If we have 2 cards, clues, we can put it on Crystal Grove, but this is now ours, and it's Crystal Remains. It's the child. 1 damage, 1 horror soak. Put it into play in your threat area. If Crystal Remains is defeated, shuffle it with the top 2 cards in the counter deck and place them face down in a stack beneath the nearest layer. When your turn begins, take 1 damage or 1 horror. Yeah, the realization that you're finding like the corpses of the pearls and what happened to them 20 years ago is like pretty frightening, and that you're holding them while they dissolve, and or you're taking horror because the idea of what this is like so terrifying, or they're like kind of toxic. It's pretty good theme on this, that you find them deep in the caves and all you're trying to do is get them out so they can like be laid to rest. Like, that's all we're doing. We're on a survey to learn about the bugs, and we don't need to fight the bugs here because at the end of the day, we're the intruder. But it's more so like we're trying to get these people up and learn what happened. That's it. Upkeep. We're on 8 cards exactly. Another man dex is flexible. And we're going to have to remember that trigger because it's an easy trigger to forget. And we'll draw 1 more card here. It's a vicious blow. Okay. Doom, we add 1. No other text. We draw a card for Joe. Doom didn't go through. Excuse me. I wrote Foom. Commanding Resonance. We've drawn this already once. Test your willpower. Reach point you fell by, you must choose a different option. Discard randomly, we don't care. Nearest insect readies, moves 1 location at a time until it reaches your location, engages you, and makes an immediate attack. That means the Brood Queen hits us. That's spicy. We left her to be the only insect. So she will hit us, and we have to take a damage. So if we fail this test, We have to take 3 damage and 2 horror and discard a card. Our hand has no willpower boosts. Yeah, that's really bad. The Dynamite Blast might have been a mistake. Okay. Here we go. 2 to 3, nothing we can do about it. The card is horrific. It's really quite bad. But we drew the auto fail. Okay. Joe might have a big bounty. We have no guns. So we have to do all this. We take a damage. We randomly discard a card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll just shuffle. And then the nearest insect is a Brood Queen. It's going to move and hit us for 2 and 2. At this point, we probably knock out Dorothy. I want to keep the Vicious Blow, but like the Vicious Blow is not enough. Like we have to use Miguel to get across the map now. That's awful. We get rid of 1911, our last weapon. Okay. And then the nearest insect enemy readies moves a location at a time until it reaches your location. Oh man, imagine we saw this coming and in the fast window, we put a decoy trap here. The thing is we can't because the only place we could fast put a decoy trap during that test would be here. But the issue is that it won't fire. Like we had an ability to respond to that with Miguel. I missed the trigger, but we could fast play decoy trap during the test. And then when the Brood Queen enters, it would exhaust. I guess actually that wouldn't stop it because no text and commanding resonance cares about being it ready or not. Can you have it move through the crystal nursery somehow? No, it has to go the shortest path. I'm assuming it has to move the shortest path, kind of like Hunter. But it'd be funny if we can make it fire. Like, actually, doesn't have to be the shortest path. The nearest insect enemy readies moves 1 location at a time until it reaches your location. Because like we can move it here to exhaust it. And we can move it here to get 2 clues. So we can move it up after. I'm assuming it goes directly. But it's going to end up here. It's on us. It has 3 evade. And it's going to hit our friend here. Man, what a bad encounter card. So we have to take 2 and 2. Joe Diamond is getting hurt. We have to decide whether it's more important to discard Logan Hastings or Dorothy Simmons or both. Our deck still has 1 Dorothy, but both of them together could clear this up. We have to consider emptying the salt chamber or just getting lucky or spending clues. Because the salt chamber, if we're very unlucky, we need 6 clues. If we're slightly unlucky, we need 4 clues. If we're lucky, we need 2 clues. Those are all the combinations. But I could see us knocking all of these guys out. I mean, taking 2 horror is not bad because we can heal horror. We'll always take the 2 horror. But no, if you knock out one of these, you might as well take the damage and horror. I think Dorothy's more important. So I'm going to hit Logan for 1 and 1, and then we'll take 1 and 1. So we're down to 2 health. Logan's knocked. Fight stat goes down to 4. Jesus, willpower test, huh? Huh? I mean, maybe we should be playing the talent. Does anybody know what the name of the secret talent is? Because I think it can boost your willpower or your book. And if you can, that might be worth something because we have more money than what we know what to do with. Torment, peril, another damn willpower test. So we're 3 to 3 on this. We could boost this. If you fail, name a card type. Each investigator discards 1 card of the name type. Luckily, the 2 miasmatic shadows are not in our location. If we name asset, mind you, peril, it doesn't matter. We discard a loner. We're assuming it doesn't matter. Yeah, peril mode. All right, we're doing 3 to 3. Worst case is the tablet. It's a -1. We fail. So we'll just say asset. We have to discard a loner, which we should have just committed to the test anyways, honestly. There's no assets here. All right, peril's over. Okay, so we got to think about this. That is technically 3 locations away. Because we can do fast, 1-1. The problem is we have to evade the Brood Queen. Or we could kill the Brood Queen. Right now, Joe can attack for some damage. He has only 4 attack because we discarded the attacking guy. This thing doesn't have retaliate, but it only has 1 health because it's 1 fight because its fight is for each other insect in play, and that's it. So it has 1 fight. So Joe can do 2 damage, probably 4 damage if we're lucky, and that means we can come in and we can just shoot it with the bow. I think Joe always goes first. Because if Joe can clutch it, Joe can clutch it. So Joe is now like toe-to-toe with the Brood Queen. So we're just going to attack. We're going to throw their Vicious Blow into this. There's no starter turn trigger. 1911 is empty. That's it. We can heal horror off of this. We're doing pretty good, but it only has one fight because for each other insect enemy in play, there's none. Vicious Blow, again, just like it was before, gets us +1 fight. So in terms of our stats, we're at 5-1. So we're as close to guaranteed as we can be. 4. We succeed by 0. It takes 2 damage. Down to 4 health. Okay. We have 2 more actions. We only have to do 1 more damage. We can't defeat it on our own, but like the bow should get there, and we can get there in 2 actions and shoot the bow. The thing is, like, we can't do anything else. We could try and evade it if we wanted to. We're what, 2 to 3, so it's not particularly good. The worst case here is we pull again the tablet, and then we have to spawn a thing. But we're still fighting 4-1, so the tablet's safe. So we'll just attack 4-1 into the Brood Queen. -2. So we succeed by 2. That's not what we want. We want to succeed by less or more. But we do 1 damage to the Brood Queen. I did say do. Down to 3. And we'll do it one more time. We're trying to succeed by 1 or 3. 4-1. Yeah, we could do the bounty for 6 on the Brood Queen, which probably isn't worth it. I mean, we take that, right? We always do that. Don't you heal horror? No, because I read steady-handed wrong. So we succeeded by 2, but Ren, I just learned this on Monday, and I think I've been doing this wrong my whole life. When you would succeed at a skill test, exhaust steady-handed, you either succeed by 1 more or 1 less. If you succeed by exactly 2, heal 1 horror, which means you can't fire this when you naturally succeed by 2. You can only fire this when you succeed by 1 or 3 to force a 2, right? Like, I thought there were 2 separate clauses. Like, you can choose to modify your stat, regardless if you succeed by 2, right? But it's not. It's you have to modify, and if you've modified and you succeeded by 2, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's a way more restrictive card, but maybe a more interesting card. On that note, we got this token, which we'll choose to put a larva back into the deck for the sake of our trapper. And we're currently 3-1, which means we can do it. I've been playing that so wrong. Me too, because it's like that's exactly how you expected the card to not work. It's kind of interesting. I was also very happy to be corrected about that on Monday. So we are -3. No, we're 4-1. We're 3-1. So now we can use steady-handed to make it. No, we can't. Wait, why is math so hard? We were 4-1. We pulled -1. We're 3-1. So we're ahead by 2. Yeah, we can't fire steady-handed in a way that matters. But with the Brood Queen is down to 2 health. Okay. If we miss the arrow and we shoot Joe in the face with an arrow, Joe is dead. I think that's something we have to keep in mind. If we shoot Joe in the face, Joe is dead with this arrow. Now, obviously, we can try it again with Daniel, but if we shoot Joe in the face, it's bad. Crystal Remains, we have to do this. Mind you, we have to go all the way down here, but we have to go back to get the Crystal Remains, and I don't know if we have time to do it, but we could. So we're going to do the child. So when your turn starts, take a damage or a horror. We'll just put it on our face. We know that there's enervations and we're playing around it. So that's how we're going to start. Oh, I put on the wrong guy, and very importantly, the wrong guy. We'll swap. We'll put it on Miguel. Then we're going to go ahead and do. Line weights are useless. Glassing is fine where it is. We'll just go ahead and loner out. First, second. A Guerrilla Tactics actually would be pretty good here. Oh, but the Guerrilla Tactics only does 1 damage unless we fight. Okay, hold on. Let's think of the turn. Because our deck has 4 cards. So we have a 50% chance of drawing a Guerrilla Tactics if we just play an event. Like if we just put down a trap, we have a 50% chance of drawing a Guerrilla Tactics. And if we draw a Guerrilla Tactics, we can play it from here. Or actually, we can play Guerrilla Tactics from the Crystal Grove. So we probably should try and get a Guerrilla Tactics here. Yeah. You're at 3, you can lower it 1, so 2, so you heal the horror. We were at 4-1. No. Wait. Hold on, Tony. So we were 4-1. We pulled a -1, so we're 3-1. So we're up by 2. No, we can't, right? Because we're 3-1. We're ahead by 2. So if we lower it by 1 or increase it by 1, we're succeed by 1 or 3, right? We succeeded by 2. All you want to do is not succeed by 2, and we succeeded by 2 because we did 4-1 -1, which is 3-1, right? We were exactly at the 2 that we didn't want. I'm pretty sure. Stats. Excuse me. Oh. Swap. Exhaust. E. There. Okay. Okay, so I think there's a good chance. I think again, there's 2 guerrilla tactics here. We have a 50% chance of drawing a guerrilla tactics. Okay, so I think we should go for it. Guerrilla tactics, we have the upgraded one, which allows us to play from 1 location away and do 2 damage, which is what we want. But we can also play it for 2 locations away. And if we fail, we can do it again. Notably, also, if we fight and fail, it only does 2 damage, which means Joe will survive, which is a bit better. But we can clicklessly get this, right, by like fast playing a card and drawing with a knapsack. The things that we draw with the knapsack, we can only do this from 1 location away, but that still saves us an action and a half because we can play a fast event here and we don't have to move further. This is going to be you and Marvel with the perfect block person comes out. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's going to be fun. Okay. So if that's the case, I think just for the fun of it, we're going to use... Oh, we have to move anyways. Yeah, okay. So no matter what, we'll loner here. Because we can't play a trap at this location, and we have to use knapsack for range. So then we're going to spend 2 resources to just drop a lie in wait here, I guess. Okay. And then we're going to use our knapsack to exhaust this to draw a card. 50% chance. We missed. Okay, so now we're still committed to the line anyways, where we have to go and shoot the bow. But we had a good chance there of like having a cooler play, which would have been sick. First action is move here. Second action is move here. Third action is fire the longbow. If we draw only the auto fail, we kill Joe. We do survive, but we kill Joe. So it's bad. Exactly 2. No, I also read it wrong. I thought you were trying to land on 2. It's 1 a.m. I need to sleep. It is 1 a.m. on this side too. I intended to start the stream at like 7:30, but my stomach was bad. And now it's like, you know, Thursday, which is not super sustainable. Okay, we're going to use a longbow on this thing and hopefully defeat it. We're attacking at 5, 6, 7. It's 7-1. Now, obviously, the bad thing here is not the number differential. It's pulling the autofill. Because, oh no, it's massive. We don't hit Joe. Excuse me. It's not engaged with Joe. So, okay, if we miss, Joe just has to take 2 and 2, and he barely survives that. Okay. Forgot it's not engaged with Joe. It's massive. So 7-2. So we can fail this with the autofail. It's not a problem. Not a problem. Fuck off, buddy. Come on. You can't say that. It's okay. We have Daniel. 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 We're gonna do that again. Oh my god. What is this game? One more time. Yeah, Hunter's Instinct won't fire because massive does not work that way. What is happening tonight? Okay, 8-2. 8-1. Oh god, you saw a red token. It was really scary. We get it. The Brood Queen is defeated. It goes into the victory display. We have knocked out the queen. That's good. We got victory too. There's no victory on any of these locations, so there's not going to be a lot of victory. The problem is there's 2 victory in the counter deck, but like good luck getting that because it's fully random. Okay, we've survived. We are going to be slowly breeding because of the child. We need to get back here to this larval tunnel. We just need to evade something here, which is going to be a bit tricky, but we still have a stalk and prey. We also have to get back and resign here, which is a pretty big board. Did you get the Sparrow Mask charge after taking the damage from the Crystal Remains, by the way? No, good catch. That's a really good synergy package. Yeah, you're right. Crystal Remains does the damage, we get the Sparrow Mask. We need that for willpower. Very, very important. I forgot about this card. I probably have missed a charge or 2, which is not good. We need every single charge we can get. Enemy phase. I think we can choose to split these up, which sounds good, but the bad part about splitting them up is like it lowers the amount of locations we can loner into. But I think ultimately the amount of locations we can loner into is not super important. I'll put 1 here and 1 here, and we have 2 pending triggers. We're not going to need that many more clues. Technically, we need clues here. The salt chamber, I don't know if it says investigators as a group can do it, but with the salt chamber, we can always just use 2 clues to bottom a card, see the card, and then 2 clues to draw the card. So any amount of clues is a good amount of clues. So we might just like throw the glassing at the thing. Okay, so Miasmatic Shadow entered this. We can use glassing. This place has 3 shroud, so we're investigating at 5, 6-3. We could boost this with an agility. I don't think we need another Daniel here, so we'll do 7-3. Yeah, that's fine. We probably don't need a couple of these cards, but 7-3. In fact, Daniel's probably the most useful because it's soak. So I guess we're not going to need... I mean, 2 stock prey is not bad. Let's just draw through a deck. 8-3 to draw a card. Skull, good. So we're going to discard this to get 2 clues for Miguel. We have to draw a card. Of course, we drew the gorilla. That's 2 of the bottom 4 cards are the upgraded gorilla we spent our experience on. That's fine. And then we'll just find the decoy trap here because it could technically hit the tablet, which I think we don't mind. So we'll exhaust decoy trap to, oh, we can warp over this. Oh my God, wait, the decoy trap is incredible. I forgot about the decoy trap. It warps here. So after enemy enters the location, evade. So we're evading at 6. And if it succeeds, you may discard decoy trap to move this location. The cool thing we can also do is if we get a miasmatic shadow to enter larval tunnel, we can evade using the guerrilla tactics. Wait, we have a sick play here. We can use guerrilla tactics to evade an unengaged miasmatic loose shadow here, and it fires larval tunnel from this location. Wait, we get to use all of Miguel. This is incredible. Wait, I'm like so stoked suddenly. Decoy trap is going to fire here. We're evading the miasmatic shadow. Daniel is exhausted still, but we're at, what is it? 5, 6, we're at 6-3. We definitely need this to fire, so I'm going to do with another man dex to make it 8-3. Oh, before we do this test, in theory, we should drop a decoy trap here during this test because we want to be able to warp down here as soon as we can, and we probably won't need it. So I'm just going to fast spend 2 resources during the test to drop it there. The Miguel's knapsack is here, but we want to get this here so that we have a fast travel back if our friend draws an enemy later on. Because we have to resign here. Yeah, I was typing about the warp. Yeah, the warp is incredible. Okay, 8-3 draws a card if succeeds. Skull again. We draw a card. Mind you, when we deck out, we have to take a horror, which is slightly alarming. Is it direct horror when you deck out? I don't think it is. And then we're going to discard this to warp back. This is evaded. Okay, that was the enemy phase. Upkeep phase. These things ready. Man, that's amazing how much we saved off of that. Mind you, the longbow doesn't ready, but we probably won't be able to fire it. Upkeep. Card and credit. Reception's not bad. Guerrilla tactics, no problem. Yeah, does anyone know when you deck out, is it direct horror or is it just horror? Because that makes a difference. Doom, we're at 4 of 7, and mind you, we still have to resign, and the one place to resign is all the way over here. 1 encounter card for Joe. Empyrean Brilliance. This might not be that bad. 2 willpower. Increase the difficulty of the test by 2 if you have 5 or more cards in hand. We do. If you can commit cards during the test, it will recalibrate this, but this is 4 willpower. If you fail, discard 2 cards from your hand. I don't care. So we're 2-4. -1, we fail. So we have to discard 2 cards from our hand. We'll get rid of 2 bounties. Actually, no, there's no way we need e-cash. We don't need a bounty. That's it. Yeah, that's not too bad. We'll swap over. It's all coming up Millhouse. Yeah. Oh, no. God, I hate this card so much. We have no clues. So we just might lose our whole turn. What are you meant to do about that? I don't know. Why is it a book test? We're going to commit icons onto this. I mean, that's the best we can do. So with this, we're 2-3. Again, if we're not good at book, how are you meant to deal with this? I don't understand this card. So we're 2-3. There's nothing we can do to make this better. Besides just hard commit into this. So we will. We'll do 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-3. How do we keep doing this? We just lost a turn. He just flips. That's it. You just lose a whole turn. This card should be shred. This card should not exist. Immediately pulling the autofail on that is bad no matter which way you slice it. Like, even if you have this evade mode, like, you do just, like, lose a whole turn if you don't have any clues. Man, is the flavor text different on both of these? No, the same flavor text too. Interesting. Yeah, unlucky. I mean, tell me about it. Dewey Dog, how's it going? We've pulled that so many important times, but like, yeah. We technically do have a start a turn, end a turn, so we can still like play an event if we wanted to. So we actually can, wait, we can still do our thing. If I'm not mistaken, we can still do our thing. So let's start with Miguel. So the first thing that has to happen is the crystal remains. We actually still have a turn here. So we're going to choose to take a damage or a horror. We'll just put take a damage. It's fine. Then we can still, on our turn, loner into this location. Then still on our turn, we can play guerrilla tactics. So we're going to play guerrilla tactics for 1. Is an additional action on our turn. So we can play this one. Mind you, it's the upgraded one. And this allows us to evade a character. So you get +2 skill value, we can evade. We can't do a damage because they can't take damage. So for this test, you may target an enemy at a connecting location as if you were engaged with that enemy. If you succeed, deal 1 damage to enemy. So we're going to evade this miasmatic shadow as if we were engaged with it, which means we're evading at 5, 6, 7 to 3. We're evading this one. It doesn't really matter, I don't think. Sparrow Mask charge? We didn't take a damage or horror. We just lost our whole turn. Right? Oh, we did there. Sorry. Yeah, we just took a damage. Yeah, good catch. This is fine. We can just do it again. I just pulled the autofill twice in a row. I need a better bag. 8 to 3? Elder Sign. I mean, the Elder Sign is so good here because we're just about to deck out. So we can grab our favorite trick or trap from the discard pile and add it to our hand. So that's good. The question is, what is our favorite trick or trap? Damage doesn't matter. It's probably the decoy trap. We also could grab the one that has the most willpower icons, but I don't think any of them do. All of them have only 1. Yeah. Oh no, Lion Way has 2 willpower. Oh no, but we have a loaded Sparrow Mask. We'll just do the decoy trap because I think it's the one that could maybe warp us the most. Okay, so we've evaded this, and you might be like, why did you do that? That's kind of useless. And you're right. We're not going to choose to fire our knapsack to draw, I don't think. I don't think we will need to do that. But it says, after you successfully evade an enemy at larval tunnel. Okay, wait a second. I needed to read the rules on this. No, the rules on this are not what I thought they were. It's not after you wait. How are you meant to read this? Is it after you successfully evade an enemy at larval tunnels? Or is it after you successfully evade an enemy at larval tunnels? Oh, wait, I need to do a better job putting the comment. Is it after you successfully evade an enemy at larval tunnels? Or is it after you successfully evade an enemy in larval tunnels? You know what I mean? Like, those are 2 different readings of the same damn sentence. Is it after you evade an enemy while here? Or is it after you evade an enemy here? Because they're literally the same sentence. I do not know how to make that more or less clear. Because I've evaded an enemy in larval tunnel. I was at larval tunnel when I evaded an enemy. Or do you have to evade an enemy at the larval tunnel? This is really important for how I'm doing tonight. So we could just sort that sentence out. That is not very clear. Because that's why I did this and why I'm happy. Worst case, like, that's why we have the decoy trap. We can always just drop it here and then successfully evade an enemy at larval tunnel. But if that happens, we don't do the guerrilla tactics thing. But then we don't have the decoy trap. So I guess we're buckle in no matter what we're doing this. Does anybody know what that sentence could possibly mean? Because it could mean 2 different things easily. After you successfully evade an enemy at larval tunnel. After you successfully evade an enemy at larval tunnel. I feel like it's getting late and I'm melting. Okay. Oh, this should not be here. I have no idea what that possibly means. Can we just assume this is the best reading for us? We technically evaded an enemy while at larval tunnels. But would it say it like that? Would it say while you evade an enemy while at larval tunnels? We grim rule it? No, we don't. Okay, if we're gonna grim rule that, I'm not playing this. But then I don't have this thing back. Okay, wait. How do we deal with this? Because in theory, this is where we were at the start of the turn. A turn in like very big quotes, right? We were here, we had 1 more resource. This was our hand, right? I think. So we need to get an enemy engaged there. I think you invade an enemy at the enemy's location on guerrilla tactics. But I was here when I invaded an enemy. I was at, you know what I'm saying? I was at larval tunnels when I invaded an enemy, which is all I wanted. Okay, I mean, we'll still probably be okay. But now all we have to do is like get the decoy trap. But we have no actions. So we can't even engage because that's an action. I wanted to engage because I need the Hunter's Instinct to fire before we shuffle their damn deck. Whatever, we just do a next turn. We just loan her in here and pass her turn. I mean, that's it. That's all we do. We loan her in here and we pass. We don't play an event. So we could have knapsacked off of something else. fine. That's it. I think that's it. Okay. It's Joe time. So we're on the salt chamber. We only have 5 clues. We're going to just see how many clues we need. So this can spend 2 clues as a group to draw the top card of the stack. We can also spend 2 clues as a group to look at the top card of the stack, which is the same as drawing it, but not having to. Google AI said no. Don't Google AI rules. They don't know game rules. Okay, like we can't get into this conversation right now, unfortunately, because it's way too late. But like using Google AI as a source of truth, or let alone a truth on games, is a huge mistake. It does not know what it's doing. It just predicts the next word in a sentence. It does not understand the rules of the game. Now, if you use it and then see the sources that it's sourcing and you go to that and you read the BGG thread or the board game like article or like the rules document, that is a starting point. But you have to be very careful, not just like doing that, because we're bound for the next months of people saying Google AI. And maybe you're saying that like cheekily, you can't tell tone. But like, yeah, Google does not know rules of games. It can't. It just tries to pick the next word in the sentence. It has no idea what it's doing. It's very important to do that, mind you. AI literacy it's a topic. Sorry that comes out of as condescending. Okay, so we have to spend 2 clues. We're going to using the act text. So we're gonna go clue -2. We're gonna look at the top one and we can bottom it. It's an Empyrean Brilliance. I think it should work, especially with the auto fail pass. All right. We're gonna have to get at least 1 clue here unless we want to get lucky, but we have time. So we're gonna use the salt chamber. Copy that, not at all. Yeah, no, sorry. It's just really important because if you use Google AI as truth, you have to understand it's not truth. And we're in a really scary part in the world right now where like people are looking at Google AI as real truth answers. They're not. All it does is it looks at the information that it's read, whether it had done that legally or not. I guess that's up to you to figure out, and predicts the next word in a sentence. It has no firm understanding of the rules engine. It doesn't. I think out of most factual things you search on Google AI, especially niche things, 1 out of every 2 things is very obviously incorrect. I did a Google AI search for a rules thing because I did a Google search just yesterday. It was a wrong answer. It's very, you have to be careful about it for sure. It's it's important to be careful about it. Okay, we're gonna get a clue here. I think as our second action, or at least we're gonna try to. We're at 4, 5, 6 to 4 on the salt chamber, but we want to get a clue so we can draw a card, and that puts us on an even. So we'll do 7, 8 with perception. So we're 8 to 4. Oh, that's good. That's 7 to 4. So we succeed by 3. So we can do set-handed, so we succeed by 2, so we can heal a horror. So that's good. We don't need a resource. We can choose to shuffle in. At this point, we won't shuffle in a Brood Soldier, but we'll get a clue. And we'll draw 2 cards. Right. That's why we need money. Dead ends. So that's fine. There's a lot of things that discard cards from our hand. Some of them are random. You can randomly discard this. You can't choose to discard this, but we definitely need 5 resources in action. You can shuffle the queen back in. Actually, you can't. It says non-elite. They don't want you to shuffle the queen into the deck, which is really funny. Non-elite enemy. They saw us coming. They saw the master game plan from a distance, which is really good. Okay, that was 1, 2. Oh, actually, no, this is fast, isn't it? Yeah, it's fast. So we're going to do another fast action. We've only spent 1 action. We're going to spend 2 of our clues to look at the next card. It's not it. So now we know we can spend 2 clues as an action on Salt Chamber to grab the next card, which is guaranteed to be the thing. That will start doing damage or horror to us. I think 1 does damage, 1 does horror, 1 does damage or horror. We don't know what this one is. Wait, do we know what this one is? We still have to get this one. We saw it. It's at the top, right? No, this is only treacheries. I shouldn't have looked at that. This is the one that we know is there, but we looked at the text. I don't remember which this one said, but if this one does damage, we might just have to go and resign really quickly. Yeah, that's the one you grabbed, right? This is the one that's a 1 of, which we know is guaranteed. So we still have 2 actions. I think we're just going to do it. Again, all we've done is done a clue. So our second action will do the text on the salt chamber. We'll spend our last clues. So downpour will just hit us like a truck. At least we have book stat. And then we'll just grab this card. It's the father. Only 1 horror soak. And when your turn begins, take 1 horror. That's all we want. We have infinite horror soak in asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Put it remains into your play. Art is so good. If crystal remains is defeated, shuffle in with the top 2 cards. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one that was known. I thought this one was known, but yeah, this one's known. So this is the damage one, which like for Miguel's a bit scary. But Miguel should be able to pick it up and run over there relatively quickly. Okay, one more action. In theory, though, we kind of want to stay here because if we stay here, Decoy Trap has more likely to fire in the next little bit because I think we have 3 larvae in the deck. So we kind of want to stay here. We're going to be decking out sooner than later. If we draw dead ends twice, it feels pretty bad, but I think we're going to be drawing no more cards. So I think this is an okay turn to draw, to just like spend dead ends, spend 5. In theory, like spending 5 on this is really bad if you're about to deck out because you can just draw it again, but we're just going to meter our draw because there's not that many turns left. And mind you, Joe's text is not forced. Miguel's 2 Daniels to chew through, so he's fine. Yeah, I guess so. That's it. Enemy phase. This one enters. That's exciting because we can guerrilla tactics this. This one wakes up. Card and credit. So when you deck out, does anyone know if it's direct horror or if it's not? I don't know if it's direct horror or not. It's been a while. I think it's just horror. You found it. I mean, yeah, it's in the bottom 4 cards. I think it's just horror. I don't think it's direct horror. Not direct? Okay, cool. We'll put it on Daniel. Thank you. Oh, wait. We have one non-direct, one direct? I'm pretty sure it's non-direct because I remember looking up the rule to be like, can you put it on Daniel, defeat Daniel, and shuffle him back? But I think it's not. I think it's you have to take the horror first, then the other one. Like I remember that you were not allowed to put horror on an ally to defeat it to shuffle it back. Summon Google AI. No, stop it. I don't think it's direct. I'm pretty sure it's not direct. We can't fire the Sparrow Mask because it's already full. Don't draw an enemy. Okay, Unexpected Courage. All right, Doom, we're at 5 of 7. And mind you, we still have to resign. So like we have very narrow margins here on Miguel. If we don't get out of this, I think we end up getting defeated probably. So we should, like if we can't get this, we can always leave. So you always can just hit the bricks. This is fine, I think. If this draws an enemy, it's like maybe awkward. Increase the difficulty of this test to intellect for each layer location in play. They're all in play. Yeah, so it's 5 book. If you fail, place 1 Doom on the nearest insect enemy. If you cannot, take 2 horror. Oh, okay. So there's no insects. So if we fail this, we take 2 horror. Currently, our book stat is 4? 5 with Dorothy. So we're 5 to 5. We could play a perception here, but it does end up drawing a card, but I think that's okay. 2 horror is like not that bad because the game is going to be over soon. I just don't know what else we'd use this perception for. Non-direct, thank you. Yeah, cool. Yeah. This could spawn a soldier, which is not that bad because the decoy trap, we could like cheese it. We'll do +3. So we'll do 8 to 5. And the only reason here is to play around the tablet. We didn't want to draw cards. Drawing cards is bad. So we take 2 horror. We'll take it to the face. I'm not scared. There's only 2 more turns. Okay, now I'm scared. What's going on in this game? Just another defend the nest. We're 5 to 2. We're 2 to 5. This is going to do 2 horror. There's no reason boosting this. Like, we're not playing around the +1. Sparrow Mask doesn't help. -3, we fail. We have to take 2 horror. I'm going to take 2 to the face. Oh, my G, we have to swap over. I'm going to take 2 to the face. If anything does direct horror, we just die. That shouldn't be an issue, right? Okay. This one does damage. This one does damage. Fine. We are on Operation Get Out of Here. All we have to do is get out of here. So we're going to start with Miguel. Miguel's going to try and get out of here. Mind you, he can always resign if we want to, but I think we should be able to get out of here. This being here is okay, because no matter what, we're 1, 2, 3 actions away. So we just need to do this. And like, this is going to be a sick turn. So fast action, free action, guerrilla tactics for 1. Okay. So we're going to do an evade against this miasmatic shadow. I will take no questions. We've satisfied the larval tunnel and we're evading at 5, 6, 7 to 3. Wait, what about the third remains? Isn't a 1 evade away? Yeah, we're doing it right now. We're doing it right now. Mind you, we have to take a damage. We'll put it on Daniel. We don't charge Sparrow Mask. Yeah, we're working on it. 7 to 3. -1. We succeed. So we succeed. We've evaded the miasmatic shadows successfully. We can draw a card with our knapsack. We have one weakness in our deck. Okay, fine. And Larval Tunnel says, after you succeed, grab the card beneath it. The last crystal remains. This is the mother. Comes in with 1 damage soak. Also fantastic art. Again, when your turn begins, take 1 damage, which is fine. We can deal with this. Yeah, when it's defeated, shuffle it back. So that was no action so far. Then we'll do Loner. Do we win? First, second, resign. We resign. Joe, move, resign. Wait, we thought this was hard. It was easy. We had a whole turn left. It's not even close, honestly. That's it. Again, free event, free move, move, resign, legitimate. Okay, we got all the victory we could. Besides, there's 2 crystal blights in the deck. But for them, they're such, like, they're my favorite encounter card, and they're so good with Joe. I guess I'll just show you really quickly. The problem is, like, we had no chance of making them work. If you draw a Chroma Blight, it goes into play, and every time that you draw a card, it gets a counter. And when it gets 6 counters, it becomes this thing. It like rips out of your chest or whatever. And then you have to fight it, and it's a 6 health enemy with victory. It's like such a good encounter card for Miguel because it guarantees on what turn you know you're going to draw an enemy, so you can put a trap down when it matters. And it's like a really fun thing to fight. Like I think this card is so cool. The problem is this encounter deck is like way too big for 2 players for sure. The Distractions Dynamite play was so MVP. The Distraction Dynamite play was amazing. And I think we drew both of them like relatively close together. But Elaborate Distraction is like such a busted card. It honestly might be better than the new Dynamite. And it also costs no experience. This card is absurd. Like straight absurd. The fact that I can evade like everything on the board at once is monstrous. And you have a lot of well-connected boards. I was 100% convinced you're going to draw Feline with a knapsack draw. If we did, it wouldn't be that bad because if it hits us once, it runs away, right? Like we just take 1 and 1 at elusives. It would have been funny if we did, but yeah, it actually would have been fine. Man, we drew so many auto fails. Like so much of that went so terribly, but we still obviously got through it, and we kept no joke like a PMA, the positive mental attitude. As much as I kind of enjoy when things go pear-shaped. Laid to rest. Yeah, there is a kind of a morose and bittersweet story here, I guess. The scent of decay and the strange creature's pheromones mix to create a uniquely awful musk. Emerging from the caverns, you lay down the last member of what you assume must be the Pearl family. The acidic residue from their strange crystalline growths burns your skin. The bodies are painful to look at, their faces frozen in silent agony. Some invisible, heavy presence fills the air above the corpses, although there's no motion, no breeze or dust. Only a movement of something in the air. You feel a deep, bone-aching weariness. Check the number of crystal remains. We have exactly 3, so we get the best resolution, which again, it's either 3 or nothing in terms of like the good resolutions. So we'll take it when we can get it. By the skin of Miguel's teeth. Joe was fine. Like, oh, sorry, wrong thing. Joe was not bad. Joe was okay. Joe did Joe stuff. Sorry, should have opened that again. It's resolution 1. Nice. I'm going to zoom in just 1 tidge more. It's less pretty framing, but I can read it easily. You lay the 3 desiccated corpses in the bed of the truck. The buildup of minerals makes them simultaneously heavy and incredibly brittle. The belly of the sun is swollen with crystals the size of a basketball, and the mother's skin is leathery with salt. I do want to take a second to break the sad theme here to say that I did have to check when I read this originally if a basketball was invented by this time, and it turns out by 1926 our investigators probably knew what a basketball was. It's not given, but at 1926 basketball did exist and people didn't know about basketball. I don't think it was popular though. I'd have to double check that, but it was a weird reference to be like, wait, did they know what that was? Regardless. You don't know what warped the bodies of the Pearl family, but it surely wasn't quick. They must have been horribly deformed when they died. You document the remains and a few samples of the crystal growths. The Pearl family deserved better than this. With a shovel from the back of Theo's truck, you get to digging the 3 corpses a proper grave. That was a really inappropriate side tangent. I'm sorry. It was pretty bad there. I should have talked about that later. In your campaign log, record the investigators laid the Pearl family to rest. Resolution 3. Yeah, I don't feel bad breaking there because I played this campaign before, but I need to keep this with the sort of seriousness it deserves if you're reading this for the first time. So my deepest apologies. Also, I looked that up and found it somewhat anachronistic. It's slightly anachronistic. It's like forgivable, but like you got to pick a different sport or a different melon. Once you left Pearl Ridge behind, you study Susan Pearl's diary. The account chronicles the rise and fall of Susan Pearl's investments in agriculture and mining on Hemlock Isle in the decade leading up to 1906. The business entries are interspersed with prayers, illustrations of birds, and occasional details on the strange warrens underneath Pearl Ridge. Other entities, other entries mention spreading sickness in the orchard workers and the Pearl family, along with repeated hardship in their mining efforts. The last entry, written in a long erratic scrawl, catches your attention. So the Warrens like were before the Pearls. I don't know if I realized that. That should have been obvious. Yeah. Very cool. I'm still not certain if what I experienced was a dream or vision. At midnight, I awoke to the uncanny feeling of being watched. And when I opened my eyes, I saw a pale sphere of watery light in the corner of my room, dancing like something in a fairy story. As soon as I laid eyes on it, the thing flew out the window, and I followed it out into the orchard. What I saw is something I can only describe as a miracle. 100 more fairy lights danced in the orchard. As I watched the lights, they grew brighter, and I felt almost as though I was flying. A heady bliss took over my mind, and I felt different somehow, as if they were another me. 5 other me's, beating within my chest. And as I looked out at the trees, I saw myself in them, too. In all of this. Strong and thick with knotted skin and branches for arms, I saw myself, my place in all of creation. And all of my fears, for Ezra, for the mine, for our health, they melted away. I knew only joy. Such joy. I am the eyes, all eyes that see. I am the brilliance. Signed, Susan Pearl, June 22nd, 1906. In your campaign log, record Madame Pearl's diary was recovered. Proceed to Resolution 4. Miskatonic Survey, June 1926. Members Marquez, Musgrave et al. Surveyed Pearl Ridge. Northern hills were devastated in an unknown event. Persistent contamination has led to mineralization and crystallization of organic life. Local caverns overrun by massive insect colony. Insects exhibit vespid and termitid behavior and physiology. Further study needed. I'm not the biggest X-Files fan because I haven't seen all of it, but I'm in a big X-Files family. But the fact that you get that sort of like Scully report at the end where like you kind of explain all the weirdness with scientific terminology is really quite cool. Each investigator finally earns all the victory X of cards in the victory display, plus all the stuff that we've earned during the day. Unfortunately, a victory display only has one old brood queen worth 2 VP. You can get up to 4 in this scenario if you're lucky, if you want to say that. We don't get any extra victory for the remains, do we? Oh no, the remains are worth victory. Oh shit. Yeah, sorry. Each of the remains are worth 1 victory. So we end up with 5 of the possible 7 you can get, which is not too bad. Plus we got some more. But yeah, they're all worth 1. I forgot about that. If the area surveyed section of your campaign log, check off Pearl Ridge, and if it is day 2, we go to the second evening. Yeah, you do get 1 for each of the remains. Good catch. That felt a bit low for a day scenario, and then I did check that, and it turned out, yeah, that's correct. Oh, I hit a button on my Steam Deck, on my Stream Deck, and now this is frozen because it's trying to do something it can't do. Give me 1 second to fix this. Browser down. Browser fly out. That's not good. Okay, hold on. We're stuck. We're genuinely stuck in this. We have to live with this up now. Unless I go here and I go filters, browser down. Okay, good. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, sweet VPs. Joe was fine as he got cornered by the Ant Queen, who Miguel had pissed off and almost got shot with an arrow. For what it's worth, he didn't get shot with an arrow. She was massive. She was impossible to miss. Besides the damn autofail, huh? Cool. That was a fun scenario. That's a really fun scenario. I did not think the day scenario would take us that long or be that challenging. In my prep run for this, it was nowhere near that bad. It was way clean. But yeah, definitely GG. Well played. That was really quite fun. Definitely made some small rules mistakes. I think we missed the skull token every once in a while. And like that obviously happens. I do think we have to address the miasmatic shadows because, oh my God, do we? They're just a nightmare. There is, I think, only 1 card in all of Chapter 2 that can deal with this unless you're have access to Mystic. I might be wrong, but I don't know if there's any spell relics or science that you can play. Besides, does anybody know the name of that Seeker card with that like purple explosion that you can play? That notably is the only science card in Chapter 2, I think, that can fight this thing. It kind of balances out missing a bunch of Sparrow tokens, though. Yeah, let's just say that. Let's say that it's a wash. Caustic, I think it's called Caustic. Yeah, this is the only card that I think we can play that can knock it out. And for what it's worth, this can one-shot the miasmatic shadows, so it's probably worth considering. They won't be showing up tomorrow night, I'm pretty sure, but they definitely be showing up later. I think in the finale they 100% show up. So we're gonna have to address that because not being able to deal with these suck, and they have victory 0, so you just knock them out once and you're good to go. But yeah, I think this is the only card potentially, because I can't think of a relic in chapter 1 outside of like, you know, spell and relic stuff that Mystic can do. But like we're stuck at pure survivor and seeker guardian, so like this is the only card we can play. There is a level 0 version, but this is the one that I think can one shot it, because the original caustic I think only does like 2 damage. Yeah, this only does 2 damage. It's not worth it. So we probably do put this in. Maybe cut some of them bad events we don't play. That's mostly it. Thanks so much for hanging out. We got some VP to work on. How much? I honestly don't know. At least 5. I think it's 8. Again, we have 9 probably then on Miguel, but I have to go make sure and update this in the campaign log because I forgot to track how much VP we got through the prologue. So we'll get it together. Might want to swap out the downpours. Honestly, Tony, I don't know if we do. Ultimately, like the downpours are going to be a bit of a wash, pun intended, no matter what. Like one downpour is bad. Okay, so like this downpour is really bad for Miguel because Miguel usually doesn't have a lot of clues and has a bad book stat. But this downpour is good for Joe because Joe has good book stat and has clues. The other downpour is basically just the opposite though, right? Like the other downpour is good for Miguel, which like maybe that means he doesn't get blown out, but it's bad for Joe and it'll force Joe to lose clues. If we have Rosa, Joe's on 3 evade. The cool thing is with endurance, like we can actually get up there, and we might. I actually don't think we can play starting endurance because starting endurance is 3 XP. But yeah, it's like no matter what, one of our characters gets totally hosed by the rain. So it's up to us to decide which one we want to do. What could be fun is we get all 6 together, we shuffle them, and we randomly pick 3, which I might do that because I think that's way more fun. But again, downpour having a book test makes no sense. I'm convinced it's a typo because why would downpour test your intellect? Do you have to like figure out how to hide? I can't tell. That's weird. It's a really weird card. One of my least favorite parts of Hemlock Vale for sure. Yeah, I think we'll just shuffle 3 and make it full. Shuffle 6 and pull 3 and make it full random and not know what we're looking for. That's mostly it. I want to say thanks so much for hanging out. If you're watching this live, of course, if you're watching the VOD, if you want to take a second to leave a like on this video, it's a huge way to help support the channel. We're a growing channel out here making some Arkham content. So far, it's only gameplay. I have no doubt in the future we'll do a deck dive or do a discussion about new stuff. Mind you, we're only a couple weeks away, I think, from a new campaign, which is super exciting. And this one will wrap up just about the time. We have only, I think, 3 more scenarios. So yeah, we should be in good time to line up for that. Glad to catch you live. Will you be streaming on Monday or Velma's next? No, the Monday that we streamed on Velma's this week was just because it lined up where like my partner was out and I usually have Arkham myself on Mondays, but we haven't had it for a couple weeks. So it was a convenient time. I do think I will try and stream more than once a week if time makes sense, but I don't have a schedule that I can like commit to that. So if you want to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, you'll know when that's live. But yeah, Mondays are like the most likely time it would happen if it would happen, but I don't foresee it happening next Monday for sure. So that's the best I can say. I think that's mostly it. It's like 1:30, so I got to get to sleep. But thanks so much for hanging out. And we'll catch you in the next one. Ciao. Oh, the dance is the next one. Oh, get